tried some epic shit, but it does not even begin to come close to what Challenge Roth is.
You can see up on screen right now our start list here today. Sam Laidlow wearing bib number 1, Tommy Bishop in bib number 2, Frederick Funk here for the first time, bib number 3, Jan Stratman, bib number 4, Vincent Louis from France, bib number 5, also here for the first time. Great to have Daniel Backegaard back here again as well. But really solid, really great start list of our professional men. I think there's something like 65 professional men on our start list.
And usually I would always skip the swim, you know, and sleep in and wake up for the ride. Not yes, today. We have a lot of swim power on the men's side. As
we see our women's professional field up on screen right now, and of course, no other than the world champ Laura Philipp. I mean, she is going to be virtually impossible to beat here today. The list just keeps going on and on, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. But I think it's like 7, 8 guys that can make the front pack, and then we'll see. There will be a huge gap towards the guys like Matt Hansen. But then we have the final countdown, and this is the start.
And they are underway here in Roth 2025. So incredible. The DATEV Challenge Roth is underway. And you can see quite cloudy skies. We've had such insanely hot weather in Europe over the last week. I know when I arrived here on Monday, and I think by Tuesday or Wednesday it was 34 degrees and that sun was absolutely burning. But today we've been greeted with beautiful conditions, not a breath of wind. As I said, you can see that Danube, that canal is silky smooth. We've got cloud cover, and we're supposed to have cloud cover for most of the day today, which is going to be a huge relief for our athletes, particularly once they hit that marathon. But right now, Sam Laidlow in the gold cap, Tom Bishop in silver, Frederick Funk in light blue, Jan Stratman in purple, Vincent Louis in green, Daniel Backegaard in pink, Henry Schoeman in red, Aaron Royal in the orange cap, and we've got wearing a white cap with a black X is Willie Hirsch. So great to have Willie Hirsch here as well. And of course, Jonas Schomburg wearing the white cap with a black dot. We do expect to see Jonas and Willie right up the pointy end of the field. They were, I think, 2nd and 3rd out of the water only last weekend in Frankfurt, and I'm sure that they will be very, very similarly placed here today.
Yep, but I think leading the field currently, that looks like Lukas Voigt. Like I said, we have a lot of swim power. And I talked to Lukas, and it's also probably his last race. He doesn't know yet, but it most likely is. And he told me, yeah, this would actually be the first race since I started doing triathlon, and he was an Olympic swimmer, that I probably will have a little bit of draft in the water.
Exactly.
Which tells you everything about the race. It's just, yeah, I mean, he's definitely battling for first out of the water, and he told me, well, after this last turn, boy, down at the other side of the channel, he will switch to 6 kicks per stroke and trying to actually sprint for the first out of the water, because yeah, it's such a quality swim field today.
Yeah, he's incredible, and of course
Jonas Schomburg in second. Sorry.
Yes, and we did expect to see this.
Two guys that are up front, and you mentioned the time from Magnus, and at the press conference, I mean, I love Jonas.
He was the only one, wasn't he? He was the only one to lay it on the line.
Yeah, he actually said, yeah, why not? I mean, I'm definitely gonna go hard from the gun, and he was racing Frankfurt last week, had a technical issue with his bar, and it got solved by also a good friend of mine, Lasse Ibert. And I think, yeah, now he's all good. Oh, they have a little bit of trouble here with the navigation. Actually, it looks like there's a little bit of stream. And maybe it's also a tactical thing, because Jonas and Lukas actually are now separating.
They are.
I think the other guy, that's Vincent Louis at 3rd position, and he is actually fighting for
the feet.
draft.
He really is.
Yeah, I mean, that tells you everything. Like, it's gonna be, I think the takeout speed is somewhere around 103, 104. If Vince is struggling to hold his feet, it's super
Just
fast.
gives you some sort of indication. You can see right behind there that other white cap, that is Willie Hirsch with the X on there.
Yep,
We can see
and Henry Skuman on the left-hand side, if you look on the screen.
and Daniel Beckegaard on the other side in the pink cap.
Oh,
and you
Belinda,
can
this is crazy.
see it's exactly what we anticipated, Sebi.
We have a 7.5 hour day ahead of us, and they are gonna go full gas from the gun. Long over are the days where, where you can wait until the bike to turn on the screen. It's exciting from the start.
But it is interesting, Seb, because you can see that now Vincent Luis has been able to jump on the feet of Jonas Schomburg, and you can see that that gap is just starting, and those boys behind are really trying to work their way up, try and get on the feet of Vincent Luis. But
and it's already decision time for some of those guys. As you said, Willie Hirsch is usually comfortably swimming in the front pack. But now he really have to put on the afterburners to close down the gap. Same goes for Daniel Beckegaard on the right-hand side. So it's it's crazy. And I mean, if you imagine a guy like Henry Skuman, one of the best swimmers of all time in triathlon history, and he is struggling to actually keep up with the front, that tells you everything about the pace. They are swimming in the middle of the channel, and after the turn buoy, after the first turn buoy, where they do a 180 degree turn, they will try to stay on the right-hand side of the channel, because even if there's very low draft in the channel, very low water movement, it's still a little downstream movement from the water, so it's better to swim on the right-hand side if you after the turn.
absolutely. And you can see those crowds now are absolutely packed solid. It's at least 5 to 6 deep up there, with the shoreline on both sides of the canal also full of spectators.
And I think, Belinda, even our kayak is a little bit surprised about the takeout speed of the guys, because I think in a couple of occasions he was a little close. It's very important that you don't actually have to always stay on the right-hand side of the buoys. Just you can cross both lines. Yeah.
And you can see great overhead shot there of the Danube as we are almost ready. I think at 1 minute to go before our professional women are also underway here in Roth. Our favourites for today, of course, Laura Philippe in the gold cap, Nikki Bartlett in the silver cap, Grace Tech in the pink cap, here for the first time, racing over the distance for the very first time. Laura Siddle in light blue, Alana Siffert, the youngest in the field, in orange, Justine Mathieu in red, Nina Deron in green, and Katharina Wolf in yellow.
Yeah, and I expect Alana Siffert to be the fastest swimmer from Switzerland.
And our professional women are also underway here today in the DATEV Challenge Roth 2025. 41 years of the race being run here in this tiny little town in Bavaria. And we do expect Alana Siffert, she is wearing that orange cap, she is already out in front.
Yeah, I think that's important. I mean, the thing really is, if you're stronger than the other women in the swim, it doesn't make sense to pull them along. Either you go out really hard, try to gap them early, and then go at your own pace, and that's exactly what she's doing. I mean, she is absolutely, sprinting out of the start and trying to gap them right away, and I think that's the absolute right tactic. You have to go all out, or rather just, hold back instead of just pulling the whole field. And I think, but you have, I mean...
Well, Sebi, there's one other little piece that we need to add to this. I know Alana Siffert quite well now. She's obviously coached by Brett Sutton. One thing with Alana, might be only 23, but she loves to race.
Yeah.
I think last year she had 9 podiums and 4 wins. I mean, the girl loves to race, and she loves to race hard. And what I love about Alanis is she's not scared to have a go, and she knows this is only, I think, her 3rd long-distance race. Her first was last year in Challenge Almere, where she came second, 8 hours 30. I mean, she's an incredible young athlete, and she's just got so much drive and determination, and she will not be hanging around for anyone here today.
Well, I see Grace hanging around actually right now. I mean, yeah, and that's perfect for Grace, because I think that would set her up for a really good day if she is managing to actually hold on to Alana's feet. That would be great for the two of them actually, but it's a tough ask. I mean, that's what's really now separating the professionals from the age groupers, is the tactic in the first 10 minutes of the race. For the pros in the water, it means all out. Like, I had the highest heart rate, the highest concentration of lactate acid, and so on after 4 or 5 minutes into the race, because it's tactically so important at which group you end up, and also, yeah, is really a defining moment at the start of the race.
Now, one of the questions we got, obviously we know that it's a non-wetsuit swim. That is definitely going to be advantageous to some of our athletes more than others. So some of our strong swimmers, as we're seeing on screen now with Alana Siffert and Grace Tech. I think in the background I can just see that green cap of Nina Deron, of course teammate of Alana Siffert. Same in our men's race.
Of Julie
Deron,
Olympic
absolute legend. Yep.
Vice champion.
But Sebi, for our swimmers, this is more of an advantage, isn't it, to have no wetsuits rather than wetsuits? For example, back when you were racing, I mean, would you be happy about a non-wetsuit swim, or would you be a little unhappy?
The funny thing about this is I would actually be happy most of the times, because I was always struggling with the heat, and for me it was always tough if the cutoff was just about really close, and then they make it kind of we want a wetsuit swim, and it's not too long that we had the same cutoff temperatures than the amateurs.
Groups, that's right.
And I was spoiling myself in the water with a wetsuit. So sometimes I would have preferred a non-wetsuit swim actually. But the thing is also, we usually you have a non-wetsuit swim in locations like Hawaii, where you have salt water, and we see the men's race again, Lucas Voigt. And we have a long day ahead, and I mean, we always scan all your questions. So if you have any questions, just put them in the YouTube comments, and we will definitely try to answer them later in the race.
Absolutely.
Once it settled down a little bit. Right now, it's a lot going on, and I would love to see if Jonas is still on his feet, but I'll guess so.
And of course, Lucas Voigt, he did race for Poland in the Olympics over, I think it was the 200 meters individual medley, or 200 meters individual medley, and the 4x200. That's right.
And I actually
there you go. It's been answered for you, Sebi. He's right there, as anticipated.
And I actually swam with him a couple of times. He comes out of a very volume heavy regime, and I think so. Triathlon was just absolutely perfect for him. Unfortunately, he never really, won a truly big race. But yeah, I mean, check out his Instagram channel. For me, seeing Lucas swim is always poetry in motion.
But look at this, Sebi. It's all come back together. So we had that screaming fast few hundred meters where we thought that gap might have been created, but now look, they've all come back together, and I can see the gold cap of Sam Laidlow. I can see the purple cap of Jan Stratman. Of course, Vincent Louis there in the green. Daniel Bakkegaard. Can we see that pink cap of Daniel Bakkegaard there? Yep, I can see it there over to the left. The orange cap of Aaron Royal. So they are all there, all of the swimmers.
Now it's a big group. I also see Finn Große-Frese in there. I wasn't quite sure. I mean, Yeah, now it's much bigger. I think if they actually want to open a gap, now Jonas has to take the lead and actually put in the second stage of the rocket.
I can even
be
see
like 12 guys in the front pack.
Second place from last year, Tommy Bishop in the silver cap. So he is also he'll be really happy with his swim so far.
And that's one of my. I mean, he said he wants to fly under the radar. You're not flying under the radar, bro. If you
not when you come second the year before.
Yeah. No. And so therefore he's not flying under the radar. But I think. I mean, we said it's super tough to predict.
And look at this, Sebi. This is the one I've been really interested in. That is the light blue cap of Frederik Funk. Now, okay, he's not in that front group, but he is in that chase group. And I was a little concerned just how far back Frederik Funk would be. I know this is a big deal for him. There's been a lot of pressure on Frederik to be debut here. Great story with Frederik. He was here 22 years ago, 2003, even before I started here. That's saying something. As a 5-year-old, racing his very first triathlon.
And his mom actually got second
that year.
Place
she did
here.
indeed.
Yeah, so both of his parents raced here, and I mean, he definitely got the
good
bug.
genes. Well, the funny thing is, I used to race against his mother, and she was a brilliant bike rider, as is Fred's father. So it does not surprise me that this boy is an Uber biker.
Absolutely, and he needs the Uber biker skills today, because I think this start of the race is not what he envisioned. I mean, it was quite clear that it is absolutely on the edge, and I mean, we now have a relatively established front pack, which is a little bit bigger than it looked at the start of the race, and he's not part of this front pack, and I think that's. It's not ideal for him, that's for sure. But on the other hand, you know, sometimes it's actually beneficial that you can do your own race.
But right now, making their way down to that first turn can. Once they make that 180-degree turn, they then have the longest stretch, Sebi. That is that long, straight stretch where they go all the way past where they started and down the far end of the canal, where they'll make one more 180-degree turn before making their way back to the swim exit. But right now, Lucas Voigt doing what he does best. He was first out of the water here last year as well. But it really is quite a sizable pack. All of our main players are there. All of our swimmers are in this group as anticipated. I know when Torsten Rade was doing his stats and he sent it through to me, I'm like, seriously, this pack is going to be this big? I mean, we're just not used to seeing a swim group of this size and this like firepower here in Roth. So you can see now they have made that first turn, and they now make their way right down to the far end of the canal. We still have that lead group of 15. You can see it already making that turn. We know that Frederik Funk is in that second group, and it's around 35 seconds back. Our spotters down on course are keeping us updated very, very well. So big shout out to our spotters on course today, helping keep us up to date. But look at that lead group, Sebi.
Yeah, and the pace is absolutely on. It's just the quality of the athletes in the lead group is amazing. I mean, like we already mentioned a few times, it's probably the best group of swimmers we ever had in a long course race, and I'm excited to see what damage they'll do in the first leg of the Challenge Roth 2025. 41st edition. The race is the same age than me.
Well, we won't talk about how old I am, that's for sure. We'll keep it at your age. But while our professional men and professional women are underway, very shortly we will be starting our age group race. We have, I think there's something like 25 different wave starts. You can see them down there right now. This will be our third wave today, but the first of our age group race. Yeah,
I'm super excited about this because I've been in so many roles in Challenge Roth. You know, I mean, I raced here. Last year I've been here as a volunteer. You know, helping building up the expo. Working with you, obviously, you know, trying to bring some of the excitement and emotions to you at home, but also always staying in homestays. And this year, also my homestay is racing, and it's
that's incredible.
It's so cool to see them prepare for the race and having a family, you know, having a day job, and it just gives you all the perspectives you need to know a little about the race.
Yeah, it is. It's the most incredible place. I've had the same homestay here since 2004. They are like family to me now. And look at these scenes. You can see that incredible scenes down the Danube.
Back to the women's race, and Grace and
Alana Siffert.
Alanis, they already have a sizable gap to the second group with all the other favorites.
Now, I was speaking to Grace. Obviously, I'm quite close to Grace. She's hails from Australia, not the same state as me. She's down in the state of Victoria, but she splits the time between Victoria and also LA. Married to an American, Zach, who was out here. So big shout out to Zach. I know Grace's parents have also made the trip over, the very long trip over from Australia. So great to have her parents here. But this is the first time that Grace has ever raced over this distance. And her plan was always to try and stay on Alana Siffert's feet. And she's executing to perfection right now, which is great to see. But you can see it's all over Grace's face all week. She's just been taking it in, loving every second of it. And I think she's just really excited to see what's possible out there today. Never run further than 35 kilometres. So she said that last 7 kilometres of the marathon, completely unknown territory.
Which I think is the right thing to do. A lot of people just, you know, try to train something that you get confident, but not really makes a lot of sense. And I mean, that's not the right way. But I think we have Fenella on the bridge with some impressions about the crowds that are already building up on the bridge.
We are really in the midst of it all here now on top of the bridge. Fenella, the atmosphere is pretty incredible, isn't it?
It's electric. There's people shoulder to shoulder, touching everywhere. It seems like the whole of Germany is on this bridge.
And I'm here with Kevin, who's come from Frankfurt to check out the race. Kevin, how's it been this morning?
Yeah, it's so amazing. So it's the kickoff here on the bridge, on the way to the cycling part. So yeah, let's have fun. The energy is amazing on the bridge. So yeah, looking forward to such an amazing day here in Roth. So looking forward, yeah, amazing.
And who are you cheering on? Who's the athletes that you want to see win here today?
Yeah, indeed, it's Laura Phillips. So yeah, it's amazing. It's yeah, let's see how she will go, and she will finish the race today, and yeah, hopefully she will win. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, guys. Back to you in the studio. We see you later.
And Sevi, this is something that's quite unique to Roth. Is we have so many, mainly Germans, of course, that have come from all over Germany just to come and watch this race here today. I mean, there's not too many triathlons where, you know, obviously if you've got family or friends racing, but these are people that don't have anyone racing. They just want to come down and be part of this day today.
And not just today on race day, even on the expo, you see a lot of people that are, you know, just like you said, they don't have family members racing, they don't have a friend racing. They're just truly fans of the sport, and this makes Roth really special, and that's why, yeah, we have such a great atmosphere. Even on the swim, I think it's definitely the race with the most spectators all over the world.
Yeah, it's truly incredible. And look at this, with Lucas Voigt, you can see Jonas Schomburg, you can see Vincent Louis in the green cap, you've got Henry Skuman in the red cap, in the orange cap you've got Aaron Royal. The list just goes on. We know that Daniel Bakkegaard is also there. We know Sam Laidlow, Tommy Bishop.
And on the turn, I think our spotters saw Bishop is a little bit struggling, which is no surprise. I think the pace is really high for him. It would be absolutely awesome to stay in this first group. because he has one of the strongest runs actually in the first group. And Freddy Funk is about 1 minute and 5 back at the turnaround.
And so Frederick Funk in that first of the chase groups here in the swim as they make their way down to the far end of the canal.
I also see from a German perspective, Florian Angert is in that first group. I know his stroke very, very well in the white cap and blue arms. Also a training mate of me for a long time.
I can see right there, that is the silver cap of Tommy Bishop, so we can see that he is still hanging on. So great to have Tommy Bishop here again. Second last year, he's here with his twin brother. So he has a twin brother, Dave Bishop, who was born only 10 minutes ahead of Tom. But Dave, a brilliant marathon runner, having just run a 2:15 in the London Marathon. So was a professional triathlete, but has switched to marathoning.
Since the groups are settled a little bit, we go into our first commercial break.
All right, and we are back here in the DATEV Challenge Roth 2025. We are here with our professional men and our professional women. That is our professional women down. They are about to make that first turn. They started 7 minutes after our professional men. We've got Alana Siffert leading the way, which she has done so since the gun. And sitting behind her in that pink cap is no other than Grace Tech from Australia. So they have now made that turn. What a lead. Look at the time gap that they have got.
Absolutely, that's quite a good margin after the first turn at around 1,700 meters of the swim. And yeah, for Grace, this is a great start into her first long course race. I met her when I was in New Zealand and raced Challenge Wanaka, and I think especially on the run. I mean, I'm not 100% sure about the bike, but I mean, even if we still have a little bit of overcast, it's a lot more comfortable right now with the temperatures. I think for some of the guys, it might even feel cold today after the very hot last days we had here in Germany. And so I think for the run, I see Grace actually. I mean, I don't know, but there even is a chance we might see a little more exciting race on the women's side than we anticipated. I mean, Laura is still the clear favorite, absolutely, but with that big of a gap, and I mean, yeah, she's just able to run really, really strong. We have not seen her on a long course for sure, but yeah, I think that sets her up for a chance for the podium.
I agree, and you know, brand new coach this year, Chris Hanrahan, she's been working with, and sometimes, you know, a change of coach that you just get that little bit of extra get up and go, and I think it's working very, very well for her. She's also on a brand new bike. So a lot of new things for Grace this year, but I think she's definitely got the right mindset, for today.
And we see the chase group of the men together with Freddy Funk, one of the crowd favorites in Germany for sure.
Well, it's interesting, you know, obviously the race is here, but there is almost a race within a race here, like you said, being the fastest German. I know last week in Frankfurt it was really important. It's always important to be the first German.
Oh, if you race on German soil, I mean, you always get that little extra attention, that's for sure. And I mean, like you said, there's a couple of races within the race. But the race for the fastest German is for sure one of them.
And last week, I think we all anticipated that it would be Patrick Lange. And it wasn't. Are we going to see something similar? We're all anticipating that it will be Jan Stratmann or Frederick Funk or maybe Jonas Schomburg, but there are so many other Germans that on their day could actually take out the title.
Oh, absolutely. For example, Finn Große-Frese, he just won Ironman Austria, and with that weight lifted off his shoulder of qualifying for the World Championships in Nice, he decided, oh, let's give Roth a go, and that's also something very special about the race in Roth. You know, it's the only race that gets stronger in race week usually, because you know, the Felix and the Challenge family, they are very they're very flexible when it comes to last-minute entries, and that's what makes the race for us even more exciting. Yeah. I mean, you know, we've seen Jonas struggled with the technical issue last week in Frankfurt, and even on the race course, he switched into something really positive instead of, you know, feeling very sorry about himself and his situation. He was like, okay, actually, probably I got an even bigger fish to fry and go to Challenge Roth now. Yeah, this is a tough situation here to keep the groups a little bit separated. Usually, like I said, you try to move to the right side of the channel once you swim back and once you did that turn. I'm a little bit surprised that they stay up in the middle, but it really depends. They are very experienced, and usually you can feel in the water where it's a little bit faster or a little slower. We actually had a lead change now. Henry Schoeman looks like he is now leading the men's race, and I think that would scare me a little bit if I would be in the second group, because usually, you know, if there's just one guy pushing the pace in the front group, it's at one point, you know, he start to turn around and look for help, and even if the group is so big, at one point you're like, oh man, I'm not dragging along 11 or 14 other guys, and so if other athletes in that group decide also to contribute to the lead work, that will make the gap even bigger.
Even bigger, that's right, and they will have that huge lead, but it will be interesting because Lucas Voigt, I know that he wants to be first out of the water. It was something that I think he prides himself on. He was first out last year. But Henry Schoeman from South Africa having a great race. It is his first time over this distance as well. We've got so many rookies in this race. And when I say rookies, like world-class rookies, these are athletes that are at the top of their game. We know Henry Schoeman, multiple Olympian, bronze medalist from Rio. He's a brilliant athlete. He came all the way over here, did turn up with a little bit of a sinus infection, so I'm really hoping that doesn't play a part in his race today, because I would
probably
so
not.
far not.
I mean,
that's right, exactly. Not looking like it's affecting
You're
him.
not holding back, and I mean, just leading this group of men already means that you can't feel so bad. Lucas Voigt now in second, Jonas Schomburg in third. And then Vince Lewis, an absolutely legend of the sport, now in fourth place. Also a debut at, I think, 38 years of. No, he's a little bit younger.
A little bit younger. Don't say that; he'll kill you. No, but a little bit younger, but really. One of the most accomplished short course athletes that we have ever seen in our sport. Recently opened up his
36 years
36.
old.
You were close. You were close. I tell you what, you put 2 years on my age, though. I'm killing you. But you just opened his first cafe, Le Chance, in Paris. Very, very cool.
That's definitely a spot I need to visit. Vince is definitely a coffee connoisseur. Is absolutely. I mean, all the triathletes seem to be now, but I'll definitely gonna visit his coffee.
Well, you know, I find it. You know, I was at the official press conference earlier this week, and he made a bit of a joke. People saying, "Why have you taken so long to do this distance?" And he said, "I wanted to wait till Jan Frodeno retired before I had to go." And then you've got Jan Frodeno with La Comuna, and now you've got
development in the women's
we do
race.
too. Yep, she's broken away. I had a feeling that it was only a matter of time before this happened, but Alana Siffert has now broken away from Grace Tech.
That's a hard situation for Grace, because you invested a lot, you know, trying to keep up and hold the feet, and it's so tough to. Also, I mean, in a situation like that, sometimes it's not so much I can't. But it's also you realize, oh, I'm investing way too much.
Too much, and I have a long day ahead of me.
And then you know, I mean, you save about 12% if you swim in directly on the feet by using the draft of the person in front of you. If it's just one person, but you can, even depending on the speed and the water and so on, of course. But with more people, you can save even more energy. And so yes, now she doesn't have that effect anymore, and. Then it's going to be really tough. So it's not an easy decision.
No.
But yeah, sometimes it's the right decision, especially if it's your first long course race, and you already go way too hard on the swim. You use up a lot of energy, so it's tough. But I mean, I'm not sure. Like the gap is not that big. Maybe it was just a navigation issue, and I
Just
think
a little lapse in concentration and.
yeah, and great shot. Here, that's also the cool thing in Roth. It makes it easy to have these great pictures. So yeah, all thanks to everybody who's helping to bring these amazing pictures to you at home.
While we're looking at Alana Siffert, as I said, 23 years of age. She's the youngest in our field. This is her third time over this distance. She only started in the sport back in 2022. I think 2022 was her very first triathlon. She comes from a swim background, so it's not like she hasn't been in sport, but only starting triathlon in 2022, and she's already had such incredible success.
Yep, and she's coached by Brett Sutton, and I mean, I know Brett relatively well, I would say, and they have their training base. Most of the times they train in Switzerland, in St. Moritz. That's where I met him quite some times, and I mean, he really sees, triathlon. When you do it as a professional, it is your job. You have to earn money. So usually, if he sends an athlete to race like Roth, is definitely to make some money. And another Brett Sutton athlete is actually now leading the chase pack, and that's the sister of Julie Deron, Nina Deron.
And right behind her is no other than our Ironman world champion, Laura Phillips. So Laura Phillips tucked in nicely there in that chase group.
I'm excited to see what Nina can do here today. I mean, all the Brett Sutton athletes come from a regime with a lot of volume. So usually, when they toe a line at a long course race, they are forced to reckon with.
Another athlete in that chase group, Justine Mathieu. She was here, came here to watch her father race back in 2005. So great to have her here for the very first time racing in Roth. And she is one of our favourites in the women's field to try and make the podium.
It's interesting, the gap is not really opening up. So I'm... I don't know if there was a little bit of an issue with just trying to stay on the feet from a navigation standpoint rather than really an effort standpoint, because the gap is not opening up, and Grace is still investing a lot. So I'm a little bit surprised that she wasn't able to stay on the feet.
To bridge back up.
To bridge back up is a super tough
Oh,
ask. I
yes.
mean, once
those feet are gone, yeah.
I mean, once that elastic snapped, it's usually impossible to try and come back. I mean, you were in that situation a lot of times, I guess,
Yes.
where you swim on somebody's feet, you think it's super easy, then you try to overtake and you realize like,
just how,
no, I'm not gonna overtake.
Not doing that again. That was a stupid thing to do.
Yeah,
But
that's the tough thing if you're a weak swimmer like I was. But yeah, Grace is definitely not. I mean, she is second in the swim right now. But like I said, the gap is not really opening up.
Look at that gap to that chase group that we know Laura Phillips in. That it's enormous. It really is. It's minutes worth, and we know we are expecting it to be somewhere around 4 minutes, possibly at the end, is what Torsten has given us on paper. But we know Alanis. She told me that she is going to really push that swim and get some time on the bike. She said it gives her some time to get settled. She is expecting Laura to come past her at some point. We're thinking maybe around that 30-kilometre mark of the bike. But it's great that, Alana's 23 years of age and she's already thinking strategically on what might or might not happen here today. And so, I love the way that this young woman races.
Beautiful shots from the drone of the channel of the lead pack, of the men's lead pack, and we still think it's 15 guys in the lead pack, with Thomas Bishop probably still
right on
barely holding on. I see small gaps at the end, but now they already swam under the bridge, and it always feels like you're almost there when you swim under the bridge, and then you realize, oh, it's still quite a long way until the last turn buoy.
And Sebi, look at the shot there off to the right. You can see all of those campers, and this is quite unique to Roth as well, is many of our age group athletes camp here for the week. They've even gone further, the organisers of Roth, and they've got glamping. So they've got, I think there was these special tents that they've erected, and I've had a look at them, and they are pretty special. And
champagne showers.
Yeah, champagne showers. It's really, and I think the atmosphere, could you imagine camping there for the week with thousands of other athletes that are racing? Imagine the stories that are being told at night, particularly leading into the race and on the other side. But
that's what it's all about, you know, having a campfire and crack a beer open and talking about stories. About what you experienced in the Roth in the last years. I mean, that's what the race is all about. And I think there's a final push towards the last turn buoy.
Look, you can see it really is starting to string out, though. I mean, we've got 15, as we said, 15 of our professional men together. But you can see just a couple of swimmers there, Sebi, off the back, right off the bag. Oh, my gosh.
And the woman who made waves in this race in the last couple of years is Anne Haug. She's not racing here today. She still has the course record and the fastest time.
8:02:38 to be precise.
Yeah. That was already quite close last year, breaking the 8 hours, and I think we have a little something on her.
Well, we do know that Annie Haug is here in the house, so she is here in Roth. She isn't racing, unfortunately, this year, but she has been here for the last couple of days, and we do hope to get her here in the studio at some point throughout the day. But I'm sure she is down on ground right now, watching the race and cheering on all of these professional men, women, and our age group athletes. And you can see there our professional women on one side of the canal, our age group athletes making their way down the first half of this swim. But you can see that is Alana Sifford in front with Grace Tech behind. And you're right, I mean, that gap has opened, but it's not opening up too far. So I think if Grace can just try and hold it now, but it must be, mentally, it must be hard to be in no man's land. She knows that the group behind is so far behind, and she cannot get back up onto Alana Sifford's feet.
Absolutely, and you invested that in the start, went out really hard to get in that tactical, really good position, and now you're losing a little bit of time. But there's 2 minutes 40 to the chase pack. With Laura, so it's quite a sizable gap, something you can work on at the beginning of the bike. And yeah, we definitely see the men
are starting
pushing towards the finish of the swim. For sure, Lukas Voigt, like I said, is now picking up the pace. We'll see some of the guys struggling in the back.
Well, you can see that there's already one swimmer off the back. There are actually 2 swimmers off the back there. Look at that now, and you can see the gaps are starting to get a little bigger. It's not as clean as what it was in the earlier stages of this swim, and this is that last push before they then exit.
That just tells me how high the swim speed is now. I mean, usually you don't lose the feet once it's settled in a group, and it's just one line. You know, they are not swimming side by side. That really means it's full on, and I mean that's something. What's really dangerous for the guys behind is if they not starting to discuss who is leading and who's doing the most of the work. But when they're really pushing the pace, that's where big gaps are opening up on the swim, and especially if you're one of the weaker swimmers, you're gonna lose a lot of time. Non-wetsuit swim here in Roth today due to the water temperatures for the pro and the amateurs.
So look at that. You can see that the gap has been created. Look at that. That is Henry Schoeman out first.
And Jonas Schomburg second. Oh, that means the pace was super high. If Lukas Voigt is not leading out the swim, that means incredible. It was really fast.
Wow.
That's Lukas Voigt now in 3rd place.
Of course, we've got Vincent Louis there in the green cap. Jan Stratman now
Aaron Royal.
That's
and the world champion,
Sam Laidlaw. That's correct. So
Daniel Beckegaard.
all coming out in one long line.
That's Florian Angert, the
Great.
last of the
group.
of the big group, and now we have like those 2 or 3 guys that lost contact towards the end of the swim.
So we still haven't seen Tom Bishop make his way out. We knew that he was teetering on the back of that group, and it looks like he was the last swimmer. So he was the swimmer that unfortunately was not able to stay with this lead group. It's a great shot there of Jonas Schomburg. Let's see.
I like that. We have a
very quick transition
from a German's perspective. Some good firepower in the first pack.
And of course Willie Hirsch now absolutely flying through transition.
Absolutely.
Great to have Willie here. Of course, he started last week in Frankfurt, had to cut it short. Tweaked his back when he went down a bit of a pothole on the bike course.
And it was interesting because he also was at in Fuschl, where my family is currently on holiday, and so I met him, and yeah, we were chatting a little bit, and he was like, I'm not sure about doing the race, and then on Tuesday he said like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna do the race, and then I came here and Felix told me, yeah, he's doing the race. So yeah, it's so tempting obviously to race here, and I mean so far so good for him.
Lucas Voigt makes his
Aaron
way
Royal.
out. There's Vincent Louis. Actually, if we can get a close-up at some point on the bike to see Vincent Louis' bike
Best
and his
kit
kit.
game, best
My
kit
gosh,
game. I
every
mean,
single time he races, he is the cool cat.
He
Absolute
nails it.
cool cat.
Absolutely nails it. 49ers kit at the T100 in San Francisco. I actually, you know, work with his designer who prints his helmet. So shout out to him. He had a lot of work with his, you know, paint job. That's Tom Bishop.
Tom Bishop now, so you can see lost a lot of time there in the end. But looking at the up on screen, great to see Maurice Clavel only 1 minute down. So, you know, we know that this is his last race. He's retiring at the end of today. So good to see him off to a good start.
He's retiring with Krawall, and I like to see that.
It's very great to have him here.
But that's crazy, right? I mean, look at Tom Bishop, 225. And I mean, that was just in the last 800 meter probably where he lost that time.
Crazy.
So the pace must have been insane in the end of the race.
But that lead group, that looked like Onyan Stojanovic then as well, out of the water. So 46-17.
That's Freddy Funk as well in that group. Yep.
Just looking, 46-17. Really fast swim times considering it's non-wetsuit.
Yeah. I mean, just like we expected.
Last year, Magnus Ditlev, 46-23, out of the water. So very similar swim times to last year. But going back to Vincent Louis and his bike, the paint job, unbelievable. If we can get a close-up, just, you know, really some really cool paint job with expressions on the German expressions. Back when he was here in 2005 with his father, he really has come. He said he's come full circle. It just means so much to Vincent Louis to have been here back in the day watching his father race to now achieving everything that this man has achieved in the sport. And then to come here 20 years later and race this event. I just think it's such a cool story. And I mean, there are so many of these stories that we get to see here in Roth.
And I mean, one of the other stories, and also a good kid game, is Freddy Funk. And I think Freddy is really happy that he has Jasper Svensson in his group, another really strong
bike rider, absolutely.
Strong guy on the bike who's not, you know, holding back on the bike too much. So I think that's, I mean, even if he lost some time and 3 minutes, I mean, it was a super fast swim for Freddy as well. It's just the other guys in front.
There he goes. Speak of the devil. There he goes, and he is absolutely flying out of transition.
He is flying. Like, I mean, oh man, you have to really take a deep breath once you go on the bike. There, the spectators are just crazy about when you're about to hit the bridge. You know, you're pushing 400-500 watts with like ease because it's so amazing.
And I was with Freddie and his wife Jana last weekend in Valsi for Challenge Valsi, and it was great to have Fred there. One of his his training partners, Chebby Kendall, an Olympian for Austria, was there racing over the middle distance for the first time. And just, you know, Fred had this race this week. No one expected him to be there. He has bigger things to do. But, you know, typical of Frederick Funk, he was down there cheering on his fellow training partner and also friends. And as you said, triathletes, they're just, they're a unique individual, aren't they? And this sport, even though it's a very selfish sport and you have to think about yourself, I think triathlon, it's everyone coming together. And that's what this race represents. It's what we saw last weekend in Valsy. Everyone getting together, supporting each other. Like you said, you just get as emotional now as you did when you were racing. You've got friends down there racing. You know that there are athletes that you race with that are retiring. It's going to be such an emotional day towards the end of when we get to that marathon.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, later I will definitely lose a little bit of liquid by not sweating or doing anything else, just by tears. Because, like you said, I mean, for me it's also, you know, seeing a lot of friends race and like you said, I mean, that's what the sport is all about. And the bond between the amateurs and the pros, that's really what it is. Like, they know how you feel. And I can imagine somebody is really feeling great in the women's race now, leading by quite a healthy margin, and you know, heading towards that last turn.
And this is not a position that she's unaccustomed to. She's used to pushing the pace on the swim and leading and dictating the pace, but still very, very new to this distance. Only the third time over this distance. She raced Challenge Almere last year. At the end of last year, she raced Ironman New Zealand at the beginning of this year, and now here for the third time over the distance, but her first time ever in Roth. So it's going to be an interesting position because obviously this race, a little different to the other two that she's raced before. The crowds here are tenfold what they are. So I remember when I came here for the first time in 2004, and I knew about the crowds, but nothing, Sebi, quite prepares you for the noise.
Absolutely.
And the emotions. And I mean, thinking about, I get goosebumps. It's ridiculous. You'd think I'd be over it by now, but it's nothing quite prepares you, and it can be quite unsettling because you just aren't used to the sheer noise and craziness.
It's so tempting to go out way too hard, and I mean, that's what I did in my very first long course race this year. Like, I mean, you know, starting the run, and you still feel good. You know, it's definitely the easiest race to hit the wall really hard.
Yep.
But even if you hit the wall, that's the cool thing. You still have the spectators. So yep. And sometimes if you're in the tunnel, they're even a little bit louder.
Oh yeah. But you can see not a breath of wind so far here this morning. Here in the studio, we are here at the finish line. So one of the best studios ever, right behind the finish line here in Roth. The swim right now out in a town called Hippelstein.
And Grace is also about to have that last turn just before we switch to the men's again, seeing Jonas Schomburg in the lead. Grace is now about 40 seconds back, making that last turn. 4 minutes 30 to the group with Laura Philipp. Yep, and that's a sign I've already seen last week. Jonas Schomburg leading the race. Last week, he pushed an amazing 370 watts for the first 80 minutes of the bike.
It's crazy.
It's mind-blowing. I mean, I know my numbers, and I've never had numbers like that in a not even in a middle distance race, but especially not in a long course race. And I am super excited today to see if we actually see him completely blow up.
You're excited.
At one point.
Me being the mother hen, I'm quite concerned because I'm just wondering if this is actually possible.
We will find out, I guess. Like I said, last week he had to drop out. I mean, it was probably a good preparation for Ross. You know, he had an issue with his bar. That's all solved. And man, he looks good on his bike. And we have another German, Jan Stratmann, also looks really good on the bike. And it's almost like the Tour de France, you know. Also the companies, they bring out their new equipment for a race like Roth. We see a lot of new equipment, especially some some fancy looking helmets. Could be out of a certain movie, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been not involved in the development, but I've seen some of those products really early on, and I mean, that's the reason why we see the development in times as well. It's about the quality of the athletes, of course, but it's also about the equipment, nutrition, and yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that it's not a runway, it's a race course.
And just look at that, just to let our viewers know that we are implementing the 12-metre draft rule today. Race Ranger is in use. So, Race Ranger
we're already
and the 12,
talking about the new Race Ranger thing? Yeah.
Why not? We should. And of course, I was in the pro briefing on Friday here in Roth, and Sam Laidlow spoke out and said, I think for this year we need to release the numbers from the Race Ranger. So obviously with Race Ranger we know that the 12 metres and at the end of every race that we've used Race Ranger, we are given the data. Now what we choose to do with that data is completely up to us. And of course Sam raised the question and said, well, I think that we should release this data. Felix Volsurfer, of course the owner of the race here, was put it to the rest of the professional field and said, well, if there are no
That's
if
what
there's
I like
no one against it, then let's do it.
That's what I like in Roth. You know, it always has been good communication amongst referees, athletes, and the organizers. And just to explain what the data is, it's actually the time that you spent in the draft zone. I mean, we will talk about that probably a little bit later once we see the system in action, as we see. Yep, Alana Siffert is about to finish the swim.
Yep.
Amazing crowds already on the bridge. Even, I mean, that's the only race where you actually hear spectators during the
during the swim.
Water in your ears and swim cap over it. You can still hear the spectators. Amazing shots from our drone.
But she really does have a huge lead over the rest of the field. It'll be interesting to see exactly that time gap back to our world champion Laura Philipp.
I'm excited to see the gap back to Grace. Should be about 50 seconds at the swim exit. If I mean, that's good on Grace. You know, she didn't she didn't hesitate or back down completely with her swim pace. She kept the power up.
You see now, Alana Siffert will make her way. She'll collect her swim to bike bag. She'll make her way into the change room. Really quick, quite a quick transition here in comparison to other races around the world. Challenge Roth has one of the fastest T1, T2s. So really nice, clean transition here. Look at the rack there. Look, that's 3,500 athletes bikes right there on screen. It's incredible to think just how far this race has come over the 41 years. But a 52:31 swim time for Alana Siffert here today as we wait to see just how far back Grace Tech from Australia is. But unlike our men's race, completely different race here for our professional women who are very, very strung out. We had a lead group of 14 professional men. And right now we've only had one professional female. As you can see now, she's making her way. That was a super quick transition from Alana.
She is not taking the transition
yeah, look at her getting the crowd going. That's the way. Just look at her. Yep, she wants it. And she deserves it. Absolutely smashing that swim.
And also smashing the transition. I mean,
it's incredible.
And here we have Grace in second place.
But just going back to Alana, this is a young woman that absolutely thrives off racing. She loves it. And I think this course and the crowds are really going to suit her and her personality. And I think she really is going to have a great race here.
I think she didn't. I mean, she was she was so hyped that she struggled a little bit with seeing the mount line actually, and ran a little bit too long with her bike, and realized, oh, it's already about time to stop running and start pedaling. But that's so easy, you know. Even I, at my last race here no, not my last race here in Roth, but the second last race I did here in Roth, you know, I missed a turn towards the first loop. I just went straight to the finish after about 15K on the bike.
Oh no!
Yeah, sometimes, you know, you have the race course obviously looks totally different when you have all the spectators.
That is Grace Tech now also making her way,
hyping
up the crowds. I love it.
Yeah, and that's what I just talked about. There's so many spectators on the bridge. It's the best feeling in the world as a triathlete, you know, to hop on the bike on this course, and you know, and it's just amazing, Belinda.
And of course,
that's the only time when I think like, oh, I want to be down there again.
Yeah, I remember seeing some footage that they had up on social media this week with going up Solaraberg, and I actually
it's not just Solaraberg.
Oh,
you know, we're talking about Solaraberg, but you see the
look at the crowds
shots here.
Yep,
they're already a completely closed line. You know, it's crazy. It's amazing.
And most of these spectators, or a lot of these spectators, are on bikes, and there are ways. So while the bike course is closed off to everyone apart from obviously our officials and our athletes, there are other roads, parallel roads, that they can use to keep leapfrogging and making their way around the bike course. And you'll have people today that just basically ride almost 180K,
yep.
Just watching the athletes. As you can see, Alana Siffert, the first part of this bike course, a little technical as they take that hard left-hand turn, but Alana Siffert, interesting to watch Alana Siffert and the way she rides. I'll be very interested to see if she stays in the saddle up Kalvarienberg in Greeting and also up Solaraberg.
Typical Brett Sutton style. Yep. How we've seen all the women training with Brett Sutton, pretty low cadence, super high power, and it's almost a familiar sight when you see especially the athletes from Switzerland, right? We have a couple of examples here with good bike power.
Definitely.
That know how to crank that pedals.
Exactly, and very rarely getting out of the error bars. And you can see that split back to Grace Tech, 1 minute 34. So lost a little bit of time, but nothing too major there.
And I think that's actually not the finish of the swim, but I think that's the exit of the transition. And I think we've seen Alana Siffert absolutely
flying through that transition. That's right.
So I think Grace lost a little bit of time in transition there, but I think it's great that she didn't hesitate after she lost the feet of Alanis. Still pushed the swim towards the end.
Yeah, it was about that 1 minute 22 mark as our next lot of female professional athletes make their way out.
Group with our world champion.
Yep, I can see there's Justine Mathieu, there's her. Laura Phillip, right. So as they make their way through. So Laura now.
I don't want to say that answered the question about the 8-hour mark, but seeing 58 minutes now on the swim, and Laura Phillip,
very difficult.
It's gonna be super tough to break the 8 hours. But to be honest, I mean, it's, you know, even the Felix even changed the course in Roth to a little bit of a slower run course to end these discussions about the times all the time. But the athletes, they were so quick that we still broke records.
Exactly.
and had faster times. So I think if we really want to see the women break 8 hours or the men break 7 hours, would be easy to just switch to the old course. As we see Nina Deron on the way to her bike.
That's Justine. So we've got... Actually, I want to see where Nikki Bartlett... So Nikki Bartlett, 5:54. I'm really surprised that Nikki Bartlett's been able to stay on the feet of Laura Phillips. So here she comes now, Nikki Bartlett. Great swim from her. So she's put herself in a really good position. She's a very strong bike rider. Her bike run is what she is best at. So really happy to see Nikki with a strong swim. She'll be happy with that.
I'm always watching out for Marlene Brunet, another German woman, because she is super strong on the bike, and she's working as a doctor full time.
Yep.
At
It's
least
crazy.
40 hours a week, and you know, she won the Zofing duathlon. You and me, we still know about Powerman in Zofing at our time, but she also is super strong in the e-cycling world. So she's a strong cyclist, and definitely somebody who's fighting for the place of the strongest German.
And she's often under the radar. I got to meet Merle earlier this year at Challenge Sabana. I didn't know, I'll be honest, I didn't know much about her before then, and I was so impressed with the race she raced, and she really is very strong. She has a 2:44 marathon PB, so we might not see too much of her at the beginning of the day here, but I think we will be talking about her towards the end of the day.
The women's race is definitely breathing, I would say. It expands and will come back together on the run for a lot of the women. Another woman, she's also you know, doing her last long course race here, is the girlfriend of Florian Angert, Katharina Wolf, and in that last second we saw on transition zone, I saw her on the bike as well.
And of course, she also works full-time as a teacher, so not a full-time professional athlete. So quite a few of our professional women racing here today also working full-time jobs, teachers, doctors. It's unbelievable, because this is such a tough job to do full-time, Sebi, let alone to try and mix it up with
I just have one kid, and you know, herding a whole classroom is it's amazing. Respect to all the amateurs, and especially also the women pros.
So right now we can see Jonas Schomburg leading the way with Jan Stratman 33 seconds behind. Sam Laidlow's up there, Willie Hirsch is up there, Daniel Bakkegaard, Finn Grosser Friese, Aaron Royal, Florian Angert, Vincent Louis, Henry Skuman.
And as we, I think Jonas Schomburg is flying around the roundabout. We already mentioned we are constantly watching your comments on YouTube, so keep asking questions and keep the comments in. And I would say I'm not disagreeing by Flicks saying that this man we have currently in the
bike course record. Oof.
It's definitely a tough ask, because no other than Magnus Ditlev is currently holding the bike course record.
And it is 3:57.45 for Magnus that he set last year.
Like you said, it's very fast conditions today, no wind, a little bit of overcast. The question really is for me is, how does Jonas' race look after, let's say, 25 Ks into the run? Because if you're pushing 370 watts, I mean, you have to imagine, you're probably just using up 20% of your energy to develop the power on the bike. So if you're pushing 370 watts, you're about to burn, let's say, 300 grams of carbs to maybe 350 grams of carbs, something in that range. It's crazy the amount of carbohydrate you're burning. Jan Stratman in second place, not holding back. I mean, that's the question, really. I mean, it's not about the power of your engine, but how can you fuel the engine and
to keep it going? That's right. And what the only thing that concerns me too is Jonas is so fresh to this distance. He's only raced Ironman South Africa, which he finished third. He attempted last week but didn't get through it. We know, obviously, with the mechanical that he had. And I do love the way he races. I love that he's not afraid to have a go, and what will be. But I just hope that he would just back it off just a touch.
I don't know. I love to see him not backing up.
I know, it makes it very, very exciting, and you can see.
Hit the wall so hard that the wall breaks. That's that's the way. And I mean, what I love to see, we are able to deliver you the biggest and most beautiful split screen in the world.
Oh, yes. Splits.
We're going to make use of that later, since we have the women and the men racing here in Roth today. And it's a lot going on. And sometimes it's going to get a little hectic. Luckily, we have a couple of cameras out there, and we are able to deliver you everything that's happening.
That's right. And you can see now, Jonas Schomburg, I think he is managing to create a gap now between himself and Jan Stratman. It was at around 33 seconds. I think that is continuing to grow. But Jan Stratman's still running very, very well. He was 4th here last year. I know he wants nothing more than to finish on that podium. He was so close last year to getting that final spot. He's been training hard. I know he had a little bit of a back issue earlier on, but he's well and truly past that now. And I think I've been watching him all week, and you can see right now as I say that you've got, it looks, Daniel.
That's Sam Laidlow.
Oh, sorry, Daniel. Gosh, and you know, this is the thing. I get Daniel Bakkegaard and Sam Laidlow mixed up all the time. And they're like, people think I'm crazy. I know.
Helmet,
Canyon bike, same colors. It's like, stop it, Belinda, stop it.
It's pretty easy to mix up. That's for sure.
But so I get the mix. It is Daniel Bakkegaard. Oh, yes, one to me.
No, and I was about to say, I know Daniel is riding DT Swiss wheels, and Sam is riding Swiss side, and I was about to actually say like, oh no, it's not. I'm actually wrong, but.
Well, I got it right for once. Believe me, that's the first time I've ever been right. Normally it's me wrong. But great to see Daniel riding really well. I mean, we talk about back issues. He had some really nasty back issues that were really starting to affect the way that he was racing, and he had to take some time out. But, you know, new coach at the beginning of the year with Philip Seep, and I think he's doing a tremendous job. We know that Daniel lined up last week in Frankfurt and unfortunately was unable to finish due to some stomach issues. We are hoping that does not happen here today, because I think he's in really good form. I know he's come into this race really fit. He was 4th here 2 years ago. Last year, unfortunately, had the crash. So he has a little bit of unfinished business here, and I would love nothing more than to see this man on screen finish up on that podium.
Oh, me too. And I mean, you know, he is now coached by Philip Seip, my former coach, and I know he would not let him race if
unless he was ready.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And this is a recap of our race. It started this morning at 6:30 a.m. We had a huge lead men's pack, around 14 to 15 in that lead pack. Lucas Voigt led early. You can see him just backstroking there to see who's with him. Don't think he anticipated it would be such a large group of men. And it was Henry Schoeman from South Africa who was first out in a time of 46.17. But that lead group of 10, as our professional women, 6:37, 7 minutes behind our professional men, and it was Alana Sifford who took the lead early and never looked back. Grace Tech tried ever so hard to stay on her feet, just losing them toward the latter stages of the swim. And Alana Sifford from Switzerland coming out of the water in front on her own, with Grace Tech not too far behind. I think it was around a 1:22 in the end. And you can see Alana's really getting those crowds going. Grace Tech out in second. As now our professional men and professional women are both on to the Canyon, a 180-kilometre bike course. It's a 2-loop course here. And it is Jonas Schomburg, as we expected, from Germany. taking control of the race so far early in this bike ride. So this man has something to prove, had such an unfortunate time of it last week in Frankfurt when his entire front end, you can see right there now, it completely came off during the bike in Frankfurt. He had such a quick turnaround to get his bike ready. Dan Bakkegaard having a really good ride. You can see now that that group of 10 was a group of 10 out of the water. Still there, Daniel Bakkegaard leading the way. He's decided to take over. He doesn't want that gap to Jonas Schomburg to pull out any further than what it is right now. Jan Stratman is up in that group, of course. Such an incredible story there. Has been a doctor here for the race for 9 years. Caught the bug, which so many athletes, I mean, we have something like 7,500 volunteers working here this year in Roth. Many of them have been doing it for years on end. And yep, eventually they all catch the bug and they all decide to cross over to the other side and give it a go themselves. So great to have so many of our volunteers here and of course our age group athletes racing today from all over the world. So we can see right now, Alanis Siffert actually overtaking some of our slower professional men. So Alanis really having a very, very strong bike ride early on here today. She really does. Almost like she fights that bike. And, you know, we see this all the time. Lionel Sanders is a great example. Everyone always watching him run.
It's not a runway.
It's not pretty. But you know what? There are no points at the end of the day for how good you look.
Absolutely.
It's just who crosses that line in first place. And, you know, they nickname Alanis is the Duck because she's got this funny little run where she flicks her feet out and they call her the Duck. And I always say to her, I said, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, because it's obviously not doing her any harm. And this is just the way that Alanis rides, and it suits her best. And that's one of the things that her coach is good at doing. I remember when I was actually coached by Brett Sutton for many years, and, you know, he makes most of what you've got.
Absolutely, but then on the other hand, I'm sometimes also not really agreeing on a couple of things with him. For example, if you see Alanis back on in the picture, for example, I think she's not riding a disc wheel, for example, which also is a typical Brett Sutton thing for some reason. Yeah, I don't really would advise her doing that. Grace in the picture, second place, 3 minutes 6 back at 26.9.
So she is continuing to lose time to Alanis up front, but you can see brand new bike for Grace Tech as well. So still just only having been set up not too long ago. So new bike, new coach for this year. A lot of our athletes coming into 2025 with new coaches. We spoke about Daniel Bakkegaard, of course, now with your old coach. And then we've got quite a few athletes here today coaching themselves. So I know Aaron Royal has coached himself here for his very first full distance race, formerly with Dan Plews. We know Nikki Bartlett, having recently split with her coach, also self-coached here for this race this year today.
Nikki Bartlett currently 5th position, 4 minutes and 47 seconds back in the group with Nina Deron, Laura Philipp. So it's a group of 3.
And I think Nikki will be really happy with that, being in that group with Laura and Nina. I think these 3 women can ride very, very well together. I don't think it'll be very long at all before they catch the likes of Grace Tech, currently in 2nd place.
And I mean, like I said, I think they really can rely on Laura basically doing all the work. I mean, I think, like I said, I think Laura doesn't really expect them to do a lot of work. I mean, at one point she's probably asking for the other women to do also a little bit of the work to keep the, you know, to close the gap towards Alanis and Grace. But yeah, like you said, for Nikki it's a great position to be in.
And you can see those gaps back to the rest of our professional women are starting to open up. So Elisa Maria Dornauer now at 5:53, Jana Uderstadt 6:04, Kathy Wolf at 7:39, and Kayla Pokorny at 9:28. So quite large gaps in our professional women's race. Not the same story in our professional men's race. We still have that chase group of around 10 athletes. So Jonas Schomburg still holding strong at the front with around that 2.5 minute gap back to Sam Laidlow, Jan Stratman, Aaron Royal, Florian Angert, Willie Hirsch, Daniel Bakkegaard, Finn Grosser Frise, Vincent Louis. Really happy to see that Vincent Louis and Henry Skuman are still there.
Yeah, on the one hand side, it's good to see them still in the group. On the other hand, it's so tempting, you know, to ride the pace of the guys in front of you. And on a long course race, you know, it's just like in the swim in the women's race. It's so difficult whether it's better to you know, to go your own pace and let the others ride, because it's such a huge benefit. And once you let them ride, it's actually, you know, you not just go 2 or 3% slower, you actually go 5% slower. You don't have that draft anymore. So it's so tough to decide whether you're gonna stay with them or not. But you know, especially for somebody like Henry, the great thing is he's a very light athlete, so he won't, you know, he doesn't need to let the group go on the climb. So everybody ups the power. Same for wins. They know from short course very well how to, you know, to cope with those changing dynamics in a group, and you know, hitting the power on the climb. So that's definitely an advantage for them. It's more towards the end of the bike, then it gets really, really tough at one point.
And of course, this is something that Alana Siffert, our lead female, does not need to worry about. She's out in front and riding very, very well.
Nikki. Sorry, Laura.
Laura Siddle, of course, she will be the emotional favourite here today. She's raced here. This is her 6th time here at Roth. She has a really impressive record here. She's she's come 2nd twice. She's come 4th 3 times. And this will be her final race. Her coach and mentor, Julie Dibbins, is over here. So the JD crew, they've come all the way from Boulder, Colorado to be here today to support Sid. And I do not think there will be a dry eye in the house when Sid finally makes her way here to the finish line later on this afternoon. But the difference in cadence between Alana Siffert and when we panned back before to Laura Philipp. Yeah. Chalk and cheese.
Absolutely. I often see the women riding up the hills in St. Moritz, and yeah, you can tell from afar that yeah, who are they, and pushing the big gears on the climbs. But that's, you know, that's what it is about on long course triathlon. It's if you go a little lower on cadence, your heart rate goes lower on the same power output. Of course, it creates more stress on the muscles. So if you are able to cope with that stress on your muscles, it's actually quite nice, because let's say, for example, you push 250 watts on the bike, and you 150 if you go 85 RPM, and you go 75 RPM, also pushing 250 watts on the bike, your heart rate is probably about 4 to 5 beats lower on average, and that makes a huge difference towards the end of the day. But like I said, it also puts a little bit more stress on the muscles. So if you are able to do it, it's not the worst thing to do. I also, especially towards the end, when you get tired, you always tend to ride a bigger gear.
And you can see on screen right now, Laura Philipp leading that chase group. You've got Nina Deron from Switzerland behind, and Nikki Bartlett from Great Britain in 3rd of that chase group. And they are all chasing this young woman on screen right now. Last season, she had an incredible year. She was second at Challenge Almere, which was the European Long Distance Championship. She was first at Jarredmere, first at Challenge Mallorca, first at Alpe d'Huez, first at Challenge Zyman. She was the winner of the Challenge Family World Bonus. A total of 9 podiums and 4 wins. She recently this year won Xterra Switzerland and also the Zarusco Triathlon in Spain.
Which is a beautiful race.
Incredible race. I saw footage
Absolutely.
from that. Unbelievable. And, you know, I think she set a new course record that day as well. And she said the crowds there at that race were spectacular.
Was my last win as a professional athlete.
Oh.
And, I waited a long time to do that race. It's the Basque fans are the closest
Crazy.
that you probably get to Roth. Yeah.
Oh, I love it. But she, very, very talented young athlete. You can see now, still great conditions out there. I think it's about 17 degrees. I must admit, I'm a little chilly here in the studio.
Me too,
so
absolutely. That's always a sign for absolutely perfect conditions out there for the athletes. I'm always responsible, Belinda, for commentating on bikes and bib numbers. I'm always spending at least a couple of minutes commentating on bib numbers, and here we have a little bit of a problem with the bib number. It's, you know, I think she had a great idea, but the problem is it's tangled up a little bit. So it's actually, you know, pointing a little bit towards in the wrong direction. So therefore, it creates some drag right now. Always something I'm having an eye out for.
It's an interesting topic and something I'd love to talk to you about now. Obviously, I've been coming here since 2004. I've been in the sport for 30 years, and to see the advancements made in bikes, shoes, helmets, kits, I mean, it's incredible to think where we've come from, where we started and where we are now in 20 years. But then rules say that these athletes must wear their bib on the bike. Does it frustrate you? Because we've got so many advancements, aero testing, people going in doing everything possible to make themselves as aero as possible, and then we make them put this huge number on their back.
You know, I didn't frustrate me at all, because the rules are not there to make the athletes faster. In some cases, it's even to probably slow the athletes down, because at one point, I mean, in professional cycling, we are discussing now what rules can we implement to slow the athletes down again. We other than in triathlon, we actually banning those really big gears because the riders got so fast and it gets more and more dangerous. So therefore, it doesn't really frustrate me at all, as long as the rules are the same for everybody. And if the rules are there for a reason, you know, to make the race more secure. For example, rules when it comes to bottle placement, you know, I mean, it got totally out of hand. And like you said, you know, we see Alanis riding up the hill in Greding in the aero bars. I think that's the first athlete I've ever seen in the professional field, maybe the first athlete in Roth ever, who's riding up the hill in Greding in the race in the aero bars.
She will not get out of those aero bars. I've seen her at the Laguna Phuket Triathlon, which is really hilly. We're talking 17, 18% hills, and she did not get out of the aero bars.
I mean, that's impressive. You know, I would not recommend that, because if you have a chance, you know, to leave that position for a couple of minutes on that very, very long race, I would always say, maybe use that and stretch your muscles a little bit and use some other muscles. But if you're capable of doing it, massive respect. And usually I would always say, as soon as you are faster than, let's say, 24, 25K, it's always better to stay in the aero bars, because it's such a huge advantage when it comes to aerodynamics. Coming back to the rules, I mean, you know, that's the problem. At one point, the athletes are getting very, very creative, and I mean, that's probably partly also my fault. But,
I'm pretty sure you had a lot to do with it.
But at one point, it also, you know, gets unsafe if you have bottles over your arms and bottles everywhere. You know, I mean, that's not the idea. So therefore, I think. In triathlon, I love our rule system most of the time. Sometimes it's a little bit unclear, which makes it more difficult for the referees and for the people that, you know, check the bikes when you wreck them in transition. But yeah, it's quite tough to do. And other than the UCI, we don't have a whole Bible of rules, you know. Yep, Laura Philipp leading the chase.
So these women are on their way towards greeting. We know that Alana Siffert has already made her way up through greeting and is towards the top of that climb now. Whereas these ladies on screen, our chase group, are yet to actually make it to greeting. They are not too far away. Nina Deron, teammate of our leader Alana Siffert, both coached by Brett Sutton, both spending a good chunk of the year in China. That's where Brett is based now with the national team. They've come back here to Europe for the summer. But I have no doubt that once the summer season ends here in Europe, they will be back in China again. I know that Julie's been enjoying some time back here at home, training with sister Julie. What an incredibly talented family the Deron family is.
Absolutely. I mean, it's great if your sister is your training partner.
Couldn't get much better, could you?
Yep. Sometimes also probably quite hard.
So many great athletes out of Switzerland. Of course, at the top of that list, Natasha Bardman being one, Nicola Spirig another. Just incredible. Some of the best we've ever had in the world. And now Julie Deron leading the way. She had that incredible race in Paris. Doing very, very well in the PTO T100 series as well. And you can see now that our chase group, our female chase group, they are now about to start that climb, the Kalvarienberg. This is while it's a difficult part of the course, it's also a lot of fun. All of these towns really, they take such pride, don't they, in making sure that when the athletes go through that they get the full experience. There's a commentator down here and he's gets the crowd going. There's music playing. And there are basically people all the way up. And this is not even the main climb. Obviously, Solaraberg is the be-all, end-all here as far as the crowds go. But you can see now on both sides of this course, greeting still gets a really, really great crowd. All of the people of greeting come out to be part of today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like you said, it's almost a competition between those towns who has the greatest atmosphere and the biggest crowd. And Greding was always one of my favorites. I mean, obviously, Solaraberg later is absolutely crazy. But I like Greding a lot, to be honest. I mean, and just from a, climbing standpoint, Greding it's a much harder climb than Solar.
Definitely, yeah.
And usually on Solar Hill you can't really make a difference unless you you profit from from a problem from another athlete, because it's sometimes it's so dense with the crowd that athlete has a problem to overtake an amateur or so. Here we have Philipp Seib, the husband of Laura Philipp, giving the information with a huge sign. The gap now is 4 minutes and 22 to Alana Siffert. Yeah, but Greding is, when it comes to deciding the race, it's a much more important climb than Solar, because just like we said, it doesn't really end, it's not...
It's one of those hills that just keeps on giving. And then, of course, once you are finally at the top, you've got that long false flat. And, of course, Kalvarienberg, 40-kilometre mark, which is what they've just gone through, and then they'll actually climb it again at the 125-kilometre mark. Right now, Sammy Laidlow. Just great to see him back. I think
Absolutely.
Any race course with Sam
honest,
Laidlow.
For me, I'm a little bit relieved to be honest.
Me too.
Because, yeah, I mean, all the athletes or most of the great athletes now have their own channels, and I always recommend, yeah, if you want to know more about an athlete, I mean, that's the cool thing with especially triathletes. In a lot of ways, we are leading a couple of trends, and I think one of them was definitely having own YouTube channels and really telling your own story. And I think, yeah, Sam is one that does it very, very well, and he really gives you the opportunity to have the full impression how it is
and not
to
just
be
the
a world
training side,
champion.
I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
And into his personal life as well. And you know, he recently renovated. He bought his own house. He's renovated. He's done an absolutely spectacular job. And he's a very complex character. He's coached by his father, Richard Laidlow, has been his entire life. He's got a younger brother, Jake, at only 16 years of age, who is also into triathlon. Not quite the standard of Sam, but still, you know, it's a really close-knit, beautiful family. I know Michelle, his mother, is the one that keeps it all together, but they are a very close, very loving family, and I love seeing Sam doing so well. But you can see now great shots of the top of greeting.
Oh, I love that drone shot. Yeah, of Jonas Schomburg. It gives you a great impression, and it's actually uphill where he currently is. And yep, 2 minutes 14 to Sam Laidlow. That tells me one thing. I mean, Sam just said he's trying to be a little bit more conservative with that, probably a little bit of a rougher lead up to Roth. We'll see. I mean, if you match the pace of Jonas in front, he's definitely pushing some power, which, yeah, like I said, is a little bit of relief for me seeing him, yeah, feeling good.
Is this the difference, though, Sebi, between one athlete that is very new to this distance and the other who has got so much experience? Obviously, we know that Sam's not coming into this race as fit and as fast as what he's been in the past, but it's an athlete that has so much experience and just knows that this is a very long day. He wants to do well here. I mean, I know that he wants to podium. I think he did say that just getting to the start line is already a win in his eyes. But let's be honest, we know that this is a champion. He's going to have the mindset of a champion. He is going to want to finish on that
Linda,
podium.
I already have my answer ready. So what I really love about Sam, with all that experience, he's still racing like a rookie. He's always just like going all in and see what happens, right? I mean, and it's 1 or 0, right?
Yep.
I mean, it's either he wins the race or it's a DNF or a drama.
Yeah. And it is really interesting because, you know, I think last time, 2 years ago when he was 8th here, he went on to win the Ironman World Championships. And you can see now our chase group, it is still as big as it was 20 kilometres ago. So our chase group here, that is Vincent Louis on screen right now in the coolest kit in triathlon. He's even got specialised shoes with Roth written on them. So I'm telling you, the finer details, absolutely incredible. We are getting ever so close to Solara Berg, the infamous Solara Berg, where there are literally thousands of spectators lining both sides of the climb. So that is the infamous Solara Berg. It is not too far before this man on screen right now, Jonas Schomburg from Germany, will be making his way towards
This
Solara.
time I'm right, and now you have Jonas Schomburg on,
sorry, was that
on the screen. That was Sam Laidlow.
Oh, sorry.
But they heard you, and now we have Jonas Schomburg
They
again.
did. Thank you very much for that. But yeah, Jonas Schomburg, he will be the first today, Sebi, to make it to Solara Berg.
Where we have Fenella Language, and Fenella, how is the crowd at Solara Berg? They have still a couple of kilometers to go, but Jonas is approaching fast.
It is electric. The crowd, as you can see, is getting hyped up. just as much as I am. It is quite something. And let's go talk to some of the spectators here. Let's have a look. How is your triathlon Roth experience so far?
Very nice, like every year. It's a lot of fun and yeah, very nice weather.
Are you supporting someone in particular?
Yes, maybe I will start next year here in Rome.
Is there an athlete you are looking forward to seeing today?
All the nice athletes from Mach 3, Cologne. It's my club, my sporting club. And yeah, of course, all the pros.
Give me one word experience of Roth so far.
Excellent.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Have a great day. So we're going to move through the crowd. I can feel the athletes are going to come soon, so we've got to go fast. It's so loud. I feel like I have to shout, so I'm really... We're going to speak to one more person and see how their Roth experience is. Hi there. Hi. How has your Roth experience been so far?
Yeah, well, it was pretty good. The swim style, everything, the crowd, it's amazing. It's amazing.
What brings you back to Roth?
I'll be back here every year to just watch the crowd, and I was here 21 years ago starting the race. I can only say it's amazing. It's amazing race. It's amazing place.
So you've got the best spot on Solerberg Hill. Are you ready for the action?
Yes, I am. I am so ready. A few more minutes, and then the first ones are coming. So.
Can you feel the energy building?
Yes, it's great. Here it's amazing. It's an amazing spot, it's an amazing place.
So, as you can tell, I'm excited. These guys are all so excited. Let's get it cheered up. We need them ready for all the athletes to come. And back to you, to Belinda in the studio. Thank you.
Thanks, Fenella. You can see right down. I still remember Fenella making her way up Solarberg for the very first time. There's an incredible picture that made the rounds on social media where her smile was basically from ear to ear, and she absolutely loved it. She thrived on it. And I have a feeling that Jonas Schomburg, very, very close to making his way towards Solarberg. He will be the first athlete up there today. It's his first time ever here in Roth, and I know he is going to absolutely love it. So Solarberg at the 70-kilometre mark of this ride here today, and then they'll do it again at around the 155-kilometre mark. As more of our professional females are now making their way up, greeting, and you can see trying to get the crowds. That is Sid. Laura Siddle, more affectionately known as Sid. She's been in the sport for a very long time now. This will be her race. She is retiring. But great to have Sid here. She's been here in Roth a total of 9 times. This is her 6th time racing. She is, I believe, our oldest professional in the field. Not that she's letting that stop her at all. Bases herself in Boulder, Colorado, along with her coach, Julie Dibbins, who was herself an incredible athlete.
So here we are at
some of our age group men. So they are the first of our age group men that have now caught and passed some of our professional women. Some very, very strong age group athletes here in Roth each and every year. It starts to get a little bit tricky now for our athletes. It is only our professional athletes that have Race Ranger on today, not our age group athletes.
Yep, and that's a typical sign, usually, of the a little bit overmotivated age group men. Always on the climbs, they're overtaking the women, but there's a pretty good reason why they have to overtake the women, because they have been overtaken before, and this will go back and forth a couple of times.
And so while that was Laura Siddle, we're on to our second Laura of the day, Laura Phillip, who is now in second place. So Laura Phillip now in second place. She has caught and passed Grace Tech. And right now, Jonas Schomburg, you can see now this is the hill before the hill.
Yep.
So originally when I started racing here, this particular climb before you then drop down and make your way up Solaraberg, there was no one on this hill. But now, because there are just so many people here from all over Germany, from all over the world, this is a little taster, I think, a little taster before.
Absolutely, and Solar got so crowded that more and more people actually who really wanted to see the athletes are now moved to this hill, and yeah, some of my pro colleagues, they told me they thought this was Solar hill, and then they rode a little bit further, and then they realized, oh yeah, this was just the hors d'oeuvre.
That's right,
of the real one.
A little teaser before the real deal. And the crazy thing now is, you know, obviously these aero helmets of today, they cover everything, including obviously ears. And you would think that you wouldn't be able to hear, but you can actually not only hear the crowd as you come down, so he's about to come down and around that big swooping right-hand corner, you can almost feel the ground trembling.
Absolutely.
And I know this sounds crazy, Sebi, but it is legitimately true that you can, it's like this energy.
Doesn't sound crazy to me at all. I mean, it's like a magnet you get soaked in by. I mean, it's even 3, 4, 5K before you hit the hill, you can already hear yeah, it must is. I mean, this is for Jonas. This is probably the best feeling in the world of triathlon, leading the race in Roth, which is almost like World Championships for a German athlete, and hitting the Solar hill first. It's an amazing feeling.
And honestly, we're about to witness something really special here for Jonas Schomburg as he makes his way to the start of Solaraberg. The crowds, the noise, it is absolutely electrifying. I think Sid said it best when she said it is just electric. And of course, we've got to have the DATEV barricades here for now, but once we start to hit the climb proper, you'll see that those
as an athlete, you think like, where should I ride? Because there's a wall of people in front of you, but it will open up. I mean, yep.
I remember the first time I did it, I'm thinking, I'm going to fall off my bike. There is nowhere to go, but they're a well-oiled machine, these spectators on Solaraberg, and you can see right now they just know when to move. Look at that, Sebi. This is incredible. Oh my gosh. I just wonder what Jonas is thinking right now. I bet you his brain is literally exploding.
Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to cook yourself on that hill, because the atmosphere is crazy, and then you look down on your power meter and you realize, oh, there was just 500 watts pushing up the hill.
Oh, it's wonderful. And you know, interestingly enough, while we have Jonas Schomburg, our leader, we know that Sam Laidlow has now separated himself and is riding solo in second place. So he will be the second one up this climb. Not too far behind Jonas, around just over that 2-minute mark. And then I think it's about 4 minutes now back to that chase group. So, you know, the men's race just starting to open up a little bit.
Yep, and if you have any questions or comments, let us know. We're always watching the comment section on YouTube, and you're very welcome to ask us a couple of questions.
As we can see now, Sam Laidlow making his way towards Solarberg riding really, really well. I'm really liking what I'm seeing right now with Sam Laidlow. He just looks in control. This is snippets of the Sam Laidlow of old. I mean, it's been such a rough start to 2025 for him. I know that he's had so many moments where he's had that self-doubt started to creep in. I think every professional athlete goes through something like this where they just start to doubt, do they have what it takes?
Yep.
Am I still as good as what I think I am? I mean, he's the youngest world champion we've ever had in the sport. I mean, the man is so incredibly talented. He wears his heart on his sleeve. I actually see snippets of you in Sam Laidlow. I remember saying once, many years ago, Sebi, that I loved the way you raced because obviously you're German and we're used to the German style of racing, but you broke that mold and you wore your heart on your sleeve, and it was obvious that you weren't scared to show your emotions, which for a German athlete is not that common.
And Sam is also not afraid to actually hype the crowd and show their emotion. I mean, Sam is obviously on a whole different level than I ever was. He breaks all the records and opened up a whole new dimension. But I mean, I see it as a huge compliment because, that's what I like to see. Is like I said, I mean, Sam is such an experienced athlete and world champion, and still races with this sometimes almost naive, like a rookie, you know. Always approaching a race and doesn't believe that there are any limits. And I mean, he said like he want to be a little bit more conservative, and he probably thinks he is quite conservative right now. But still breaks apart the group, you know, hitting Solar Hill in second place, being able to really soak up the atmosphere of the crowd. And I mean, in another way, I also compliment his attention to detail bib number game. Very strong.
Very strong. Look at the difference there.
Yeah, he has a second little rubber band around the bib number, which makes me very happy.
When you compare it to right now on screen, where you can see, and the wind has started to definitely pick up, and you can see that those bib numbers are starting to move a little more vigorously than they were at the beginning of this race. But yeah, so our first two men up and over Solarberg for the first time. They will get a chance to do it again.
And Chase group is about to hit Solar Hill, and it's very difficult to keep the distance at Solar Hill, especially on the second loop, where there will be even more people lining up at Solar Hill, and we have the amateurs.
And interesting to see, Jesper Svensson is in this Chase group, so he has ridden very well, because we know he was not out of the water.
Yeah, he was together with Freddy Funk. Yeah.
So very strong riding from Jesper Svensson from Sweden. But great to see Henry Skuman, Vincent Louis, Florian Angert, Willy Hirsch. Another name that we haven't spoken about, another great German, Yannick Stoll, another young German.
Yep.
Great to see him up there too, but you can see now.
Yeah, Freddy Funk is leading that group up the opener hill to Solarberg. It's another little bit of a disappointment that Freddy wasn't able to ride with Jasper towards the first group. But then on the other hand, you know, it's always difficult to judge from here whether it was because he couldn't or because he just didn't want to. And I think, you know, in his situation, first race, and I mean, he is working his whole career basically towards this day, and I think we have a couple of really great pictures of Freddy Funk when he was here earlier.
So yeah, 2003 to be precise, when he was 5 years of age. Some incredible shots. It was his very first triathlon here in Roth, so his first triathlon ever, to be precise, and you can see he's done a little bit of work on the aero position since those days.
His swim technique as well.
Yes, no more breaststroke. But I believe that Fred finished in third place that day, hence why he has been given the bib number 3 racing here in Roth. He's watched his parents race here several times. And now finally, Frederick Funk, at the age of 27, racing here in Roth in his first ever full distance race. Of course, Freddie was married at the end of last year His wife, Jana, is out on course. Actually, one of our spotters out there today. So
Freddie has an absolutely great team around him. I trained with him in St. Moritz a couple of times, and I think he has a great setup. His coach, Dan Lorang, one of the best-known coaches in triathlon or in endurance
he's been with
sport
Dan
at
for
all.
quite some time now, too,
Absolutely,
hasn't
and I think you know, it's the first time that we can say it's a long day, and I think we will see Freddie again. He's now about to hit the first probably big highlight of his career. Second place at World Champion 70.3 World Championships, but this is probably a much bigger experience riding Solar Hill.
he? Great question there. Especially for the likes of Tom Bishop. This was a race that he did so very well. It was a breakthrough race for him last year, finishing in second. None of us anticipated that he would be finishing in second last year. He had a brilliant race, and he is coming into this race in really good form. Not just physically, but also mentally. I think he's really ready to race as well, if not better than last year. But it is going to be tough for him. He's a fair way back now. He put himself in a position early on in the swim to be in that lead group. We know that he dropped off the back of that coming out of the swim, and he's not, you know, he's teetering at around that 14th place mark, but a good 5 minutes back.
It's really, really difficult. And I mean, we talked about the swim, whether it is worth, you know, trying to hang on with the front group. And I mean, it's difficult to judge from here, obviously, but maybe it was a little bit too much, you know, holding on to the swim, because he already lost quite some time. And the problem now is he really has to do his own race by now, because he's not even in the group with Finn Grosefrese, Vincent Louis, and Jasper Svensson anymore. So the next group, yeah. He probably has to stay in the group with Freddy Funk then, if the group is catching up to him. Right now he's basically in no man's land, which is very, very difficult. He's on his own in 14th place. There's a good 20 seconds to Willi Hirsch. He already lost the contact there. The next group is a minute behind him. So it's difficult, you know. Then if you are in this situation, it's all about, you know, control your food, control your hydration, you know, just do your own pace, and then try to hope for the next group to catch up, because for Thomas, riding alone, it's gonna be very, very difficult. He will lose some time, because since Sam Laidlaw actually took control and started to close the gap, or at least kept the gap the same to Jonas Schomburg and dropped the other guys, there's definitely an injection of pace in that group.
No, I agree. The only upside for Tommy Bishop is behind him, obviously, Fredrik Funk. Also, Matthias Pedersen from Denmark, a very, very strong athlete and very good over this distance. And coming into this race in very good form. I think once, and I think it will be inevitable, that they will catch Tom. If those three can get together, it'll be a good thing for Tom. And at the end of the day, Sebi, on the marathon, 5 minutes might sound like a lifetime, but if people in the front start to falter, 5 minutes can be sapped up in no time.
I mean, those guys that we are seeing on the screen, Jonas Schomburg and also Sam Laidlaw here, they are known risk takers. Yes. I mean, like I said, the chances that they blow up is almost 50%. They either win the race and do something incredible well, or they blow up.
Or they'll be walking.
Absolutely. So therefore, if you're in the position of Thomas Bishop, you know, you just have to believe, and it's a tough thing to do. And I've been in that position when you're 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes back, and you're not making up time, and you think like, what is going on the front of the race? But you also have to have in mind, if this is the case, the guys in front, they're actually investing a lot of energy. And if I was riding in the back and pushing 300 watts, and the race is actually going away from me, you can just assume, okay, there is like the guys are in front are taking a huge risk, and that's something you have to keep in mind and approach a race like that. Just stay in your race plan. and not wait for the marathon, but just don't panic. And I mean, just like you said, I mean, 5-6 minutes is basically nothing if you explode. And I mean, we have seen Sam completely explode in Hawaii after a crazy bike ride. So it's wow, it's always a very small margin between, you know, winning the race and absolutely blowing apart.
And Tom had a solid race here last year, obviously in second place, but a really good marathon, 2:42. I love Tom because he marches to the sound of his own drum. He does things differently.
Yeah.
He drove here in his camper. He raced a couple of weekends ago in West Friesland in the Netherlands, so drove his camper to the Netherlands, camped there, raced, did really well, got third, like really solid race. He's then made his way over to Germany. He's been camping throughout Germany, finally set up shop here in Roth, and he just does it completely differently to every other pro. He's a very talented athlete. He was a very good short course athlete. He's been in the sport for a long time. There's been some pretty big changes lately. You know, obviously they've moved him and his fiancée, Shan, another very good short course athlete. They've had to move, yep. And they've just, things have been a little hectic at home with some major changes, but I think it's been for the best.
Sorry, obviously Frederik Funk moved to Austria, not Tom Bishop,
no, Tom Bishop,
sorry.
Tom Bishop is still in the UK, but he has moved back home.
Yeah.
So
I just got little bit mixed up because I seen Freddie on screen, and he moved to Austria.
To Kufstein, that's right.
A great area for you know, riding your bike, and lovely is not just the place but also his kit. Belinda, what do you think? I mean, this is probably the nicest kit. I mean, obviously you already mentioned Vince and his kit, but I think from my point of view, I think in the race of the nicest setup and the nicest kit, Freddie,
everything matching, and you know, I used to love doing that. I know you did too, and back in the day, I think Luke McKenzie was also another athlete that really, you know, the matching helmet with kit, with bike, with shoes, and I do love it. These athletes today have gone even a step further, and Freddie, of course, had his own booth here at the Expo. He was selling his own merchandise. I know there were quite a few other athletes that are doing that. It's really come a long way, even from when you were racing it, and definitely when I was racing it.
Absolutely.
It's become a full business. But great to see Frederik Funk out on course for the first time ever. It's been a huge build for Fred and his team. And now it is.
And Jonas is now on one of the really fast sections on the bike course. Like you already mentioned, it's when you ride the bike course or pre-ride the bike course in training, doesn't look that fast, but when you're in a race, it's like super fast.
So right now, great shot of Sam Laidlow riding in second place. Very, very strong so far. But we are going to cross back to our down on ground expert commentator / professional triathlete, Fenella Langridge. Oh, we've just been told the camera has crashed. Oh no!
Hopefully it's just a camera.
Yeah, not Fenella. We don't need anything going wrong with Fenella. Those that are wondering why we have Fenella down on ground, just to let you know, Fenella underwent surgery not so long ago. She had the condition endofibrosis of the external iliac artery. And so we thought instead of her coming over here to race, we would get her over here to actually work on the other side, and she's doing a tremendous job so far. And we do believe we have her back down on ground.
Thank you, Belinda and Debbie, and you're right, Belinda, I could be more happy to be on the ground with Solara. The atmosphere is electric. All I want to do is sing. This crowd, you won't be able to feel it, but it is so good. So we're going to dive and speak to spectators here. Hi. Hi. How is your triathlon experience so far?
It's so cool here. I really wanted to go here to the Berg because it's that Tour de France feeling in the middle of Germany. And yeah, to push my favorite triathletes up the hill here.
Who are you looking forward to racing most?
I really want to see Laura Philipp because she kind of brought me to triathlon, and I'm a big fan for years already, and she's coming soon. So
yeah. Do you race triathlon yourself?
Yes, but yeah, kind of smaller. But I'm also racing for a small club here in Germany. But I have never raced in Roth. But maybe I will one day as well.
This will be your first. What has been so special about Roth so far?
Yeah, it's the atmosphere. It's so many people here supporting the athletes. If you look around here,
it's just incredible. I think you understand. Back in the studio to you and Sebi.
Thank you so much, Fenella. You can see it is an absolute party down there on Berg, and big thank you to Fenella for coming over to do this. I think it's always tough, you know, when you are a professional athlete and a very, very good one. We all end up going through setbacks throughout our career, and this was a fairly large one for Fenella, but I have no doubt whatsoever that she will be back at her best in no time at all. But while she can't race, well, we can put her to use and put her to work here in Roth, and I think she's having a really, really good time down there on ground. But Sam Laidlow, great to have him back on course, on a race course. He is wearing bib number 1. He comes in as the favourite here today. We mentioned earlier on that he was the athlete that had the voice in the pro briefing, and we made that decision to make that the Race Ranger data available to the public post-race.
And now Schomburg is about to hit the second loop, and
this is where it gets tricky, huh?
Absolutely,
Sebi?
especially this section of the course. It's super tricky. The age groupers are coming out of the transition area, and yeah, it's getting very crowded, especially at the beginning after that left turn, after you cross that bridge over the channel. There are usually a lot of lost bottles. And we talked about Thomas Bishop earlier, and I think we had a little issue with the live timing at the previous timing splits, because now it looks a lot better for him actually, and he is just 20 seconds back of that group, and we just got told from our live spotters that he's about to actually close the gap to the group again. So that obviously changed the situation a lot, and it looks much better for him.
For Tom right now. And a big shout out to Sian Rainsley, his fiance, for also updating us on that, letting me know that Tom is indeed riding very, very well. And, you know, I've spent quite a bit of time with Tom. He spends quite a bit of time in Noosa in Australia every year. So I met Tom many years ago, and I've spent time with him every year. And he's just got this quiet confidence about him. He doesn't make a lot of fuss. He doesn't come into a race, you know, with a lot of hoopla. He just comes in and gets down to business. And I think the Tom I've seen this week is a cool, confident and calm Tom, and I think that's going to be a very dangerous Tom Bishop for the rest of the competitors on course. I would love to see him at least make the podium again. I mean, first place is going to be a tough call. He's got a lot of very, very strong competitors around him, but then last year, Sebi, I don't think any of us predicted he was going to be second.
Absolutely not, and just because we have the women on screen, Laura actually you know, kept the group and is now in the chase alone.
What's that? I mean, that's got to be a good feeling for Laura, because I think when you know that you've got riders behind that are not, you know, are not going to come through and be any help to you. Sometimes it's just it's extra baggage that you just don't need.
Just mentally, you're feeling like you're dragging somebody, and that it slows you down, even if it's obviously not the case. But yeah, it's always easier to know that you are actually just working for yourself and not working for anybody else. And letting anybody benefit from your work. And especially, you know, with Laura Philipp, of course, there's always a camera on her. And I mean, right now you see in the top right screen, the motorbike has to stay back, and if you have riders behind you, you know, they're also benefiting from the draft of the motorbike. So if you are, she has to do actually twice the work. If you are, than the other girls in the back. So yeah, like you said, it's definitely a good feeling that she was able to gap the other girls.
And do you think now, Laura, I mean, obviously she's got her coach, her husband out on course. She would know the gap between herself and Alanis up front. Will she just stick to her own race, or will the focus be now on trying to catch Alanis and leading this race? Because I think at the end of the day, Laura wants to be dictating this race. She wants to be in the lead. Once she gets the lead, she can forget about whatever's going on behind her and just concentrate on the race ahead of her. Or is it just a non-event? She doesn't think about Alanis at all.
How much truth do you want to hear, Belinda? I think for her, you know, I think it's not about breaking the 8 hours today because of the non-wetsuit swim and relatively slow swim. So, I mean, there is probably what Philipp tells her to do is make it an easy and a nice win for her. And I mean, it's not a long training day, obviously, but just, you know, stay on top of nutrition, try to recover as fast as possible from this race, and just really enjoy the win in front of a home crowd. Therefore, yeah, I agree. She has to take control of the race and do the race on her terms, but she would not be too concerned about, you know, anybody. It's more about not making mistakes and not ruin your race by doing something stupid. So she's just riding according to her power meter and focusing on her race, and then trying to make the win as easy as possible without, you know, losing too much time, and probably being able to really soak in the atmosphere crossing the finish line.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And right now,
but you also have to say it's I probably sound like it's an easy thing for her to do it. That's definitely not
she
the
still
case.
has to execute, of course.
Yeah. I've heard that before. So somebody told me in 2018 when I won, yeah, that was a comfortable win, and I wasn't feeling comfortable at all. So yeah.
But Laura Philipp, she is our current Ironman world champion, one of the fastest in the world, along with fellow countrywoman Annie Haug and Kat Matthews. Alanis Siffert on screen right now, still leading the way here in our women's race, but Laura Philipp is coming for it. Now around 3:15, 3:16 down. We've got Grace Tech still holding third, Nina Derren in fourth, and Nikki Bartlett in fifth. We have been told out on course that Jana Uderstadt, bib number 112, has received a blue card, so that will be a little bit of time in the penalty tent for Jana. Blue card given for drafting.
And we touched on it earlier, Belinda. The data from Race Ranger will be published here in Roth. And when we talk about data from Race Ranger, yeah, that's a little box on the back of the bike and on the right side of the fork, and it shows the athletes and the referees and the spectators the distance between two riders, and it also collects data of how long you are actually staying in a draft zone, and that will made be public after the race. Obviously, it doesn't necessarily mean if you have, let's say, a minute within the draft zone. It also can mean that you overtook a whole group, and you're obviously in the draft zone at that point, because the system can't really tell if you are 2 meters to the left and not really behind somebody. But it is a great indication of how long people are spent in zones.
And it will become abundantly obvious when you see the results, the difference. I mean, obviously, particularly for this course here in Roth, the first 500 metres out of T1 and the last 500 metres into T2 are green zones. So therefore, the athletes do not necessarily have to keep that 12 metres. You've got obviously going in and out of aid stations where that 12-metre mark is. It's not that you're allowed to draft, but obviously the officials are a little bit more lenient in those sections. Also, at the beginning of Solaraberg, when at Constantinas, and we've got athletes coming together. And like you said, when there's overtaking. And with Race Ranger, obviously a solid orange light means that the athletes are between 17 and 14 metres. A solid blue light is 14 to 12 metres. And then if we see that red light flashing, it means that they are within that 12-metre draft zone, and that is illegal for them to be in that draft zone. Obviously, if they receive a blue card, they will need to then sit for 3 minutes. So it's a 3-minute penalty in the next penalty tent. But I think it's a step forward. I mean, I think there needs to be some education around reading the numbers, of course, before we publish this information. But the whole reason behind Race Ranger is to make it a fair and just race for all. And I think what has happened so far, as per human nature, people will push the envelope and they will get away with what they know they can get away with. And I think by making this next step, thanks to Sam Laidlow, and publishing this information, then it makes these elite athletes accountable. All of these elite athletes at every single race briefing, Sebi, continually say they want the motos away, they want no drafting, and they want the officials to be more strict with the drafting. And so I think this is the next logical step.
Absolutely, I totally agree, but I also agree with you that it needs some education, because obviously if if you're first out of the water and you're leading the race the whole time, I mean, you're completely clean, right? You never met another athlete with race range on the course. But for example, for somebody like me, I was overtaking a lot of groups on the bike, and then the race ranger actually shows quite some time in the draft zone, even if you have never drafted. So
intentionally drafted, exactly.
Absolutely. So therefore, that's important to understand how to interpret the data. But I think, like you said, it's a huge step forward, and it holds the athletes accountable. And if you know before, this will actually be published later, because the thing is always, Race Ranger is great, but let's say you're in 10th, 15th position. Sometimes there's no referee there. You're just with 1 or 2 other athletes. Like you said, you will push the envelope, but later when the data gets published, it's quite easy to see what you have done in the dark,
Absolutely. And right now, spotters out on course, as we can see. A great shot there of Stephanie Wanderlei, another one of our German athletes. Laura Philippe, roughly around 5 minutes slower than she was this time last year at the 60-kilometre mark. So
I'm happy that I'm sitting here as an expert for a reason. I think that just shows that for Laura, it's all about winning the race rather than setting records.
Yeah, and look, I just love speaking to Laura. She's so cool, calm, and collected. And she said it's inevitable that it will happen. And I've mentioned these 3 names. It will be Annie Haug, Laura Philippe, or Kat Matthews that are the 3 that are most likely to do it first. What one of those women that does it first, I'm not sure. But here we go. I love this. As Alanis Siffert is making her way up Solaraberg. So we know that Laura Philippe is starting to eat into her lead. This is what Alanis thrives on. She will be getting that crowd absolutely cheering for her. She had a similar experience when she raced in Spain not so long ago. But I don't think anything quite compares to this climb here today in Solaraberg. She will be loving every single second of this. And what an experience, 23 years of age, Sebi, to be the leader here today, the first up Solaraberg on her own.
I mean, this is enough motivation for the next 10 years in the sport.
Exactly,
Probably leading the race at Solar Hill, and I mean, you want that experience again. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely very addictive.
And you were talking about the aero helmets. I think they should be mandatory here, because
Just so you
otherwise
you're
you
not
could
deaf.
have a serious problem with your ears after the race.
I literally couldn't believe just how loud it was. And I mean, even now today with the aero helmets, and obviously a lot better design than back in the day when I raced, but still so incredibly loud. But again, climbed that whole climb in the aero bars. She's almost at the top. Solarberg, not the longest climb, but definitely the most intense as far as energy and spectators go. And here we go. While we have just seen Alana Siffert make her way up and over Solarberg, we do have Laura Philipp about to take that big right-hand turn before she will also make her way up Solara. This is nothing she is not used to. This is her third time here in Roth. She knows exactly what she's about to expect.
Yeah, and her results here in Roth, I mean, that shows very well how she developed in the last years. Third, second, and I mean, to be continued.
To be continued, but almost a done deal. Literally almost a done deal. And I don't like to say that because it is such a long day and so many things can go wrong. We've seen it happen before. But all things being equal here today. And here we go. Our current Ironman world champion. She holds the fastest marathon time now over the distance. It'll be very interesting to see what she can run here today. We know in Hamburg she ran a 2:38 low. Let's see what she can do here today. It is a fast run course here in Roth. But I would imagine right now it is a big shake of the hand. I love that. As serious as our professional athletes are, they can still enjoy this for everything it's worth. She is definitely the crowd favorite.
Yep, sometimes your cheeks hurt the most after the race in Roth, because you constantly have to smile when you...
My cheeks are starting to hurt and I'm not even racing. Oh, it's just wonderful scenes down there. What an incredible sport triathlon is. And I tell you what's incredible. Yesterday, we saw it on social media. Scott Deroux and Jessie DeVate were here from Ironman, meeting Felix Wolshofer, the Wolshofer family. Nothing has made me smile so hard than seeing Ironman and Roth Challenge family come together in unison. Because let's face it, Sebi, at the end of the day, we're all here for the same thing. We want to make this sport as big and as great and as wonderful as we can. And to see these two powerhouses come together, particularly Ironman, come here and spend the day watching this race, I think it speaks volumes for both Felix Wolshofer and Scott Deroux. But Laura Philipp making her way right up to the top here. She's almost over the top. And it's quite a weird feeling because you have all of this screaming, all of this yelling, all of this energy. And then all of a sudden it starts to peter out as you get towards the top. And then before you know it, you're on your own in your own thoughts, in your own mind. And
I think I know what Laura is thinking right now. It's like that dude that just overtook her gives her some motivation now to push the bike.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need that little extra motivation.
And we are right now going to go to a very quick commercial break, but we will be back with you shortly. And we are back Right now, spotters out on course have been telling us that Jonas Schomburg, our current leader, not looking quite as comfortable as he did earlier on. Still riding very, very well, but just not as smooth as we've seen him. And that is Sam Laidlow, currently in second place, that is looking the better of the two. So that's word out on course from our spotters. But Jonas still leading. Sam Laidlow around that 2.5 minute mark back as our professional men are making their way around the second and final lap here. The Canyon 180 kilometre bike ride. Still got some very strong Germans in that chase group. Yannick Stoll, Willy Hirsch, Finn Grosser-Friese, Florian Angert. Great to see Florian up there in that big chase group. Also Arnie Lees and Frederick Funk in that second chase group. A little further behind than I am sure he would have liked. It would have been fantastic if Frederick could have made that first chase group. Great to see Tom Bishop is in that group. So Tommy Bishop, he went missing a little bit on our radar, on our screens. But we do know that Tom is definitely in that chase group and riding very, very well.
And now I'm really happy with my pick at the Pro Tri News podcast, picking him for the win actually. But you know, seeing that guy with the #1 on his back riding so well, that definitely makes me smile a little bit, because I also had some doubts about his form, and I mean we'll see later in the race what he's able to do. But Thomas Bishop, after his second place last year, he's definitely one of the guys to watch.
You can see now Jonas Schomburg in and out of the saddle a little bit more right now than what we saw the first lap.
Yeah, he's already further into the race than he was in Frankfurt.
This is true, so it's already a win-win.
It's a win-win, but that's probably also now where he's probably starting to feeling it a little bit, probably. He had an amazing race in South Africa, already proving that he is, absolutely has the talent for a long course race, which is not surprising to everybody who has seen him and his training regime, which is
pretty crazy
really,
from what I've been told.
old school German training regime. Like I said, I've watched him for quite some time when he was training in Fuerteventura, and sometimes everybody was just shaking their heads, because we were sitting on the breakfast, had a 40 minutes run, and he came at let's say 8:30 to breakfast, and he was like, what's your first session today? And he was like, I already did my first session. 6.5K in the pool, just 6 by 1,000, averaging 115 per 100. I was like, you were swimming with wetsuit. No.
Nope. And of course, he's coached by his father, Arndt Schomburg, who was also a
really great runner. Yep.
So very talented family. But the greatest story, of course, is coming to Roth on Monday with a broken bike. And he went from a broken bar on Sunday at Frankfurt to a 3D printed fitting stereotype on Monday, to a rideable 3D printed sintered stereotype on Tuesday, to the finished tempered and painted product by Thursday. I mean, that's
Let's name names. It's Lasse Ebert, who was also responsible for my cockpit at the end of my career, and that's also one of the great stories. Is just how the community helps each other in a situation like that. I mean, I was in Frankfurt, and it took probably half an hour between him dropping out of the race, calling Felix, Felix welcoming him to the start lineup in Roth, and then next thing contacting somebody who is able to help him out with the technical issues, and yeah, that's just great to see, and enables him now to really show his full potential, and I'm super excited to see what he can do in about let's say 3 hours into the race.
But yeah, very exciting race on our hands so far, with Jonas Schomburg leading the way, Sam Laidlow in second, and then we have that big chase group with plenty of German firepower in it. Frederick Funk's about 8:25 back. I was saying it just before. You know, probably a little further back than what he would have liked or anticipated at this particular point in time, but you know, still a very, very long day to go.
And again, those two guys in front, they are risk takers. That's for sure. I mean, that's. I would rather, you know, watch a gap towards that group in front of him, and that's not too much. You know, that's not too concerning. That's about 2 minutes 20, and that's not something I would be too worried about. And so, yeah, I think he's probably actually. Looking like a really smart man towards the end of the day, making the others look a little bit stupid, because it's so tempting. You have those two decoys in front of you, and it's so easy to blow yourself apart by trying to chase, you know, those two guys in front.
And that is the chase group now about to make their way up, greeting up Kalvarienberg for the last time today. Willie Hirsch there on screen right now.
Jan Stratmann in front of him, and yeah, both of those guys have struggled with back issues in the past. Especially Jan Stratmann, he had a lot of issues with his back in the past. So good on him that he's getting out of the saddle here a little bit. And that's Daniel Beckegaard next in the line.
Talking about Jan, we were talking about Vincent earlier in his coffee shop in Paris, but Jan Stratmann, also a coffee connoisseur in his own right. I went to his stand yesterday, had one of his coffees, which was very, very nice.
I think it's easier to mention the guys that are not coffee connoisseurs these days anymore. I mean,
there's so many. Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, for me as a former rider of the same bike brand, and she comes actually from the city where the bike brand has their headquarters, and it's a beautiful area there to ride a bike. So no surprise that she is not only pushing the pedals but also knows how to corner.
It's interesting you bring that up, because she actually, one of the greatest times in her career was she literally just signed a 4-year deal with Scott. So yeah, very significant deal for a young athlete.
I'm allowed to mention the brand then as well.
It's all about sharing the love here today in Roth. But look at that, still attacking out of the air bars. Look, cheering. She loves it, and she's just enjoying every second of her time out here on the Canyon 180-kilometer bike ride.
And I mean, she is doing absolutely great. You know, Laura closed a little bit of the gap, but it's not. I mean, it's
not coming down as quickly as I thought it would.
Same here. I still think Laura is pretty conservative for her understanding. So I'm looking forward to see what she can do on the marathon. It's gonna be interesting if she is able to catch her before the end of the bike ride.
And you can see this is a great. You just saw then the two shots, one of Laura Philippe on screen now, and the other of Alanis.
What a difference, right?
And what would you think the cadence difference would be?
I think she's probably riding around 74, 75 RPM, and Laura is probably about 80 maybe. It's difficult to guess, but obviously the biggest difference is definitely how she is rocking on the bike, really using her full body. And I mean, like we said in the before, it's not a runway, right? It's not about
looking perfect
beautiful
or looking good.
whatever. On the other hand, of course, it's about efficiency. That's for sure.
That's the
And
big question mark over Alanis. Is this the most efficient way for her to ride 180k?
no, it's not. But like I said, it almost remembers me a little bit of my former self at the beginning of my career. I actually had quite a similar riding style. I mean, I was just pushing the pedals with my whole body and with my heart, and she just said that she is riding with her heart, and you'll definitely see that. That's for sure. I think, of course, there's something to improve here, but like you said, she's still really, really young.
This is what I'm saying. Is she getting away with it now because she is so young, Sebi? What happens when she's in her late 20s and
Yeah,
middle of her
absolutely.
career?
I mean, I think she is looking at that, and I mean that's. I mean, one of the things she's coming. She's from Fribourg in Switzerland. They have a great track there. I always love to ride on the track to improve also my riding technique, not just for aero technique, for aerodynamic testing, but also just to sit still on the bike and really be not rocking that much on the bike. But at the end, has to look beautiful. It has to be, it has to be powerful, and that's definitely she's definitely checking that box. But I think we will see her riding style develop over the years.
Right now, Alana's still leading the way with Laura Philippe in second. We've still got Nikki Bartlett, Nina Deron, and Grace Tech riding in a group. And then, of course, Lisa Maria Dornauer around 10 minutes back, riding on her own, but with Kathy Wolf not too far behind her. But they are a good 10:15 and 10:49 back now on our leader.
And the last time we have seen the men's in the picture, I already thought about there's maybe a situation developing, because I saw Finn Große-Frese was about starting to overtake, and our spotters on course gave us the information that indeed Finn Große-Frese and Jan Stratmann attacked on the climb up to Greding, and now already have a gap of about 100 meters to the group.
Well, that's going to be interesting to see if that actually sticks, or if there is some sort of response from that group. But now, look at this. Laura Philippe, she looks so smooth on the bike.
Absolutely. I mean,
Absolutely
she's
beautiful.
for sure the best setup in the whole women's field. And I know a couple of data that I can't share, but...
Oh, what are you talking? You can't just say that and not say it now. Sebi!
I can tell you, she's riding very fast, not just because she's able to push some power, but also because she's super efficient. Like everything is so dialed.
But that's her coach, isn't it? That is her coach. He is an absolute perfectionist.
Yes, but it's also the whole team.
Yep.
The people from Swiss side, they have such a great knowledge about aerodynamic. The tire manufacturer, her kit sponsor, helmet sponsor, and of course that's the thing. Like you said, Philip is able. He's not an aerodynamic expert, but he knows very well in every area. He knows a lot about nutrition. He knows a lot about medicine and everything. So he's always able to talk with every expert in that area. That area to get the best out of the team, and that's the reason why she's so successful. And the thing is, the great thing is, if you save 10 watts, or if you trained yourself to ride 10 watts more, it's not the same. It's not the same, because if you save 10 watts, you save energy.
Which you can then use in the marathon.
If you train yourself to ride 10 watts more, then you have to expand that energy, and you're probably missing it on the run. So therefore, it's a lot better to save 10 watts for the same speed than to ride 10 watts more.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, we saw Laura, she's such a superb runner, the best in the sport right now, along, as I said, the likes of Kat Matthews and Anne Haug. And she ran that incredible 2:38 in Hamburg a month ago, or just over a month ago. Do you think she can run faster here today? Not will she, but do you think she could?
Yes, I think she could, even if this is for sure. I mean, you said it's a fast run course. Yeah, it's a fast run course, but it's not like it used to be, like the fastest run course in triathlon. The fastest run course in triathlon right now is probably Nice. Completely flat along the ocean. Here you have a little bit of gravel and also quite a hard hill towards the end, up and down. Yeah, I think she could, because I think she's not going all in on the bike currently. She's riding pace. She's riding steady. It's nothing crazy for her. So I think that's always a question of energy that you have left to expend, and after a certain speed on the bike, you have to expend so much more energy to go even 1 kilometer per hour faster. And so it matters a lot whether you go 40k an hour or 41k an hour. It's a completely difference than going 38 or 39k an hour.
And we can see on screen now that on the left-hand lower screen, that is Nikki Bartlett. So Nikki having a great race. She's a very strong rider, and she's also
Belinda,
a very strong runner.
What do you think about our bigliest and best split screen?
Yeah! Been wanting one for a long time, but great to see it. And you can see down in that left-hand bottom corner, it is Nikki Bartlett. She's had a rough time of it in the past couple of months. She unfortunately lost her beloved dog, Titch, only a couple of days ago here. And it was very, very distressing time for Nikki. So hats off to her for rallying and getting herself into a position to be on the start line. I know that she was able to, right at the last minute, thanks to Felix Volshofer and his team, was able to get a screen print of Titch on her race kit. They literally did it at the 11th hour. And I know it means the world to her to have her dog represented on her race kit, and she's racing for him today. So it's amazing. And you know, anyone that's met Nikki, she's an incredible human being, and I want nothing more than for her to have a really solid day out. And I know a solid day out for Nikki means podium. End of story.
Yep, absolutely. And we have a YouTube comment, and that's probably my field. Yeah, I already realized that usually there is a fin behind the saddle on the Canyon bike where the bottle is attached, and I also thought about why it's not on Laura's bike. The main reason for that is to calm down the airflow a little bit behind the rider. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure. There can be two reasons. The first reason can be that they just want to be safe with the nutrition, and the fin is always a little bit of like a launch pad for the bottles. Sometimes you can lose the bottle a little bit easier. Maybe that's one of the reasons. Unfortunately, Philip didn't tell me before that, but I know that they always testing. You know, they're constantly testing. They've been in the wind tunnel for quite some time, and Laura changed the helmet for this race, and it can be that the helmet is kind of developing the airflow a little bit worse towards the back, and or differently, and therefore it works better with the one bottle setup without the fin. 2 bottles here for Jonas Schomburg. Often the bottles even help with the airflow on the back, and we see all different shapes and sizes. Gosh, I need another coffee, please. It really depends on the position on the bike, where you put the bottles, and we have a couple of new rules in place because it got a little bit out of hand. Bottles were used to influence the airflow more than to drink out of it. And here we see the original setup with the fin on the back at the bike of Sam Laidlaw.
And it is incredible. We've just seen 3 riders, Laura, Jonas and Sam, and all 3 have a completely different setup obviously error testing, and they've been testing all of these athletes to what suits them the best. And we know Jonas Schomburg, very, very tall athlete. I mean, Sam Laidlow, also very tall. So obviously that comes into play as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it's also still about nutrition. For example, a race like Kona, where it's very, very difficult to grab a bottle. You know, the volunteers here in Roth, which are definitely the best volunteers in triathlon, period. They know their drill, and they're actually very experienced with handling bottles. And there's also course-wise, it's much easier in Roth to hand off a bottle because there are some climbs, and so therefore you probably don't need 10 bottles on your bike, because you can actually really rely on the aid stations. Versus in another race, you probably want all nutrition on the bike. So in Roth, it's also because there's some climbing involved. I mean, if you have 5-6 bottles on the bike, it's also quite some weight. So therefore, you really need to decide the best balance between influencing the airflow, having all nutrition on board, grabbing the bottles easily, and weight. Sam Laidlow now 2 minutes 27 back at 137k on the bike. Gosh, this race is flying. I don't know. I mean, they're already at almost 140k on the bike.
Yep.
I have the feeling I just sat down and started watching the race.
Yep. Way back 6:30 this morning, we started for our professional men, 6:37 for our women. Sam Laidlow currently 2:27 down. So he's taking tiny snippets of time out, but nothing substantial. Whereas we know that our men behind are around that 5.5 minute mark. With our women, it's a completely different story. We've got Alana Siffert leading, Laura Philippe now 2:30 down. So very similar to our men's race between obviously our top two athletes. And then we've got Grace Tech, Nikki Bartlett, and Nina Deron.
Group,
Same group, same sort of splits. Smaller group, of course, with our professional women. Our professional men, that chase group is a lot larger and has a lot of our big hitters.
Great to now see the chase pack of the man in the bottom left screen. Jan Stratmann taking the corner in fourth place. From, if I interpret that sign from the guy in the motorbike, that's definitely
thumbs up.
Jan Stratmann.
Thumbs up. Yep.
Yeah, really good. I agree.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
it was very
thanks.
good. Thanks for that. And you can see now also on course that sun is starting to come out. We were told that it was going to be overcast for majority of the day, but even here at the studio, so here at the finish line, still a little bit of cloud cover, but it is starting to break up, and that is going to mean that it is going to warm up considerably for this marathon. So for the Hoka 42.2 kilometre marathon, right now currently sitting at around 23, 24 degrees Celsius. We are only expecting highs of 26, although each day this week has been well and truly above 26 degrees Celsius. So we do anticipate that it will be a little warmer than that on the run, and definitely if this cloud continues to break up, but nothing on the temperatures that we've experienced here in Germany in the beginning of the week. 34 degrees, 35. I think I got in the car one day, it said 40 degrees.
I mean, to be honest, I think for the most athletes, it was actually nice. You know, you kind of got shocked.
Yes,
by the heat, and then and because of that, now most of the athletes probably feel like
nice.
pretty comfortable.
Beautiful conditions.
And you still have your little plate here.
I have my little blankie on.
I mean, that's a good sign for all the athletes out there. But yeah, the sun is out, and I mean, luckily we didn't have too much rain. Finn Große Frese in the picture for the first time. He just won Ironman Austria, I think 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago, I think it was.
3 weeks.
More, but very good race. That was his first big win over the distance. So big future for yet another German. So many great German athletes. It's a distance that I think just suits the German athlete. It really does.
I mean, it's kind of interesting because you have been in the sport for long enough that there was the American dominance in the sport, right? Dave Scott, Mark Allen, and then we had a time where the Australians absolutely dominated the sport. Craig Alexander, Chris McCormack. And then we had the phase where the Germans dominated the sport for some time. And then now we had the Norwegians really dominating the sport. I think it's not that you have to have a certain passport to be good in a sport, but obviously you need a couple of pools in that country. That's for sure. Otherwise, it's gonna be difficult. So. Wait till they build some pools in Kenya, probably.
This is true. But you find also, you know, obviously people like yourself, Jan Frodeno, when you have athletes that raise the bar so much and then all of a sudden you find other athletes following suit. We talk about Finn, who was on the screen not so long ago. He's 24 years of age.
Yep.
I mean, he's definitely the next gen coming out of Germany.
And talking about Germany, I'll leave you for a couple of minutes because I'm gonna change my seat and my language.
I'm losing you for half an hour to the German television.
Yep.
Tell them they can have you, but they can't keep you. That's all I'm saying. You're still mine, Sebi. But yeah, great having Sebi Kinley here. He's been in the sport for a very, very long time. He was one of the greatest long-distance athletes out of Germany and, of course, in the world. Former world champion. I was there when it all started for Sebi many, many years ago. And to see him progress into the athlete he became. He retired last year. So great to have him here in commentary. This is the second year in commentary. Back with our women's race. And so super impressed with Alana Siffert. As I talk about Finn Grosser Friese as a 24-year-old, back in my day to be 23, 24 and already racing at this level over the full distance. I mean, it blows my mind, to be honest. I didn't get into this distance till my very late 20s, early 30s, in fact. And to think that these women right now on screen, this is Nina Deron, sister of Julie Deron, both very, very strong. Of course, Julie Deron, one of the best middle distance athletes in the world right now. Great to have Nina here, riding very, very well along with Nikki Bartlett and Grace Tech. It's the first time here for all three in Roth. But the queen herself right now on screen, upper right, Laura Philipp. Just brilliant racing from her today. Just so calm, so cool. Everyone knew she was coming into this race as the absolute favourite. But I love the fact that Alana Siffert's like, well, I don't care what she's done. I don't care if she's world champion. And I don't care if she's got one of the fastest times in the world right now. I'm going to make her work for every second. And it'll be truly incredible if we get to the end of this bike ride and it is Alana Siffert that actually makes it into T2 in first place. Of course, prize money increased. It's 160,000, just over 160,000 euro. The winner taking home 30,000 euro today. Pays down to top 10, so 10 deep in both our professional men's and women's field. You can see that that cloud is really starting to burn off, and that sun is definitely starting to shine. Alana's still really attacking this bike ride. .233, that gap back to Laura. Race records for this course. Anne Haug last year, where she went 8:02.38, so the fastest time ever over this distance. Laura last year going at 8:14.13. For our men, it was Magnus Ditlev who set a new time of 7:23.24. I think both of these records will be safe this year. So you can see just how well Alana Siffert is riding, flying past our age group athletes. Laura Philipp does majority or a good chunk of her training on her own. She comes from Heidelberg but spends a lot of time up in St. Moritz with her husband Philip, who is also of course her coach. Very, very good coach. Also coaches Daniel Bakkegaard, who is racing here today, and Rico Bogan. So these two men often Laura's training partner as well. And then for the run, every now and again, see her running with Dominika Meyer, a really good marathon runner. You'd have to be a pretty good runner to be able to train with the likes of Laura Philipp. She's one of the best runners in the sport. Beautiful setup today here on her canyon. I mentioned earlier with Sebi that Laura and her team do a lot of work testing, making sure that she is as aero as possible. And taking a look further back afield, so while Laura is in second, we've got Nikki, Nina and Grace riding together. In third, fourth and fifth, we've got Lisa Maria Dornau from Austria, coached by no other than Yvonne van Vlerken. You couldn't ask for a better coach on this course. Yvonne having won this race several times. She knows this course very, very well. And then we've got Katharina Wolf, the partner of Florian Angert. In fact, it's the first time that both Kathy and Florian have been on a long course race together. This will be Katharina's last race. She's a full-time teacher. She's been juggling both professional triathlon and teaching for quite some time now, and I think she's finally at a stage where it is time to say goodbye to professional racing, but great to have Kathy here for her last professional long distance race. We've then got Jana Uderstadt from Germany back in 8th. As anticipated, Merle Brunet, very strong bike rider, has made her way up into 9th place. Now just on 13 minutes back, and then it's Stephanie Wunderle from Germany as well, rounding out that top 10. Alana spent the beginning of the year, so she was in China from about the 3rd of January this year, 4.5-month training camp over there with her coach Brett and her team. She did quite a bit of training in altitude in Yuxi. Really great training facilities over there with the national team. Right now, spending the summer in Europe, either in her hometown of Freiburg or up in St. Moritz, which is the other training camp that the Sutto squad has. Her very first full distance race was at the end of last year at Challenge Almere, which is also the European Long Distance Championships, where she led for a long part of the day, eventually coming second in a time of 8 hours 30 and 16 seconds. It was Marlene de Boer who was able to take the win. Racing here today in what is only her 3rd full distance race, showing experience far beyond her young years, as the women are now just over 4 hours into the race. Our men, they were first off this morning. They're at 4:10 into the race. It's not too long before we see our professional men make their way down here towards us in Roth. As I mentioned earlier, the canyon bike ride here, 2 complete loops over about 85 kilometres. And then it is a really fast last 10K into town. Split transitions, obviously T1 out in Hippelstein, T2 is in here in Roth. It's not quite where I am here at the finish line. It's a few hundred metres up the road just before you get into Roth. As you can see, really looks like she is fighting back bike, but it is just the way that this young woman rides. So the reason that Alanis Siffert spends so much time in China is her coach, Brett Sutton, was offered a job there to coach, be the high performance coach for the national team in China. And they have a couple of training camps or locations. The one that they spent the most time in was in Yuxi. So that's the Yunnan province, south of China. And the reason being, obviously, it's at altitude. The weather is always really good, very stable weather there all year long. And very, very good training facilities. So the Chinese spent a lot of money with their facilities. And I've seen some pictures that Alanis has showed me, you know, fantastic aquatic center, a wonderful gym, training, great riding, wonderful tartan track that they can use. So that everything basically at their fingertips. But I think the main reason, obviously, anyone that knows anything about Brett or has trained with Brett, you always do better when you are training on site with him. So I trained with him many, many years ago and definitely always did better when I was in camp with Brett, hands-on. And that's what Alanis and Nina and Julie, because of course Julie Darren also coached by Brett Sutton. So I would imagine the main reason they went to China is because that's where Brett was, spend a good chunk of the year with Brett. But now, of course, because the European summer has started, the 2 Darren sisters as well as Alana Siffert back here in Europe so that they can be close to all of the racing. Great to have Alanis's mum and dad here. I got to meet them late last year at the Laguna Phuket Triathlon in November. They were over there supporting Alanis. And now they have made the trip. The 3 of them drove across here. They took 2 days to get here from their hometown of Freiburg here to Roth. You can see discarding her bottle. And that was one of the things we went over very, very carefully in the race briefing for the professional athletes. Obviously, these aid stations are very, very long. They start with the rubbish section, then you've obviously got all of your hydration and nutrition, and then another section where you can get rid of rubbish, but they were told that they must make sure that they discard their used bottles within that time, otherwise they will be given a penalty. So you can see down the bottom, we've got Grace Tech still riding in that chase group, along with Nikki Bartlett and Nina Darren. So those 3 around 5.5 minutes back now on Alana Siffert. You can see the difference there. You've got in that right-hand corner, Laura Philippe making her way up, greeting for the very last time. Alana Siffert's at the top of that now. And you've got that chase group of Grace, Nikki, and Nina just about to come, and not too far away from making their way into the start of greeting. So that is where our race is at now with our professional women.
Looks like I'm back for the right time. And again, Alanis is just absolutely hammering the bike. It's also for me, it's really impressive how she you see the energy that she's putting in, and stays on the aero bars just like on the first round over the hill in Greding. Laura Philipp is now 1 minute 45 back to Alanis. So she closed that gap a little bit further. As we see, Jonas Schomburg riding through the age groupers. Also for the camera moto, it's sometimes quite difficult to stay with the leader because it gets really crowded now towards the end of the bike leg. With 30k to go on the bike, Jonas still looks really strong. Not too long until he takes the right turn towards that last section down to Roth. For me, it was always almost a relief when you because you get a little bit dizzy staying in the aero bars for such a long time and staying focused and trying not to crash into any age groupers. On the bottom left screen we have Finn Große-Frese, and on the top right screen we have Sam Laidlaw. Second lap, second time up Solar Hill for Jonas Schomburg. The best feeling you can have as a German athlete racing in front of your home crowd, leading the race in Roth. And now it's definitely gonna be a little bit more difficult, and I'm gonna hold my breath as Jonas is going up that hill. You just have to be relaxed when you go up that hill the second time through, because it's impossible to overtake. You just have to calm yourself down, not trying anything stupid, because it's so easy to get tangled up with your bar in a spectator. But yeah, also the spectators are pretty experienced here in Roth. You always have the feeling you're gonna hit a wall, and then in that last second it opens up in front of you. But yeah, you just have to stay calm, even if it's really difficult right now for Jonas. But you have the time to really let out the power. Now it's time to soak up the energy and the atmosphere, which is probably the best atmosphere in the world. And then towards the top of the hill, when the crowds open up, then he can push again. Sam Laidlaw taking that right corner and is about to hit that wall of emotions, excitement, noise of Solar Hill. Finn Große-Frese on the chase.
Isn't it crazy? I was gone for 3.5 minutes to be precise, and look what's happened to this men's race in that chase group. It is just blown to parts.
And I expected that, you know. I mean, now it's some tired legs in the chase pack, and yep, the cream rises to the top, but we still have a marathon to go.
We certainly do, and this bike ride is not over yet. as we see the young German making his way around now.
Towards Solar Hill and the last crossing on Solar Hill. Sam Laidlaw is also now on the top of Solar Hill with 1 minute and 42 back to Jonas Schomburg. So
making up time.
He's making up time. I mean,
and they did say, Sebi, the last of our spotters, they did say that Schomburg, not that he was looking bad, I definitely don't want to say that, but he was starting to just look not as comfortable as we'd seen in the former stages of the bike ride, whereas Sam Laidlaw just looks smooth as silk.
Surprise!
As expected. But
I mean, that's what I said. I mean, last week we watched the thriller in Frankfurt, but after half of the movie, well, the movie suddenly stopped, and now we see the second half of the movie, and I think that's always the thing is, you know, a long course race. It starts after the bike, and then it starts again after probably 21k into the marathon. And what I love to see, or what I like to see here, is Vince Lewis in third place. That's awesome. I love that.
Me too. And you know, there's been a lot of talk about Vincent Luis, obviously incredible short course athlete. He's done just about all you can do in short course. He's a world champion, Olympian, super tri champion several times. Look at this, and this is where you get we've got someone come off.
Yep, that's Jan
Stratman.
That's Jan Stratman.
Oh no, look at that.
Chain drop.
Wow, and did you see the skill? I mean, these guys were almost at a standstill. They were really lucky no one else had to click out then too.
I just said, I mean, when Jonas went up that hill, you just have to relax. Like that's not the place where you want to overtake or push. You just have to relax. You have to take a deep breath and relax. Even as a professional, there is enough space to still push the pedals.
And you know what's funny? I literally just read one of the updates that our spotters had given us saying that obviously when Jan and Finn attacked, Jan was in a happy place. He's like, good, we've got a gap of 100 meters. But then, for whatever reason, Jan started getting a little bit frustrated, and it allowed the men, like Vincent Luis, etc., to get back on. And you could see the spotters were saying, Jan is flustered. He is frustrated.
And that's
when you make these sorts of mistakes.
And I mean,
exactly.
That's still something Jan has to learn. Like we saw him earlier in the race where he was, you know, giving sides to the other guys in the group. Sometimes you can't be mad about something on the inside, but just don't waste the energy. You know, don't waste the energy. If the race is slowing you down, then just slow down. Then just relax. You know, then you have to take a breather and actually be happy about the opportunity to calm yourself down a little bit and relax. And that's exactly what you need to do, especially on Solar Hill. And that's definitely something you learn when you when you do that race a couple of times. And as you see now, there's still plenty of opportunity to get rid of those extra watts that you probably still have in you. And now it's really important. I mean, Finn just missed a bottle here, but it's important to try to take on one last bottle at this aid station.
But Sebi, how fantastic is it to have two young, up-and-coming, next-gen Germans in Yannick Stoll and Finn Grosser-Friese up here, taking control. Absolutely, it's incredible. And look, I hope Jan Stratman is able to get that chain back on and get back on his bike. I don't want anything bad. I mean, Jan is such a talented athlete. I think if there's anything he can take from this race at the end of the day is just, it is not worth getting upset or flustered over something that is out of your control.
Absolutely, and it's so easy to make a mistake in that situation. You know, you want to be quick. There's so many people around you shouting at you, and you know, that's the worst situation and the worst place that you want to have a dropped chain, because it's so difficult to stay focused and you know, solve that issue in that moment. So yeah, we can just hope that it all went right and he got it back on.
But often you see, especially at the second half of the race, when it's either make or break, when people, maybe the athletes that know that their run isn't quite up to scratch with the athletes they're running with, this is the time now where they need to either make or break. It's their make or break time. They either try to tighten the screws and get a little bit of a lead.
And we see Laura Philipp in second, but with the women at the bottom of the screen, what I saw was Marlene Brunet, who had a 19-minute gap after the swim, is already at 11 minutes. Sixth place. So she made up a lot of time and is potentially the fastest female athlete currently on the bike course.
Which is crazy to think. As you said, she's a full-time physician.
Yeah.
She's a very unassuming athlete, so she doesn't give herself a big rap. She doesn't make a lot of fuss, but boy can she ride. And you know, as I said, she can also run. She has a 2:44 marathon PB, so she really is a very strong runner as well. And I definitely had her on my list as definitely finishing in the top 5, but an outside potential for a podium today.
And probably best German. I mean, as you mentioned, it's always really important for us here in Germany, and being the best German in the race is sometimes the most important thing.
Outside of Laura, though, we can't. She doesn't get to be included.
True.
It's a bit unfair. It's a bit unfair including her.
Yeah.
She's in a force of her own, but very interesting development here in our men's race as we get very close towards the end of this second lap. Not too far to go. Once they complete this second lap, as I mentioned earlier, it is a hard right-hand turn and then a straight shoot down into T2. As we can see, Jonas Schomburg, he's been in and out of that saddle a little bit more than we've seen at the beginning.
Trying to take on some energy now, and he is definitely feeling it now. That's for sure. Sam Laidlaw at the last split now, 1 minute and 30 back. So he is definitely making up time. And you know what? I think that gap will be under a minute when they hit T2. So Sam is known for being very, very strong at the back end of the bike. I mean, that's really his strengths. And I think, Jonas, I mean, like I said, he definitely proved that he can push the power and that he's one of the forces to be reckoned with in the next couple of years. That's for sure. But
he still looks good though. So sure. You know, a sure sign of when someone's feeling a little uncomfortable is that there is a lot of movement in and out of the bars. But you know, when he's down there in the bars, he still looks good. Now he was on target for a sub-4. Yeah. I think that's just blown out a little bit. I mean, we could still be close. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, won't be too long before we'll have that answer. But we know that this man is riding very, very fast here today.
Absolutely, and I mean, we also have to have in mind who are we comparing him to, and that's no other than Sam Laidlaw. And I mean, Sam is known for what he can do on the bike. So one last gel for Jonas Schomburg. Those athletes are taking on at least 120 grams of carbs nowadays per hour, which is insane. I mean, in my days towards the end, we were somewhere between, let's say, 80, 90 grams per hour. Obviously, in my last season, a little bit more, but that's one of the reasons why the athletes are going so fast. It's not just how hard they can pedal, but it's also how much they can, how much energy they can take in.
And we know that last week Daniel Bakkegaard had some stomach issues, so maybe he suffered a little bit from that, from just getting his nutrition wrong.
When you push the limits, I mean, we see you know, the Norwegians struggling every now and then.
That's right,
with
Christian Blumenfeld with
nutrition.
cramps, with stomach problems. That's it's a really fine line, Sebi. And with that, we are going to cross to a very short commercial break, but we'll be back with you shortly. And we are back. Jonas Schomburg leading the way in our men's race. Alana Siffert leading the way in our women's race. And on screen right now, Sam Laidlaw currently chasing down our leader. He has managed to whittle it down to around that 1:29, so just under 1.5 minute mark. But, you know, let's just talk quickly, Sebi, about the rich history of this sport. I look through this list and I see that the past champions, obviously in the men, Lothar Leder, Chris McCormack, Patrick Vernet, Rasmus Henning, Andreas Raelert, James Cunnemar, Dirk Bockel, Timo Bracht, Niels Fromhold, Jan Frodeno, Bart Arnouts, the one and only Sebastian Kinley, Andy Dreitz, Patrick Lange, and then, of course, the last 3 years we've got Magnus Ditlev. Similar story in the women's with Nina Kraft and Nicole Leder, Joanna Lawn, Yvonne Van Vlecken. Chrissy Wellington, I want to talk about Chrissy because when you look at the times, back in 2011, Chrissy Wellington's time of 8:18. I mean, that's a time that would still stand today with our professional women. It's incredible.
It's always a fun game, right? To compare athletes out of different eras of the sport with each other. So if you think, you know, Mark and Dave had all these opportunities what we have today, would they have been able, you know, to beat the guys today? Would Chrissy Wellington, would have been she able to compete with the women today? It's a difficult question, but with Chrissy, I would definitely say yes. Yeah. If you look at her times, and I mean, I remember my very first race here in Roth, you know, and she was winning at that day. She was faster in the swim and the run, faster than me.
No way!
So
Oh my goodness!
And the women and the men started together that day at the same start line, same start time, and so I thought I'm actually catching the lead man when I caught up to Chrissy Wellington and together with Norman Stadler, by the way, and that was crazy. So Chrissy is for sure one of the greatest ever doing the sport, and yes, I think it's always difficult to really you know have an idea if this would actually work, but if she would have had all the gear and the nutrition and the knowledge the ladies have today, I think it would be awesome to see her race in a race like that.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we've had Carolyn Steffen, Marinda Carfrae, Yvonne Van Vlecken, Daniela Riff has won it numerous times here, Lucy Charles Barclay, and more recently, Annie Haug. Daniela Riff came back in 2023 to win it again, and of course last year Annie Haug set the new course record. So really, you look at this list and it's the best of the best.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love these lists, to
Me
be
too.
honest. It's like a history book of our sport.
Great shots there. We've got our lead male, our chase male, our lead female, and our chase female. Alana Siffert and Laura. So Laura Philippe in second, and then of course in our men, Jonas Schomburg and Sam Laidlow. So these four really trying to take control of this race. They've been faultless since the start.
I mean, I've been in the race a couple of times, and I've commentated the race, and I've watched the race a couple of times, and I think the turnout with spectators is amazing. I mean, on these sections where we see Jonas Schomburg on the top left of your screen, the lead man, it's just amazing. Like the crowds are just crazy.
So
I mean,
he's in a position now where he's just about to go past the swim start, so the very start of the loop. And then he will continue on, but then before he actually goes round to start a third loop, that's when he'll turn right. So he is very, very close to finishing that second loop and making his way back towards us.
and it's interesting, the same development on the men's and on the women's side. The race expanded, and now it's gonna come back together. Laura is on her way to probably catch Alanis, maybe right at T2, maybe right at the entrance of T2. I mean, I don't think that Sam Laidlaw is able to catch Jonas before transition, but it will definitely be under a minute. I'm quite confident he is now at 1 minute and 12 with 10K to go. Yeah, Laura also trained a lot at altitude. I trained with her in Heidelberg, where they live, but also it's almost like a second home now in St. Moritz. They have a flat there, and she loves the mountains, and I think I really can relate to that. It gives you a lot of mental strength as well. It's not just about the thin air and the altitude and and what it does for you on a physical standpoint, but it's also what it does to you at the mental standpoint, especially if it's not that crowded early in the year. If you can avoid the tourist crowds, it's just a nice place to train and challenge your body, but also at the same time calm down your mind.
So right now, our chase men, we know that Vincent Luis really having a great day. Now, we got cut off before, and what I was going to say about Vincent Luis, he's got a couple of middle distance wins to his name, but he hasn't, we look at the T100 series and he hasn't really fired over that distance. And I think coming into this race, there was a little bit of a question mark on would he be able to handle this distance? But I think he's showing to everyone right now that so far, he has got this well and truly under control. I think this has always been the goal for the year. 20 years ago, as we mentioned earlier, he came here to watch his father race. He feels like he's come full circle. I know he's got on his bike like father, like son, and 2020 written there. So I think for someone like Vincent Luis that's been in the sport for so long, he's been at the top of his game for so long, I think you get to a point in your career and it's more than about winning races. It's particularly because it was obviously his father that got him into the sport to start with, and to been here all those years ago to watch his dad do this race and then to come here himself. I mean, I understand it. It's what a wonderful feeling and what a wonderful experience. I know his parents are here. I know his girlfriend, Georgia Taylor Brown, is here. I know his manager, Julian, is here. So he's got his whole team here supporting him, cheering him on. And I just think for Vincent Luis here today, it is a celebration for a sport that has given him so much.
Absolutely, and it's kind of interesting because Vince and Freddie, the guys with the best kits in the field,
of course, yes,
they both had a similar season so far. I mean, T100, I thought when Vince is about to hit the T100, he's gonna hit it hard and he's gonna win some races. Not really happening, and same for Freddie. I didn't expect Freddie to win any T100 races, but I thought he would do much better. And now they're actually moving quite well. Freddie is now in 7th place with 6:31 back, and Vince still in 3rd place.
Incredible.
I'm shocked by his performance so far. Just 5 minutes back to Jonas Schomburg, who is riding an insanely pace. And just to give you a little bit of an update, even if you don't have him on the screen right now, it's Jan Stratmann who had this little incident on Solar Hill where he potentially dropped the chain. He's about 40 seconds back to that group, so it definitely took him some time, but he is on his way and he's fine. He's riding. Yep.
I actually like that I can see that there's only about a 9-second gap between himself now and Frederick Funk. Now, the two of them are very, very good friends. I think this could really motivate the both of them. I think the two of them coming together, they could really help each other get through this last section of the bike. Even though I'm sure Jan's upset that he's lost this time, but it's happened. And now I think having Freddie and him together as mates, I think that they could really work together and just reduce that deficit, or at least not let it blow out anymore.
100% agree. It helps a lot, especially on the last section. This woman is on her own basically from the start, leading the race. Still has a good gap to Laura, but Laura is definitely catching up. She's now 55 seconds behind, so under a minute.
Yeah, you can see that now. 55 seconds, whereas our three chasers, Nikki, Grace and Nina, still sitting pretty at just under 6 minutes, or just on that 6-minute mark back. So they've continued to lose a little bit of time, obviously, to our leader and to Laura. But great to see Alana still riding so very, very strong at the 137-kilometre mark for our professional women. Also worth noting in our men's race as well, Aaron Royal, also here for the first time now at 7 minutes back. Still doing a really good job. It's really
good.
The thing is with these short course athletes, we're talking about, multiple times Olympians. Very, very, in their heyday, they're at the top of the game over Olympic distance racing, and they're all here for the very first time racing over this distance. And they're really holding their own right now. It's impressive to see.
Belinda, I just love to see Laura ride a bike. It's
I love to see her ride and run. I mean, she's faultless over both, isn't she?
Absolutely. I mean, and also her run. I think from a running technique standpoint, it's probably the best running technique in my opinion. So if you wanna learn something about how to run from a technique standpoint and have a picture in mind on how
it should look.
Yeah, you should.
Was that my mistake? I need to put a picture of Laura up on my fridge.
Well, put it on the big screen probably, because if it's on the screen, it's even better. Yeah, I've run quite a lot with her, and you know, it's also for her. It's now you see the result of all this work, but it wasn't always easy. You know,
No.
She struggled a lot with injuries early on. She had a couple of stress reactions, and you know, that's something you don't. Yeah, I mean, you don't see when you are seeing her now perform on that level. You don't see all the tears that went into that performance as well. And I mean, there were a lot of them. Trust me. I mean, I've seen her. Yeah, when she was at the very bottom of the sport, where you sometimes you believe you can't do nothing anymore in the sport. And so I'm really happy for her that she can perform now to that standard.
And now, the greatest in the world right now. As you can see, these super smooth German roads. Of course, the Germans renowned for their autobahns and fast driving.
Unfortunately, not all of the roads in Germany are that smooth, to be honest. I know a couple of really bad ones in my backyard.
Not quite the same.
But yeah, these are definitely, and I have to say, the bike paths here in the area are absolutely amazing. Usually it's very tough to ride your TT bike on a bike course, on a bike path. But here in Roth, you can definitely do that. I mean, those are probably the best bike passes in the world. And when you come here and when you pre-ride the course and when you want to just get a little bit of the feeling, I would always recommend please stay on the bike path. And yeah, also when we talk about recommendations, Belinda, one of the things we need to talk about was the heat in the last couple of days, and we have some absolutely ecstatic fans. But if you're planning to light up the race, please don't.
And so you can see right now, just past the 2.2 kilometre mark, you've got Jonas Schomburg leading.
Oh, Jonas is looking
looks
strong.
really
Yep.
good. The difference in turnover between Sam Laidlow and Jonas.
And what I like here is that both of those dudes, they're tall. They're tall guys, and it's easy if you have a smaller runner. And then the cadence is pretty high and it looks so fast. And then you have somebody like Jan. I mean, that was always the comparison between me and Jan. And Jan was a good 15 centimeters taller. And they always told me, Jan is not looking as good as you. And I'm like, yeah, but why I'm losing 5 seconds per cadence? and sometimes it looks good from the outside if you're a little bit smaller and have a higher cadence. But I agree. Jonas looks great on the run so far.
And we know that Jonas right now, if he wants any chance of breaking Magnus Ditlev's course record from last year, he needs to run a 2:32. Now, sounds crazy, but I don't think it's impossible. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I don't know what this man is capable of. I didn't think he was going to ride a new bike record, so I'm not going to put it out of the question. We've been talking so much about the
question, but then I'm sometimes falling out of the window. I'm always doing this cliffhanger announcements, and then I get proved wrong. But I like to get proved wrong by athletes.
Absolutely.
I think, yeah, Jonas, after this bike ride, I mean, his fastest run time so far on a long course distance, and he doesn't have that much of an experience, was 2:41:44 in South Africa. So I think it's a super tough ask, but I mean, the main thing is win the race.
Of course it is.
Honestly,
anything above that is a bonus, of course. I think
on the men's race, for Jonas, it would be climbing in the Mount Everest without oxygen. You know, I mean, it would be, I mean, for sure the biggest day of his long triathlon career, winning the race today.
Absolutely, but great to see him up the front, really looking good. Sam Laidlow in second place. As we're back with our professional women, that is Alanis Siffert on screen right now, currently sitting in second place. She led for majority of the day, only just being overtaken by Laura Philippe. We anticipated it was going to happen. We thought there might have been a possibility that Alanis could hold her off until T2, but you can see right now they're coming towards that swim start of the bike course. Oh, sorry. It won't be long now before we see our women make their way back here towards us.
Let's look a little bit further down the women's list, and what I like to see is, or what I love to see is that Nikki, Nina and Grace are all riding together.
And still at around that 6-minute mark, so they haven't lost any more time really. I mean, we're talking 5, maybe 10 seconds to who was our leader, Alanis, but still sitting at around that 6-minute mark back now on Laura Philippe, and they're riding very, very well, putting themselves in a really good position.
And now Laura, yeah, having that privilege of being the leader at Solar Hill, which is, I mean, you can say Olympic champion, Ironman world champion, Roth winner, and then it's crossing Solar Hill first on a bike.
When Alana's got to have that privilege on the first lap, and now she's decided Laura can have it now on that second lap. But great to see these two women still together, and hats off to Alana. She's not going to let Laura go.
But hats off, she should ride hats off actually, because as much as I, you know, have respect for her riding on the aero bars the whole day on Solar Hill the second time through, it's probably better to not ride on the aero bars. Also, just because on
just a safety side of things.
The base bar, you know, the base bar is almost like a fork, you know. I mean, it's so easy to get tangled up with the bar. In, you know, there are a lot of, like I said, the spectators are also very experienced. But just like you see here, you know, I mean, you have to slow down, and then that's the situation, you know. It's sometimes you can't overtake, it's impossible. And
you can see now this is the inexperience of a person being in Roth for the first time versus someone that's been in Roth 3 times now. Just getting a little bit impatient, where the thing is, Sebi, this is not a long climb.
No.
She's not losing time.
Absolutely. No, you just have to relax, like we said before. You have to actually embrace the situation and realize, oh, this is a chance I'll get from the race to actually take a breather,
get your heart rate back down,
enjoy the atmosphere, soak it all in, almost like a battery, and then release it once
you're up the other side.
Up there. Especially on the second loop. I mean, I know how it feels, and I know how easy it is to talk about a situation like that. When I was in that situation, I was like super impatient, but still, I can get some smart advice now because I've been there, and I can just recommend to stay calm and relax, and you know, that's exactly what you said. Is like you see with Laura, she stayed calm, and
And you can see right now on screen, this is our Hoka 42.2 kilometre run. That is the T section I was talking about on the canal. They then have to do this tiny little bit of a dog leg before they make their way through town here and out to Buchenbach. Now the difference being Buchenbach is all on road, all on bitumen, and it is very undulating. It is not flat. The canal is as flat as you can get. The issue with the canal is that it is, as you can see, oh, beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Cameraman. The issue with the canal, it is very exposed. It is exposed to the wind and it is exposed to the sun. And I have friends up on the land there that just told me it is absolutely roasting up there. So while it might only be 25 degrees Celsius, which sounds pretty good, I've been given reports that it is that sun is absolutely burning down on these athletes, and there is nowhere to hide. There is no shade for this entire section along the run. And this is a good 20K by the time they get off this canal. So when they go through Buchenbach, okay, it's not flat, it's quite undulating, but it is almost completely shaded by trees on each side.
Yeah, pick your poison.
Yeah, pick your poison, that's
I mean,
right.
to be honest, I've been running along the canal, and I definitely considered jumping into the canal. It's so tempting to see the water, and like you said, you get absolutely roasted there. And even if the air temperature is just 26, 25 degrees, in the sun it feels so much hotter.
Yeah.
And I mean, on a hot pace is definitely this man, Jonas Schomburg. Here we have Sam Laidlaw, and he's now 1 minute and 52 back at 4.3K. So from the impression, didn't fool us. I mean, Jonas definitely
look at that, and look at him now. I mean, you can just see the difference in the turnover.
Absolutely,
much faster cadence.
But you know what? Actually, it gives me more confidence in Sam Laidlaw because he's really rolling with his Hokas. I mean, I think that's also one of the things. Is like Sam has a very efficient long course running style. He is really rolling, and with Jonas, you can see this is like it almost looks like short course race pace, right? And he's on his toes. It looks great right now, but I want to see how...
What's it going to look like at 32K?
Absolutely, absolutely.
I get what you're saying. I agree. We're right at the beginning stages of this marathon, and you can see right now a close-up of what I was talking about before with that very fine...
Rollsplit.
Rollsplit. I like it. Thank you very much.
There's not a more German word for something like it than Rollsplit.
It's so dry, and you know, I don't have a perfect running style. In fact, I am the complete opposite. I'm a shuffler, and even I have found it very difficult to run on this. And you know, he's got that really high backlift, and I think you lose that traction on this surface very, very easily. And we were talking about it before with all the carbon shoes. Obviously, there are no rules with the shoes here in this race. They can wear whatever prototypes, whatever they like. There's no rules. And we know that most of these athletes, most of these professional athletes are in full carbon shoes, and the grip underneath is minimal. And I wonder how
Belinda,
it feels.
maybe we have, I mean, in the live stream, I probably guess we have most of the viewers are hardcore triathlon fans. But what do you mean with full carbon shoes?
Oh, well, you know, carbon shoes. I mean, they're all probably all in carbon shoes.
Yeah, sure. So the thing is, like, they have this super foam, let's call it that way, critical foam, which gives a lot of rebound. And then there is like this thin carbon plate in there, which basically works like an extension of your Achilles. And the Achilles can save a lot of energy. You know, you're from Australia, right? Mm-hmm. Home of kangaroos.
Kangaroos, so that's how it works.
Put some carbon shoes on.
Why don't I feel like a kangaroo when I wear carbon shoes? It does not have that effect with me.
I definitely felt great with carbon shoes, that's for sure. But that's really the thing. It puts a little bit of leverage on the Achilles and helps the Achilles to store even more energy together with the supercritical foam. It's almost like a trampoline. So kangarooing.
And back with our women's race, it is Alana Siffert on screen.
I was about to say she also looks like a kangaroo a little bit.
Jumping around on the bike, yes.
But I love kangaroos, so...
They're a pretty cool animal.
Absolutely. I mean, she is definitely rocking that bike, that's for sure.
But not too long now. I think our women are almost at that 162 kilometre mark. That'll be the next split that we get for our women. And you can see Alana starting to really feel the heat even on the bike. She's making sure that water, putting it over her back, under her neck. So it is starting, I think these athletes are really starting to feel the effects of the conditions.
But what I love to see is she's really composed. You know, there was no fizzling when she put the bottle back in the bottle holder behind her back. Usually, when you're that deep into the race, it kind of gets difficult. Like all the movements are starting to hurt. You're not hitting the bottle cage in the right spot, and sometimes you just, you know, you just totally forget to even drink and cool yourself down. So that's a good sign that she's still focused and still, you know, executing her plan.
No, I completely agree. She, as I've said several times today on the coverage, she shows maturity well beyond her young years.
And on the top of the screen, we have Sam Laidlow and our leader, Jonas Schomburg, at the last split at 5.7K. Sam lost another couple of minutes.
Did you see that down on screen then? That was Laura just having to get off her error bars. It's always a little tricky.
Super tight, and I mean, to be honest, I don't like that position of the motorbike, you know. I would rather prefer to see her from the back, even if we love that we have all these different kinds of angle, and on, you know, I really like to give a shout out to all the people on the motorbikes today, of course all the volunteers, but it's so difficult to deliver these pictures if you have the crowds here at Solar Hill, and I don't want to be on one of those motorbikes,
no,
that's for sure. I'd rather sit here with you.
That used to be my original job here back in the day once I retired, and I tell you, I reckon I aged 10 years every time I got off the motorbike. I was 10 years older, a couple more wrinkles added to my face. But Melle Brunet, always have a hard time saying. I'm sure you say
Marlene Brunet.
What a race she's having!
It's not a very German name.
It's not. That makes me happy because I've had a lot of difficulties saying it over the past 3 or 4 months. But what a race she is having right now! Honestly, so far behind out of the swim, and just slowly but surely making her way through this race.
Look, there are now switchbacks on Solar Hill. The crowds formed switchbacks.
I love it. And you can see it does start to thin out a little bit because a lot of these spectators have made their way now down onto the run course. I know up at the Lande, I've got friends down there right now, and they said it is absolutely packed solid. So a lot of these spectators, they're on bikes, and once they see all of the professional men and women make their way through Solar for the last time, they then jump on their bikes and make their way onto the Hoka 42.2 kilometre marathon course. But Melle really having a great race, very, very solid.
Absolutely. I mean, it's almost like she listened to us. She is staying like super cool and relaxed. She could go much faster, obviously, than the age group guy in front of her. And now, you know, putting the foot down again, just, you know, really relaxed and soaked up that atmosphere and the energy for the next and last couple of kilometers on the bike.
But I'll be very keen to see what this...
She's now 8 minutes and 58 back, so she's definitely making up time towards the lead. She's for sure the fastest rider in the field.
But very, very strong marathoner as well, so very keen to see what she's able to do on this run course.
Like you corrected me beforehand, she's probably not in the mix for the best German athlete, but definitely for the podium.
But still, coming second. What, honestly, it's just, I get a little nervous on this last lap for our professional athletes, and
me too.
It's no one's fault, but it just, you know, there's always a little bit of a lapse in concentration every now and again, and that's all it takes. But so far, I think we're fine. We're lucky. Laura is a class athlete, very, very good bike handling skills.
Oh,
so
absolutely, yeah.
I have no doubt that she will be able to, she can more than handle herself on this course, but I just hold my breath a little bit. I'll be happy when these two women are in T2.
And Laura is, you know, that's one of the benefits, you know, being married to Philip, having him as a coach. You know, he lets you ride the mountain bike as well. It's not just indoor on Zwift. It's up in the mountains in St. Moritz, and also a ski downhill every now and then. It doesn't hurt, you know, if you're getting tired. It's sometimes your reaction time's getting much lower. And yeah, Jonas approaching the first turnaround.
He really still looks very, very good. And just a big shout out, we've got all of our swimmers out onto the bike, so it's always
That's good news.
I know for our race directors, they always like it when our last swimmer...
That's the first deep breath today for
the
Felix
first sight,
and everybody
for
involved.
Catherine, so well done to all of our age group and relays out there.
Now, yeah, they will meet each other, and
this is the
Sam
first
will
chance.
have a look
we
into
know
Jonas' eyes.
It's
He will see, because he look optically he looks definitely strong and fast.
Yeah, and we know that time is starting to really pull out. So Jonas Schomburg is increasing his lead over Sam Laidlow.
And I think, you know what, Belinda? Again, it's the same we have seen early in the race. The race will expand again and then probably collapse back again. After the swim, the race expanded, you know. Jonas increased his lead to everybody else, and then Sam was slowly closing down on him. And now Jonas again is choosing a very aggressive approach to that marathon. And yeah, we'll see if that, you know.
To be honest, Sebi, Sam's looking really good right now. I know he's not running as quickly as Jonas, but he looks good. I think, you know, here we go. This is the first opportunity for them to eyeball each other.
No.
Not much said there, and then as expected, it's as you would expect. They're two fierce competitors, but I'm still impressed with how Sam Laidlow's looking. We know he's not running quite as quickly, but I think he's obviously the more experienced than the two, and I think he knows that the marathon is it's a bloody long way.
Absolutely, and you know what? I mean, Sam already surprised me with the performance he delivered until that point today. I think he had a super difficult 6 months after dropping out, or not dropping out in Kona, but just having a really, really tough day. So I think it's already great. I think most people wrote him off, and I did too. And we have a settled situation here, so we can take a breather, and we have a little commercial and be right back.
Alana Siffert ended up with a ride of 4:41.42.
And we have a development on the men's side, because for the first time on the marathon, Sam Laidlow is making up time. Gosh, I'm so happy that my predictions
were correct.
Yeah, looks like the race expanded, and now it's just slightly coming back together. I'm not sure, but it looks optically better. Or
he definitely has a faster cadence than what we saw at the beginning stages of the run.
And you know what? A confident Laidlow is a really dangerous Laidlow.
It is a scary thing, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, if he is going to pick up momentum, he will absolutely tear everything down that's in his way. I mean, if now, you know, that's the great thing. If you come from such a roller coaster like he did in the last 6 months, you know, where you struggled so much, and then start to gain momentum towards that first big race of the year, and you feel better and better every day. It's a much better feeling than, you know, being in top shape 4 or 5 weeks before the race, and then thinking like, how could I hold that shape, and you kind of like lose momentum towards the race a little bit. And I think he gained momentum in the right time, and now again in the race he's gaining momentum. You know, his expectations and also the expectations from a lot of people were just not that high.
Well,
and
that's the toughest thing, I think, in our sport. It's obviously, as an elite athlete, you have expectations on yourself. You know what you're capable of. You see it in training and being able to execute on race day. But what I find is hard for a lot of these athletes is the expectations and the weight of others and what they expect from you. And I know there were a lot of people out there saying, well, you know, if Sam doesn't do well in this next race, what does that mean for Sam Laidlow? And you'd be lying if you say that sort of thing doesn't get to you. It's difficult to shut it out, but you know, it's been a long, hard road. The great thing about Sam is he has an incredible mother and father, Michelle and Richard. Richard, of course, is his coach. Very close-knit family, and they're very protective of their son, and they look after him. And I've seen the family unit working at home, and he is able to shut the world out. He can go there, he can train, he can eat, sleep,
Absolutely,
train,
but,
repeat.
You know, I mean, the thing is also at that point when you have that support, I always felt like I'm carrying actually the weight on my shoulders to pay them back.
Pay
you
them
know,
back,
even
yep.
if they don't, even if
they
it's
don't
not the
expect it.
case,
No,
you know.
no.
But that's the thing. If you have this great support, it's almost like
You owe it to them to give them some return on their time and effort.
absolutely.
Yeah,
And that's
It's
sometimes
tough.
it's even the way harder thing than expectations from the outside and everybody else. It's you know, people around you investing in you and want you perform well is sometimes way tougher than just expectations from media or sponsors. You don't care about them at the
No.
end of the day, but I mean,
you do
of
care
course
about
you do.
family and friends. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we know that Sam Laidlow has his partner Milan Agnew out there on course, cheering him on. I'm sure Richard is out there.
Yeah, they are. His whole family is here.
Yep.
You be sure he is hiding somewhere in these bushes and screaming at his son.
So the reason you can see over past years, this canal used to be packed with bikes and people on the side, but they decided this year to make sure that the safety of the athletes, the fairness of the race, that no bikes, no spectators per se.
Which is a good
It is a
decision
good thing.
because
It is a
at
good
one
thing.
point it just gets crazy, you know, and you know, it gets more and more and more, and at one point it's almost impossible. And imagine you have, I mean, this is the pro race now, you know, it's not, of course, it. You probably might think, what are they talking about? But then when you have the amateurs there as well, they also have their people out there. And then imagine there is a circumstance where you need a first responder out on the run course. It's not a good thing. So therefore, yeah. The only thing that I'm a little bit surprised is on the bottom left, Vince Louis, that he is actually having a bike rider in front of him, because that's something we usually try to avoid. Even if he's now on the section where it doesn't help him at all, because he might have a tailwind now because they had a headwind going into the other direction. But what I love to see is Vince running in third place. Absolutely awesome.
Amazing.
I'm thrilled for him. It's yeah, that's great. And look down the order. Jan Stratmann in fourth place, 6 minutes 47 back, and Freddy Funk 8 minutes and 23 back. Those two dudes are not running together.
No,
not friends today.
Not friends today. Well, not at the moment anyway. But you can see now, not long to go for Jonas Schomburg up in the left corner. He is about to make that final turn on the canal. He'll then make his way back towards the Landy. This is an opportunity for him to see exactly where his entire competition is at. So he will be running right past all of them as he makes his way back towards the Landy and then in towards the town of Roth.
And we have the next German through the 15.5 kilometer split with Finn Große-Fräse. He's about 10 minutes back.
But Vincent Louis, I mean, he's down here now towards the latter end of the canal. Still looks really good. He'll get an opportunity to see where his competition is at.
And that's Sam Laidlow in second, and Sam is making up time towards Jonas Schomburg. He just made up another 25 seconds in the last 2.5 kilometers. So he is running about roughly 8 seconds per K faster than Jonas Schomburg.
And it's
currently.
funny because it doesn't look like that when I look at the screen and, you know, Jonas with that faster turnover,
Yep.
he looks like he's running faster than Sam Laidlow, but it's actually the opposite.
But as we said at the beginning, I mean, you can almost see from the outside how Sam picked up the pace when he hit the channel. I think he was like pretty conservative starting the marathon, which is super tough in Roth, because especially at the beginning of the marathon with the slide downhill, the spectators, when you come out of T2, it's so tempting to go really, really hard. And I think Sam did an awesome job, you know. I mean, I thought like, oh, he's probably struggling a little bit, but he looks like he is executing a perfect plan. And the man with the perfect plan
He's right here in studio with us
is
now.
right here in the studio and standing standing here in the studio, the
You know,
best dressed man.
I like to call him the game changer because he really is the game changer when it comes to the sport of
Not
triathlon.
a drop of sweat from
No.
Felix.
I was at the shower. But I'm actually here to crash the party to wish you a happy birthday, my friend. Thanks for spending your birthday with us, CB.
It's funny, we have the same birthday, you know? 41 years of Ross and 41 years of Sebastian.
Perfect.
Oh,
Thanks
here
a lot.
we go. Oh, we did have. It's a bit too windy. We do have a cake. It's not good. Maybe we need to wait till we bring it up. Oh, we got it. We've got it. Oh, here we go. Is it up? Oh my gosh! Should we get to be able to? No. Hold on. Here we go.
I have enough fire to actually not blow the candle.
Can we do it?
I think it's too windy.
No,
It's too windy.
fine,
It's all right. It's fine. But happy birthday.
Thanks. Thanks. Couldn't imagine a better place to be here.
Love that
on
you
my
want to
birthday.
spend your birthday 9 hours with me. I
Absolutely,
tell you
I love
what,
it.
it's better than what my husband. I mean, honestly, he would say 9 hours with me is not something you want to do for your birthday, but. No, it's been fantastic. Honestly, he's one of the best commentators I could ever wish to work with, and the race so far today has been truly remarkable. We've just.
It's easy to to speak about a race like that. That's for sure.
Yeah.
No, really happy. I was on the motorcycle. More people than ever before out on course. I mean, the temperature was amazing. It was very
It's actually
calm.
cooled down again now.
Yeah. Really, really good. I was really surprised how focused Sam was. I spoke to him quite often, and he was totally focused.
Yeah.
It's really good. And Jonas, he was smiling from ear to ear. It was so beautiful to see that, how he enjoys it.
Now he's
loves it.
grimacing from ear to ear, probably.
But what can we say about this young woman on screen now, Felix? We knew she was coming into this race as the absolute favourite, but she is delivering, and then some. Laura Phillip, we just had Annie Haug here, two of the greatest long-distance athletes in the world, and to have them both here today, truly remarkable.
Absolutely is. Absolutely is.
Now, one thing I'd like to talk about just before you go, though, is yesterday was a pretty incredible day. I know that when it started, this picture went around social media, I got goosebumps, and I actually had, I'll be honest, I had a little bit of a cry because I think what you did yesterday was groundbreaking and epitomizes what you are as a human being, and that you only ever wanted and want the best for the sport of triathlon. Can you just run us through what happened yesterday?
Well, it was quite remarkable. When Scotty Root got into power, he dropped me an email, said, hey, everyone said that I should give you a call, and would you like to talk to me? And I said, yes, sure. And so we talked for at least an hour. And then he said, yeah, I know that you've been to Hawaii about 15 times, and we would like to invite you. And I said, look, none of you ever came to Roth after we parted.
Fair point.
So I would love to invite you, and if you come to Roth, I'll definitely go to Hawaii again. And he kept his promise, and he had such a wonderful gift for us yesterday. And I just think that at this weekend, you know, Ironman is here, Challenge Family is here, PTO is here, we are here. And we are all celebrating the sport, and we should do that. And it's not about that we will sell Roth, because there were many comments on social media.
I could imagine.
Now they are selling. No, it's not about that. It's about stopping this bullshit that happened in the past, you know. And I'm very grateful that he came and that he enjoys the race. And I think the more cooperation between the organizations we can, the better for the sport.
Absolutely. And
I'm pretty sure you're not going to sell Ross. I mean, I know Felix for a long time. That would be like selling your kids. I mean...
My problem would be, what should I do then?
Yeah.
The only thing that I'm capable of is this.
You'd be so bored. You'd be bored. You'd have nothing.
Would, give me as much fun as riding up Solo Hill on the back of a motorcycle.
Yeah, look, it's incredible. And what your father obviously was the first, Herbert. He was the one with the
vision.
Foresight, the vision.
Yeah.
And to see what you've done, of course, Alice was there the whole time with him. Yeah. But to see what you and Catherine and your incredible team, because let's face it, this is not just you and Catherine. This is this insane team that you've been able to put together. And I get to watch it operate all week long, and it's just a well-oiled machine. And we were talking about the volunteers, the massage the volunteers get. I meant to also add, there's a special camp section over here now, and they've got jacuzzis. So I mean,
and a beach bar.
And a beach bar. It
we have to
ends.
give back. You know, if people come here for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, from all different corners of the world to help us, then we have to give back. And
Absolutely.
it's the respect and it's friendships that are building here, and this is what makes the organization really strong. If I look here on the pictures and see, that's for example a family that is there every year. It's a third generation aid station with all their friends and family and relatives. It's just amazing what they do, you know, and they pass on the knowledge to the kids, and then the kids take over the aid stations. And it's just absolutely amazing. Oh, and here runs Matteo. That's Matteo.
I was going to say, I know who this boy is.
Exactly. He works for us since last year, our content creator. He's the most sportive in the team, by the way.
I can see that.
You have to be sportive if you run with Jonas Schomburg, even almost 20K into the run.
Yeah.
Oh, it's incredible. But your predictions, before we let you go, your predictions. Your predictions.
Look at him.
Oh, it's incredible. Amazing. But you know, we've got Jonas Schomburg leading. We've got Sam Laidlow starting to take out small snippets of time on Jonas. And then we've got Vincent Luis.
Yeah.
Neither of us expected Vincent to be up in the top 3.
I told you.
Oh, you did.
When we spoke about it, I told you.
You did.
Yeah. And also what I have to say about Sam Laidlow, when he was in very dark moments and he wasn't feeling well and everything, he sent me those wonderful voice messages saying, hey, my goal is Roth. I'll do everything to come. And then he said, oh, I think it looks like I can't, you know, it's not going to work out. I'll not be healthy. And then the next one was, oh, it looks a bit better. And he's such a nice and down-to-earth guy. And I'm so happy seeing these pictures. And I saw him when he arrived at the transition today in the morning. It's amazing to see how focused he was. And then I bumped into Lothar Leder and he said, this guy's going to win. Yeah. He looked in his eyes. It's amazing. But, I mean, look at Jonas. Look at Jonas. He's not slowing down, you know.
No, incredible.
It's the same here. I mean, we work with Sam as the company that I work for. And so I was with his father, and he was visiting us in Girona. And I did my first prediction here, and I didn't even have him on the podium. And then he visited us. Yeah. And
completely changed.
You know, I looked in his eyes and I was like, you want this? Are you like, do you really want it? And he was like, yes, man, I'm ready for it. And I was like, oh, okay, time to change my pick again. It's just, it's a great ambassador for the sport, and congrats on having him here. Yeah. I mean, it's an amazing race so far for us.
I really like, because he contacted us through his manager, and that he really wanted to come, and we were really happy, Belinda. Remember when?
Definitely.
When they called us. But what I also love to see is Jan, Frederick and Finn. Look at that.
Yep.
4, 5, 6. That's awesome. That's really awesome. The German young guns. The very young gun on place 1, but then those 3 all together, that's amazing as well.
Oh, look, I look at, and we were talking about this earlier in the coverage, that there is definitely a race within a race here, with the amount of incredible Germans and the array of Germans from the up and coming to the already established to the ones that are we're going to be farewelling this afternoon, Maurice Clavel. It's an incredible array of German powerhouses that are here today racing.
Yeah. Did you get the news that everyone is safe and sound out of the channel?
Yes, we did.
Good.
Always. Yes, it's always a breathing a sigh of relief when that last swimmer makes it out. Absolutely. So everyone out onto the bike course now, and of course our professional men and women and some of our top age group men are onto this run.
And Sam is just through the half marathon mark, and he picked up another 30 seconds. So we are up for a thrilling final of the race here in Roth.
Yeah.
Just got news from the parking lots. Parking lots are full. They have to open 2 new ones.
Of course they do.
It's going to get full tonight.
Just tell us the sort of numbers. We've spoken about the amount of athletes racing here today. We've spoken about the 7,500 volunteers. Plus the wait list that's there for next year. How many spectators do we get from all over Germany and, of course, from Europe?
We expect 300,000 like last year, and when I saw what was out there on the bike course, it was more.
I already told Belinda, I mean, I've been out on the course a couple of times, and that's for sure the biggest crowd, and
No, it was amazing. And also what I really liked is that so many people living on the bike course, they just put their tables out and had breakfast.
That's the
Sit out there all day long.
pictures.
for us at athletes, that's what makes all the difference. Because instead of some of the other venues where we are going, and you actually have the feeling, oh, they don't really want us here. Here it's like
never.
Also from the, like you said, I mean, it's a tough ask because you have to close down a lot of roads, and it's not easy. Like, you basically block the people in their normal life. They can't leave the space. But instead of complaining about it, make a party out of it, right? Put the table, put the beer table in front, have a couple of brezel and some Weißwurst.
Some cold beers. I love it. Yeah, it's great.
That's great.
But and let's just, before we let you go, let's just talk quickly. On screen right now, Nikki Bartlett. We're doing a recap of the women's race thus far. Nikki Bartlett, she's had a very tough time of it. Some personal issues this year. Change of coaching herself for this race, and of course, only 3 days ago, her dog dying. And you know, she wanted to honour that. She wanted to have her dog with her. And
my colleague, I asked in the office, does anyone know a printer that can print on a race suit? Because you can't just give that race suit to anyone, you know. And then my lovely colleague Julia, she called a friend, and
unbelievable,
she has it printed.
That's one of the signs, you know. It doesn't matter if it's printing new bib numbers in race week because some surprise new starters are on the list. To do something like that, that's really what makes Roth special.
Yeah, absolutely does.
Thanks, Felix.
The good thing is that the organization itself is running so smooth that we can do things like that.
Of course,
you know?
Go above and beyond.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Guys, enjoy.
I'm sure we will see you later on today.
Absolutely will. Thanks so much for everything. Thanks to the audience, and I also would like to give a big credit to the whole regie and production team. I hope you hear me. I received so many messages with the quadruple screen. Everyone goes mad. So thank you so much to the production team. Thank you so much to you two that you coached the production team so that they exactly knew what you want.
We're rising the bar again and again. I mean,
the
drug testing for a split screen and so on. Yeah, it's awesome.
Love it. Thanks so much, guys. I'll see you later.
Have a great day out there, Felix. Of course, that was Felix Ovalsurfer.
And this man on screen is picking up the pace as well. He's also making up time towards Jonas Schomburg now, sub 5 minutes at the half marathon mark.
Now, Sebi, I have been told, obviously he's been up in Font-Romeu for the last 3 weeks training. I know Milan Brons from the Netherlands has been up there training with him, and things have been going really well. We know that Vincent Luis, there's been some injury woes. I think there's been a little bit of an Achilles issue. I wouldn't go as far as to say it's an injury, but I know that it's probably forced him to miss a few run sessions that, you know, you always want to get that one going. But like you said, sometimes that's a blessing in disguise.
Absolutely, yeah, it is. Because I know how it feels when you,
Well, you know about the Achilles.
Yeah, I know about the Achilles, but I also know when you're healthy, when you're fit, and you think, oh, this time I'll push one more.
Just one more, one more.
Yeah. And that's I mean, a wise man once said, there's a thin line between fit and fucked, and
I love it.
That's definitely true. And I mean, Vince definitely looked on the fit side of things here.
Yeah, it's absolutely right. And so even though, you know, he said there's a little bit of a question mark, as long as his Achilles can stand up. I mean, right now he's still running very, very well.
Exclamation mark.
It'll be great. But we're going to go to a very short commercial break. We'll be back with you shortly.
And just like we advertised, the race is breathing, the race is expanding, and it's going to go back together. Also, Freddy Funk and Jan Stratmann are making up time to our leader Jonas Schomburg, and we are in for a great finale in the men's race.
And it's interesting because often on this first section, this first 21K along the canal, a little bit longer, we don't see a lot of movement because it's flat. People often get into a pace and they hold that pace. You don't see a lot of change. It's this second half of the run, once they go through town, where you start to see those gaps either increase or decrease. But great to see shots there of Laura Philipp and also Alana Siffert as they make their way now. Laura Philipp making her way down the far end of the canal.
Laura also prepared at altitude, just like Vince did. Vince was in Font-Romeu. The other great spot in Europe is obviously St. Moritz. I mean, she's now the first time she had the chance to survey the competition. Alanis Siffert is 6 minutes and 30 seconds back at 5.7 kilometers.
And of course we do. If there's one thing that we're assured of, is that this woman is going to increase her lead from here on in. There is no one in this field.
If she wants it.
If she wants to,
but she can race on her terms. I mean,
absolutely. Pick the pace that she wants.
I mean, we just talked with Annie, and sometimes it's not. It doesn't mean that you're hurting less when you slow down. Sometimes it's actually, oh, I don't want to hurt longer. Let's just keep going.
Let's keep going. That's
get
right.
into a flow, get into a rhythm that you feel comfortable with and that you're prepared for. And so it's really on her terms. I mean, it's also, I have to say, it's the best feeling in the world to have a comfortable lead in Roth, because that makes the race extra special. Then you can soak up all the atmosphere and cheering crowd.
But just look at that graphic on screen now. German flag, French flag, German. But yeah, quite incredible.
And you know, in some years, you were best. You had a German podium or a couple of Germans in the top 10, but it was more due to the fact that the field wasn't that deep. But this year, I would definitely say it's most of the athletes are just super strong. So it's a great debut race so far for Freddy Funk. It's a great race for Jan Stratmann, and they're up there not because the lack of competition, but they're there because those dudes, they know what they're doing.
And I just love each and every year we see another German, and I mean, we know Finn Grosser Friese, he's very young, 24 years of age, very young. Obviously, Jan Stratmann, Frederick Funk. We know Frederick's 27, so still young in terms of long distance or full distance racing. And of course, this being his first. Great to see, I have to admit, I have to mention him because he's an Aussie, but it's great to see Aaron Royal again. Debut over this distance, was very unsure. He's had a really hectic year because his wife got a job with Austri. So they've made the big move from the UK all the way over to Australia to the Gold Coast. So back in May, he made that massive move to the other side of the world pretty much, and then trying to also train for a full distance race. So great to see Aaron Royal doing very, very well in what is his first time over this distance. But great to see Jonas still in control of this race. We know that he is starting to fade just ever so slightly. Sam Laidlow is starting to make up just a little bit of time. Vincent Louis still holding very strong in third. We've got Jan Stratmann and Frederick Funk. I know Frederick will be trying to claw his way up closer to Jan. And also Matthias Pedersen from Denmark, right up there as well in 7th place.
And Belinda, I just had to take off my my mic real quick because there's a new guest.
Another legend.
Yeah, he's coming to our booth from the course, and he had to change his T-shirt real quick because I think it's a little bit hotter out there than it is in the shade here. And that's no other guy than the fastest runner in our sport, and that's Mr. Patrick Lange. Patrick, welcome to our little booth here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, great to be here and great to be on the other side of the fence for once.
So you don't want to be in the race if you spectate the race. How are you feeling after last week's race in Frankfurt?
It's actually a really good question because that's what I asked myself, and I definitely want to be in this race. So I had goosebumps all over my body when that gun went off at 6:30, and definitely I still could feel the fire burning
That's a
rightly in me. And to be honest, I was not. I was really curious to see how it feels. And so yeah, definitely after that moment, I knew, okay, I have some more good years in me.
You've got plenty of years left.
That's actually a really good sign, because you know, when I retired, I watched the start and I know, oh gosh, I'm so happy that I don't have to be in there, because I knew how hard it's going to be. And I mean, especially after last week's race where you suffered a lot, and you come back here and I mean, and you see the race and you actually get excited about it, it's a good sign, because I know how stressful the race in Frankfurt can be, and especially for you, having, you know, I mean, it is pressure, right, from the outside. There is expectations. Sure. You earned this pressure and the expectations. Nothing bad. It's due to the fact that you that you performed in the past. So, you know, how, looking back to Frankfurt now, what do you think about the race? And had you any time to reflect on it?
Yeah, sure. We definitely also went into the data side of things, and it was just a little bit unlucky that I somehow caught a little bit of a stomach bug. So I had digestive problems leading into the race. But you never know if it's just race nervousness or if you have like something bad. And yeah, after 30K on the bike, I think I positioned myself pretty good in the swim. Was right where I wanted to be with Christian and Magnus. And yeah, as soon as I wanted to settle in, I could feel like the stomach problems, and unfortunately couldn't take on any carbs anymore. So we did the math, and we calculated 180 grams of carbs, not per hour, but for the whole ride. Yeah. And as you know, it's a little bit too little. So yeah, I was pretty effed for that ride, and could hold it together on the run. So I fueled differently a little bit for the run, and I think that was also what I could feel, that people along the course they were so supportive, and it was amazing. So if it was not for me, it was for them to just finish strong somehow. And I mean, yeah, with a day like that on the 7th place, I'm not happy, but it's okay.
I want to get your opinion, because obviously we've just got an update at 25 kilometre mark, and the gap is now down to 107 between Jonas Schomburg and Sam Laidlow. So Sam is, at first, obviously Jonas was holding his own, actually increasing that gap on Sam, but Sam seems to have just turned it all around.
I see some parallels to the man sitting left from my side, because every time you underestimate Sam Laidlow, he's gonna smash you right in the face.
Yeah, no,
and that's exactly what Patrick does as well. It's like it's a little bit a digital strategy. It's either 0 or 1. But yeah, what do you think about the race? Have you been able to spectate and look about the development of the race a little bit?
I was surprised how good the coverage is. So it's amazing to watch. So thank you guys for the great coverage of the greatest sport in the world. And I think what Sam is doing absolutely right is playing the smart game, you know. And it's a long day. It's hot out there. It's dusty on the channel, so he's just not, you know, overdoing it. He's settling in nicely, and he's closing the gap step by step, you know. And that also gets into the opponent's head, I think. You know, I think Jonas is now thinking about it. Oh, he's coming closer. Every split time he's getting closer, and then,
you know,
there's
this poker strategy. It's called smart aggressive. Or I would say he's definitely. I mean, he's not holding back, for sure not.
No.
I mean, he has been aggressive on the bike, but not Sam Laidlow aggressive like we have seen him in the past. I mean, just like you said, it's not. He wasn't going with Jonas at the beginning of the bike, and he had the opportunity to do so, right? I mean, Jonas went hard in that first section, and we see a smile from Laura Philipp. That's always a good sign. Yeah, that's what I recommend her to do. Smile a lot
all day long. Yeah, it's the fastest out on course right now is actually Matty Hansen. He's back in 15th place, but here is an athlete that's, I think, obviously not going to make the podium, but he is running fastest on course. And the reason I'm bringing him up is because you hold the run record here at, I think, 2:30:27 seconds.
those 28 seconds.
I know.
Yeah, it was the Portaloo stop.
Yes.
So thinking back, I should not have stopped and handled the situation differently. But yeah, you know, it's always like, okay, what's like, it's always hard to miss it by a couple of seconds. But on the other hand, I'm so happy to be on the forefront of pushing that boundary.
You're the reason that these athletes are now thinking
2:30 is possible.
Exactly. And we see it like the Brazilian Manuel Messias, he went sub 2:30.
2:26, that's right.
I mean, to be honest, I mean, that's always the problems with these times, right? I mean, you were running for a win in this race. You're running for a world championship. I mean, you can always run fast if you go like 15 minutes slow on the bike. So, I mean, yeah, but the barrier is broken. I mean, for me, the times, they don't really matter that much. I mean, obviously it matters from the outside, so it starts to matter for you because it matters for your partners. But it's more like, how do you actually run off a bike like you did in Nice, for example? That's the thing that matters, or in Kona.
Yeah, I agree. I'm always racing for the win, as you know, and times doesn't matter that much to me. Of course, it's cool to have a course record, but I see it, 100% like
it's almost just a little bit of an added bonus that you can put in your pocket.
Yeah. And to be fair, there's even not a bonus from the sponsors or anything. Like the big bonus is if you win.
Yes.
So no, I think no, but watching those guys having this battle, this intense battle, but with a little bit of distance in between, is great to watch, and yeah, totally fascinating.
So your predictions? Are we game to make any right now, as we are, you know, just over the halfway mark? I think we're at about the 26 kilometer mark of the run.
Yeah, it's a good hour left of racing, and I one thought for Sam Laidlow. I think going into that race, not knowing where he is actually could help him. Just play the smart tactic and not be that aggressive.
And
like
just
you
leave
said.
a little bit in the tank.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
agree. Totally agree.
If you don't know where you are, you maybe take it a little bit more cautious, and that will play out very well for him now. So this is if he was holding back slightly, now if he is able to see him, that's the point where he will be like, okay, now I can put down the gas.
Just like I said, I mean, he built momentum in his lead up to the race, and within the race, he's doing the same thing. He's building up momentum, and there's nothing better. I mean, you race from the back most of the times, and there's no better feeling than actually start to catch up and catch people.
Talking about catching up, if you look on screen now,
I was about to say he is about to catch Vince Lewis, and then we have another German on the podium.
Nice. He's looking good. I think he's also grinding into that race. I saw his chain.
Got a little bit, did you see he got a little bit frustrated?
Yeah, or just fall down, but it looked like he was really stuck, so he was really...
Well, he lost quite a bit of time, and he started to lose a little bit of patience there, but good to see him back focused.
But sometimes it's good if you lose contact to the group, because you can ride your own race.
Pace, exactly,
so
particularly that last 20 kilometers.
You have to find the positives in those negative situations.
Agree.
So maybe he could settle in nicely. He doesn't have to do the surges and back and forth all the time. And maybe it's playing off for him.
Yeah.
Also in that phase of the race, you have all the age groupers, you have the motorbikes. It's getting really hectic.
Yeah.
It's also quite dangerous of getting a penalty, because some of the pros, they have to slow down in front of you, and it's just also stressful. It's not so stressful for your legs, but it's also stressful for your mind. And just like you said, I mean, that's what it's all about in long course racing, to turn a negative thing into something positive, to try to change perspective and say like, oh, this is probably not the worst thing. It's just like a penalty. Sometimes if you approach it in the right way, it's actually good. I mean, we have seen that in Frankfurt, right? Where the leader got a penalty for outside coaching, and he had to stop for a minute, and I thought he handled it so well. You know, I mean, 100%. He turned it into something positive. So that's what long course racing is all about.
Don't you think that's what separates the very, very best, because everyone, all of you on the start line, you're professional, you're all in great shape physically, but I think it's those that have that mental capacity, that ability to, like you said, turn a negative into a positive and just to stay calm, to stay cool, like we saw with Christian last weekend. I think that makes the world a difference, and that separates you from being good to being the best.
Yeah, I agree. I had the same situation when I raced the Kona for the first time. I got a penalty, and I was in the penalty telt with Andreas Rehler, Big Andy, and I was like, okay, my race is over,
done,
everything's
finished,
done,
yep.
and mentally it was like through, yeah. And he just calmly lay his hand on my shoulder and said, "Patrick, calm down. There's such a long day. You're such a good runner. Relax, and everything will be good." And
I still hate Andy for that advice till the day.
Worst advice ever.
By the way, since we had talked about Andy and the expo, Andy was at the expo, and I think I've never seen Andy in any expo or any triathlon before. So that's very telling about the quality.
Double take.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, and that's what long course racing is teaching you.
Yeah,
know?
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
But I know this man on screen right now. He really wants top 3. I don't think he wants to come
was about to
fourth
say,
again.
Patrick, I mean, you are an expert when it comes to running technique. For me, now it looks like a little bit more, I don't know, wonky. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, you have seen him running before, do you think?
Yeah, I did a lot of runs with Jan, especially when we were having the same coach, Björn Giesmann, back in the days. And I know that scheme of running of him, so he is definitely tired, but that's okay. I think for him, technically, it is still okay. He's still got a nice arm carriage. His turnover could be a little bit more dynamic, I say, but this is fast running. You know, don't.
Well,
it's also a taller dude, and therefore he has
we were
a
talking
lower.
about that before.
Absolutely, and you
and
know,
there's always the question: how do the other guys look like?
Well,
if you look like that, then
I can tell you though that Sam Laidler, who is obviously in front of Jan Stratman and Vincent Louis, is running very, very well, and now at 27 kilometres is only 37 seconds down. So I tell you, this is the Sam. This is the Sam Laidlow of old. This is the Sam Laidlow. Well, not of old, because the Sam Laidlow of old will be up the road. But this is the Sam Laidlow that we want, that we've been
and to be
craving
honest,
for.
Belinda, maybe this is a huge step forward for Sam Laidlow,
Particularly
because
maturity.
Absolutely, because he realized, I don't have to have a 10-minute lead off the bike to win a race like that, and
I've got the run to do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Slow down to speed up. I mean,
that's bad news for me, for Nice.
No, it's actually good news for all of us, because we want exactly that.
Oh, I love it. It's
now having Jan in the picture on the bottom left. What I heard, he often struggles with numb legs at the beginning of the run. I mean, that's a big issue for a lot of athletes if you spend so much time in the aero position. Yep. You know, because of the back, and we have Fenella, you know, having the problems with endofibrosis, and I had that before. If your legs are getting numb, it's such a
and we know that he's had issues with his back. It didn't take him off running for too long, but we know that there's been a little bit of an injury woe there with his back as well.
His weak spot, but he was working on that quite hard.
Yeah.
So he did the time to put in the extra mile with not just with physio, also with weightlifting trainer. So if you know your weaknesses, you can work on them.
And now Sam
this is going to be interesting.
Yep,
this is
Sam
when they
will
get
see him, and now that's the first time where Sam actually looks much better than
here
Jonas.
We go. Look how close they are. That's less than 37 seconds. That's for sure. And just for our audience out there, this is this Altenbeck section. We often forget about this section. So before they actually get to come into Roth to head out towards Buchenbach, to make it 42.2 kilometres, they do this Altenbeck dog leg. It's dead flat. It's a bit of a pain in the neck, actually, because you forget about it, and it's not that far. It's probably only about 500 meters in and 500 out.
Yeah.
It's not that far.
Yeah. It feels like forever, to be honest. I mean, at least for me. Some people probably think about the marathon should be 2 or 3K longer, but I always thought it could be 20K shorter.
But
I don't
still
know who
looking
you
good.
mean. No, I think the climb up to Bischenbach is like.
This is where we're going to see people make or break. It's the
I agree.
telltale.
Yeah.
And it's not just on between those two guys on the top of our screen. It's
No.
also down on the left-hand side of our screen, because Jan sees Vince in front of him now, and so I loved it, and I love that we have the option of the split screen, because we're not missing anything on the men's race here.
Nothing. And great to see Daniel Bakkegaard back up into that top 9 as well. But Aaron Royal in 8th and Matthias Pedersen, always strong, from Denmark in 7th. So, this race is far, far from over.
And still, he's not like over pushing. Like Sam is just closing the gap slowly. He could. I mean, I would sprint now and just.
Now, big quick. Will there be any talk, or will Sam just go straight past without even moving his head?
Maybe I think there
maybe
will
we
be.
will clap.
I think he gets a little clap on his back, because there's also some mutual respect from Sam, because he know what it takes to lead a race out.
Cold. Ice cold.
Nope.
Oh, nothing. Nada.
Yep.
Now you have to speed up, Sam. Come on.
Oh yeah, he's dropping him like a hot potato. Poof.
Oh, this has just got very interesting. So.
And now, trust me, now we will see how strong Jonas mentally is, because when you get overtaken, now you're not fighting for the win anymore.
No.
Now it's about, can I make the podium?
Can I stay in
and
second?
that's gonna be really interesting. And Sam now, he's like, he's top momentum now. That's must be the best feeling in the world, from coming from rock bottom at Ironman World Championships in Kona, having such a difficult lead up, and now leading.
But he's never done it like this before. The two races that he's done well at, when he won in Nice and of course second in Kona, he's done it from the front. Here he's coming from behind. Now, okay, it's only second, but it's a completely different race strategy to what we're used to seeing.
If you have a build-up like Sam, there's also a certain amount of gratefulness into racing.
You've
here.
nailed it.
You know, it's like you come here, you enjoy it, and this is some more positive momentum you take into a race like that. And
absolutely.
Then
nobody knows better than you. I mean, 100%. After Frankfurt last year, and then you be in the race for a world championship title again.
I think every time when you come back from an injury, or you have a bad race, and then you kind of change perspective a little bit, and then it's just you have a different why.
Yep.
And
he even said, Patrick, just making the start line, because obviously, like Felix said, there were days where he would call Felix and say, "I don't think I'm going to make it." He was taking 2 steps forward, 1 step backward. And when he finally realized, you know what, I am in shape to make this start line. I don't know what I'm going to be able to give, but I am in shape to make this start line. He said that was already a victory.
Yeah.
So right now, I can only imagine what's going through his head, but he should be so incredibly proud.
I agree. And now Jan is closing the gap. Also smart. Slowly.
Smart racing from both of these men.
Yeah.
Not over pushing it. And
but it is really tempting for Jan, right? I mean, this is the podium running in front of him. And do you think Jan is patient enough? And do you think he's actually taking risk, maybe a big risk, or do you think he's racing within his abilities?
I think he's racing within his abilities, definitely. And he's also staying in the same homestay as I do. And talking with him over the last couple of dinners, I know exactly how much this podium means to him. So I think as soon as he gets like a grip on it, he is really motivated not to let it slip. So I'm just hoping he did not overdo it. Of course, we just look on the outside.
Look at this now. We're about to see the pass. Any minute you can see that Vincent right there, ready for the taking. But hats off to Vincent Lowy, because it's incredible.
Vince will try to hang on.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Won't let him go.
The speed difference is not as high as between Jonas and Sam. I think Vince will try to hang on.
Yeah.
That's for sure. I mean, Vince is a fox, you know. I mean, he knows how to. Yeah, it's true.
Strategically
I mean,
brilliant, absolutely. That's why he's...
I mean, he knows how to, you know, how to put people under pressure, and he did it a lot. I think a lot of the short course guys, they lost to him just because
he was strategically
he can create
so
this aura
superior.
of yeah, absolutely.
Totally
And
agree.
I think he wants to give Jan the impression that he's stronger, even if it's his first race on long course. He's so experienced when it comes to battle in a one-on-one situation.
Yes.
And that's something a lot of long course athletes are not that experienced. I mean, you know, for the guys like us, it's often you race alone for almost the whole time on the marathon. And then I can remember running next to Jan Frodeno, and you're almost you're not prepared for this situation, that you're not running with 1 or 2 minutes between each other and always having this duel where you probably just see each other, but never really running shoulder to shoulder. And then you think like, oh, what should I do now? It's quite difficult, especially if you run next to somebody with an aura like Jan or yeah.
Well, I always said that Vincent Louis is the short course version of Jan Frodeno.
It is.
But
yeah.
while we've been concentrating on the men's race, there has been a change in the women's race, and Nikki Bartlett is now up into second place. So she has overtaken Alana Sivert. I did expect this. Nikki Bartlett is a class athlete. She's far more experienced than Alana at only 23 years of age. But look at these crowd. I have never seen this section of the run course like this. I have to admit, that's just crazy.
Yeah, it's for sure. I mean, it's for sure the biggest crowd we have ever seen.
Yeah.
And I'm not the president of the United States, so you can trust me.
Beautiful crowd. Amazing crowd. Now, and just one thought to Matt Hansen. I just
thanks for bringing that up.
And I think he's in for top 6 position here.
This is the thing when you run that well.
Yeah.
And we saw him do this. We've actually seen Matt Hansen do this countless times before. And he really is. He's one of the greatest runners. He just ran a 2:30.21 in Cairns not so long ago. And I was talking to him 2 days ago, and he said, look, I don't know what I've got left in my legs. It's not that far, like long ago since Cairns, but I'm going to give it everything I've got. Because again, you know, he's towards not the latter stages of his career, and while we talk about times not being important, if he can, you know, say in his career, tick that box that I broke 2:30, I mean, at the moment we have one person that's done it. So it's an exciting...
Is he on course? What
yes,
is his
he's
split?
on course.
What is half marathon?
That's what I will find that out
But
for
I
you
was
right
on the
now.
channel and cheering him on, and he was totally present. So he recognized me even with me standing in the middle of the...
1:12.38.
Fucking hell! Oh, wow!
So he ain't mucking around. He wants that sub 2:30. Oh, it's just that's insane.
That is
for sure
something.
aggressive. That's not smart aggressive. That's definitely aggressive.
And we've got underneath the spotters looking for Patrick's split from 2023 to see what you went through the half. But let's see. But I'm sure.
Wow.
Yeah, he's not mucking around.
No,
it's great.
He is on fire.
But it's also wonderful that we have some pictures of the women's race again, because I just had this little thought in my mind that if you put Laura in the men's pro field right now, she would be absolutely competitive on the marathon on the front end. She looks so good. It's just, I mean, like I said, it doesn't matter if it's the bike or the run, it's poetry in motion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just bringing back some bike thoughts, especially for you as a technique guy. do you know who's her chain ring? 58 won by.
Yeah.
Like that's a statement.
Absolutely, in the women's race, that's a statement for sure. Yeah.
So, yeah, great.
So Nikki Bartlett on screen right now from
Nikki
Great
Bartlett.
Britain.
One of the nicest persons.
Absolutely, she is indeed. And we were saying before, Patrick, she had a pretty rough time of it this year. Few personal issues, and then obviously earlier in the week her dog had to be put down, which was, you know, absolutely devastating for Nikki. And she's wearing Titch on her race kit. They were able to do a screen of Titch and his paws. So great that she's racing for Titch today, and so far it is working in her favour because she's up into second place. But right now, reports out on course that this man is flying. So you can see this is the cobbled section we were talking about as he makes his way through Old Town in Roth. But there is
The farmer boy is about to put in the harvest.
But look at the gap he's already got, though. I mean, Jonas isn't even into town yet. He hasn't even made his way onto the cobbles, and we know that Sam Laidlow is already right in the middle of town. So
Yeah, that's already 40 seconds, I would reckon.
yeah. So right now, these men making their way through Roth and out to the far turn at Buchenbach. And Patrick, you'll be able to tell us, Buchenbach, once you can get there and get round the lake and you get that sniffer home, it's all over. It's so much, and it's much harder going out to Buchenbach than it is coming back.
It is indeed, yeah. But on the other hand, going down the hill is also
hard on the quads.
It is quite steep.
Yes,
so
yes.
on the TV, it doesn't show the gradient properly.
Yeah.
So we experienced this climb many times, and it is hard. And also running down is hard.
Deleted from my hard drive.
And so while our lead men, Sam Laidlow and Jonas Schomburg, are on their way out to the little town of Buchenbach, we've done a small feature on this small but mighty town.
You make your way over the hills into Buchenbach, and then Buchenbach is madness. It is total madness.
You run around the area and the crowd just lifts you.
So when you're up in Buchenbach, the mindset is, okay, nice, I made it.
The crowds are amazing and it really lifts you, and it's really special, and the only way I could describe it is if you register or go and spectate, because you kind of get goosebumps when you're even racing, you know.
It's a moment where you can see where your competitors are as well, so it's a real adrenaline surge part of the race. You can either see people you're chasing down, or you can be scared about people catching you.
It feels like kind of you're come a long way already, and from here it's only the way to the finish.
The town of Buchenbach. So while I said it might be small, it is mighty, and we are expecting big crowds out there today. As you can see, Jonas Schomburg making his way through the middle of town here in Roth and out the other side. They will then begin that long, hard slog out to Buchenbach, uphill all the way out. And then, of course, they will make their way around that little lake in the middle of Buchenbach before making their way back here. It is the last opportunity that these athletes have to see each other, to eyeball each other, to see if there is one faltering. But you can see those splits right now. Jonas Schomburg, I'd say it's upward of 30 seconds at least now behind Sam, maybe close to 43 seconds.
31K.
And Vincent Louis and Jan Stratman still running fairly close together behind these two. Great to see Frederick Funk still up there in the top 5. He'll be happy with that. And we are back now with our professional women's race as Laura Philipp makes that turn, that 180-degree turn down the far end of the canal. She is now on her way back. This will be an opportunity for her to see just how far her competition is behind. I don't think she needs to worry. Nikki Bartlett now in second. She will be over the moon with her race. Wonderful to see this woman. As Patrick Langer said, one of the nicest women in the sport of triathlon. She's had a tough time of things this year. So incredibly difficult. I think often we think professional athletes are invincible, but they're human just like anyone else. And it's very, very difficult that when you're going through some emotional, personal issues, to be able to block those out, particularly on such a long day that is full distance racing. Very difficult, but so far she's showing all the class and experience. And I'd love nothing more than to see this woman up in second place at the end of the day. Very strong marathoner. In third place, we have Alana Siffert. In fourth place, Grace Tech having a brilliant debut. We've then got Mele Brunet from Germany, full-time physician in fifth. Nina Deron in sixth. And Kathy Wolf hats off to Katharina Wolf in 7th place. Wonderful racing from her so far. This will be her swan song. So great to see her having such a strong day in her last race as a professional athlete here. And while it's all been about the professional athletes and our age group athletes, of course, none of this would be possible if it wasn't for the 7,500 volunteers that come from all over Germany, all over the world. They spend weeks here on end constructing this incredible race venue that we're seeing right now, this stadium that's behind me. And I know that we have Catherine Volsurfer, who was down. She thanks each and every one of them out on that bike course. And we do have a small piece from this morning where we get to thank all of these wonderful volunteers.
Es ist eine riesengroße Party da draußen. Die Athleten glücklich, heute früh angespannt, viele mit Tränen in den Augen. Und das ist das, was ich euch sagen wollte. Die kommen zu euch und ihr seid das Wichtigste für unsere Athleten. Und ich weiß, es gibt niemanden, der sie besser behandelt und besser aufnimmt in offene Arme. Wir sind dankbar, dass wir mit euch arbeiten dürfen.
Of course, that was Catherine Volsurfer, younger sister to Felix, thanking the volunteers for all the incredibly hard work that they've put in over the last weeks, months, and of course, race week itself.
And Belinda, I recommend to turn around real quick.
Oh, when did that happen?
Yeah, just to let you know what I'm talking about, we are sitting with our backs towards the finish line in the stadium, and I was just taking a short break here, running my way to a place, and I was amazed. The stadium is already buzzing. It's already full. They're getting ready to support whoever is gonna win the race, but not just that. The great thing is in Roth is it doesn't matter if you're first or last. The atmosphere is just absolutely crazy. I mean, the spectators, they have even more endurance than some of the athletes. I guess it's
right. It's truly incredible. And of course, Sebi, Lara Philipp is on her way back towards us here, back towards the Lande, and then in through the town of Roth. She has a clear lead, Lana Siffert. But right now, her only competition is herself.
Which can be sometimes the toughest
Absolutely,
competition.
you're your hardest own critic.
I mean, I had a lot of those where you think you're comfortably in the lead, and from the outside, like I said, it looks super smooth and easy. But we can look on her inside how she's feeling, and it might be the toughest race, and we only know when she crosses the finish line, and we get her to answer the questions of Fenella, how she really felt out there. From the outside, we would say it looks super smooth and really, really good.
And this is the first time she'll get to see that Nikki Bartlett is now in second place, having overtaken Alana Siffert.
Because I know Laura so well and her running style, you know what I realize is her left arm. She is holding that elbow a little bit higher than normally. And what I think is maybe there's some coughing, you know, under her arm. I mean, I have no clue, you know. It's just something because I've seen Laura so much on the runs, and that's something I realized. And Jonas, you know what? He's still looking good. He's
around 52 seconds down now, at around just over the 33-kilometre mark. So Sam Laidlow still leading the way here. You can see that's 52 seconds now, 33 there, just slightly past that. That was the last time check. This is the road that I was talking about out to Buchenbach. It is quite undulating, to say the least. Definitely more uphill on the way out, definitely more downhill on the way back. But you can see there's quite a lot of shaded areas. There's trees on both sides, so it's quite a relief for the athletes. I must say, sitting here now, you could not ask for better conditions. Another thing here too, it is quite windy out here, but in this section, because of the coverage with the trees, very, very protected.
Absolutely. You just said, because I was out there in the stadium, we're sitting in the shade, and that feels nice. If you're running out in the sun like Vince is doing right now, it feels
not quite as nice.
Much hotter. But yeah, you're right. Nothing compared to the last couple of days.
And right now, Vincent Luis still in third place. We saw Jan Stratman really try to bridge that gap, and he did. And I thought that was it, but it's just incredible.
I mean,
incredible.
That's what I asked. Hi.
But you know,
that's what I thought. Is like it's so tempting to have him in front, and this is Sam. He looks slow, but that's just because he is running uphill. Steep uphill.
And going back to Vince, because you know we were all when Torsten was doing the stats with myself. Obviously, we had to make a lot of them up. But the question marks over Aaron Royal, the question marks over Henry Schoeman, question marks over Vincent Luis. These are some of the best short course athletes in the world. These are multiple Olympians. We know that Henry Schoeman won a bronze medal. Vincent Luis won about, as I said, about everything you can in short course racing. So while they lack experience in this distance, they do not lack experience in racing and the mindset needed in racing. And I think that's what we're seeing right now with Vincent Luis.
Especially when it comes, like I said, especially when it comes to head-to-head racing, you know, feeling the other guy in your back or running with the other guy, that's definitely not something Vincent Luis.
I can't tell right now if that was a grimace or a smile from Sam Laidlow. Welcome into the studio, Fenella. Have you had a great time out there today?
Yeah, if I wish, well, it would either be racing or exactly where I was. So,
Yes.
I know I'm in no position to race at the moment. I'm very unfit, so I had the best seats in the house, and I was able to soak up all the energy out there. And it really puts a perspective on how good this race is, or how much thought goes into it, and the level of detail that maybe you take for granted as a professional athlete as you walk in and out of races, how to put on such a show. So yeah, well done to Challenge Roth.
I always compare this to sitting at the table in a 3-star Michelin restaurant, right? I mean, we get that. Me neither. That's how I imagine it. We get to enjoy the meal, right? But we don't see, you know, the cook doing his job and how much goes into it, sourcing all the ingredients, and even, you know, growing the ingredients. You know, that's for us. It's just enjoying the meal, right? And we say, yeah, it's a great meal, but. I experienced the same thing, looking up behind the curtain and seeing what they are cooking is pretty special.
Yeah, and all the experts in all their fields, and we think we're experts in ours, and we might know a little bit about something else, but these guys behind us in the production team are that, they put on a show, as you can tell from watching this today.
Now, I'd love to get your opinion, firstly, of the women's race. Right now, Nikki Bartlett has made her way up into second, and I think it's truly incredible, considering what she's been through over these last few months, and obviously this week. There's no doubting that this woman on stage right now, Laura Philippe, is in total control. But I'd love to get your thoughts. Alana Siffert, she led for so long, and now has fallen back into third place. Grace Tech, first time here, having a brilliant race, but what's it been like down on course watching these women?
Oh, they've been putting on a battle. They've been really, I think Laura, like you've mentioned probably previously, has walked into this with pressure on her shoulders and that title of being a world championship, and everyone knew that she would be in front, but they've put up a show. They've tried to put their best foot forward, and that was great by Alana, and Nikki's still in there, and like you mentioned, after a hell of a beginning of the year, to stay on top of those emotions in such a tense environment is really, really impressive.
Yeah, it certainly is. And look, we know that there might be a change Grace Tech is getting very, very close to Alana Sifford as well. So could you imagine on debut here and finishing on the podium? Like as in your first, not just your first time in Roth, but your first time ever over this distance. And it's unknown territory for Grace. We know once she gets to that 35-kilometre mark, she's never run any further. Sebi said, absolutely not a bad thing, probably a good thing. But right now, Grace Tech doing everything right.
Yeah, naivety is bliss, as they
Absolutely.
say. But, yeah, but we've seen it in the last few years. She's been so consistent. Obviously, we don't know what that will be like in that last 10K, but she's a hearty, strong, gusty athlete, and she's headstrong, maybe a little bit older than Alana, maybe a little bit smarter in terms of how she's raced it. But yeah, both of them will want to be on that podium. They'll want to be throwing that beer over their heads at the end in the iconic Roth style. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting last 10K.
Well, we know that Laura Philippe is on the same sort of pace that she ran last year, so around that 2:44 pace. That is what she is currently running. So, like you said, you know, doesn't need to run that quickly, but sometimes if that is your pace, that is your pace.
You stick to it.
Don't be too long in the sun out there.
No.
I mean, you just burn yourself. Just limit your exposure here. I mean, it's also better for recovery if you finish a day earlier.
And look at this. Sam Laidlow is making his way. He's right in the, about to hit the heart of Buchenbach. So very, very close to making that loop around the lake. Look at the crowds here in Buchenbach. They are out in force. Oh, look at him. He is just soaking it all up. Oh, look at this. I love this.
At this point in the race, it's like you kind of, it's that pivotal moment where you kind of know, isn't it?
You either grow wings or you fall apart. And I think,
or you see people coming up too fast behind you, or you've definitely got that gap and you know that your legs can hold on for that downhill.
This is the best I've seen Sam Laidlow look on the run in a long time. It's just, I think he is lapping up this crowd. I think he feels good right now, and he knows once he gets eyes, and this is, we were talking before, this is the last opportunity that Sam will get to see where his competition is at, how they look. And, you know, Fenella, take us through that. I mean, obviously, Sebi as well, you've been in that position where, you know, you can see now Jonas Schomburg on his way into Buchenbach. He'll probably not have enough of a lead, so these two won't get to see each other. He'll get to see probably Vincent Louis and Jan Stratman, Frederick Funk, but he won't get an opportunity to see Jonas Schomburg because I think Jonas will already be on to that section before he comes off it.
I don't know, he might just...
Oh, is he going to see it? Oh, I don't know.
Oh, no, he's already got in.
Very close.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, look, you can see the look across then that he just had.
Yeah, you look across, you clock your watch, and you hope that those seconds are a little bit more than they were last time you looked.
Yes.
Yeah, it's tense moments, but if it's grown a few seconds and you're getting the feedback from the crowd that it's going in the right direction, yeah, you sit back and you make sure you're doing what you can do and pray that that downhill, those quads don't cramp, because it's still quite a way, like 5 and a bit K.
Yes.
Gosh, if you put me a chair there, I would definitely would have sit back.
But look, Jonas Schomburg, he's only raced Ironman South Africa, DNF last week, which, you know, most people would have really got them down. To come back here,
that was the most amazing thing for me.
Absolutely.
Is like how he was able to switch his mindset from total disappointment, leading the European Championship in Frankfurt by 3 minutes almost.
Yeah. And then your entire bike just falling apart on your foot.
And instead of, you know, freaking out, I would have freaked out. You know, I would have just freaked out. I mean, you would have had to put me in a closed room for a couple of hours to calm down. And he was like, he was so cool. He just said like, oh yeah, next week I'm gonna race in Roth. And I mean, he's holding together great, you know. I mean, it's right around 50 seconds now for at least 10K. So
yeah, it's fabulous.
I don't know, I've had a similar situation where one race I was raking in France and I fell off my bike, ended up in hospital with stitches. And next weekend I raced in Barcelona and won my second 70.3. I think it's that,
amazing.
like, you know you're fit. He was at the front of the race.
He knows he had what it takes.
And he had, like,
I'm so determined right now. I've got all this fitness. I just want to show it off. I want to show to the world how good I am.
Well, to be honest, let me tell you a little story. I was in Challenge Valsi last week working the event, so on ground working the event. Of course, I was keeping up to date with what was going on in Frankfurt. Anyway, I saw what had happened to Jonas, and I felt very sorry for him. But literally within seconds of me seeing what had happened and that he was forced off the course, I had a phone call from Felix Volsever saying, Belinda, I need you to message him right now. I'm like, but I'm in the middle of a race. I don't care. Message him right now. And I did. And Jonas got back to us straight away and said, you know what? Stuff this, I'm in. And sometimes you can't think too hard about it. You just need to make that decision. And then once it's made, it's full steam ahead. And that's exactly what we've seen from this 31-year-old here today.
Even the second place would be the biggest success in his whole career. And I mean, those guy, he's absolutely
Look
flying.
Look at he's smiling. I've never seen Sam Laidlow smiling like this in a race.
I'm not sure if he's smiling.
I was wondering, is it grimacing? I think it's a little bit of both.
But you know what? He's flying, so therefore Fenella better get ready for him.
No, you don't have long to go.
I've got to
Treat him
fly.
down there.
Thank you very much, everybody. You're doing great.
Fenella, thank you for your job today. You've been an absolute blessing having her down on ground to give us a good feel of just what it's like to be here as a spectator at this race. Of course, Fenella going down to the finish line now. She'll be down there to interview our winner.
Jonas is now just about a minute back at 35.8 kilometers. And you know what? I don't think this is a smile anymore on the face of Sam Laidlow. This is definitely pain.
Well, I tell you what, I think once he realizes that gap is just starting to extend only by seconds,
yep.
The mindset, the feeling that you get, and we know that there are 300,000 spectators out on course right now. That is the official number from the police, so 300,000. So even if it is a grimace, there are 3,000 people out on course that are going to be cheering him onto this, 300,000 that are going to be cheering him onto this finish line.
I mean, honestly, there is no sweeter win than a win like that, where you have doubted yourself, where nobody, where everybody has doubted you for good reasons. And
he knew it. He knew that. I mean, he was the first to admit, this is what I love about Sam Laidlow. He's a realist. He's honest with himself. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He doesn't sugarcoat things. He knew that he needed to come here this weekend and he needed to have a good day. Whether that meant first, second, third, fourth, I don't know. But he needed to be able to be competitive and he needed to be able to race from the start to the finish. And that's exactly what he's done. And I think if he was to be brutally honest with himself, he's actually surpassed what he thought was possible for today. So now Vincent Luis makes his way around the town of Buchenbach. Once he hits the road again, he will be on his way back here towards us. The stadium behind us is absolutely chock-a-block full.
Yeah, I mean, I look on the screen, spectators. I turn around and it's even more spectators. So I think, yeah, probably it's even a little bit conservative with those 300,000 spectators that we got as the official report from the police today out on the course.
It's amazing. We know that the stand behind us takes around 10,000. I think there might be slightly more squeezed in here this afternoon. Cannot believe, Sebi, that we started this morning at 6:30 a.m. out in Hippelstein in the canal. We are now almost ready to bring in the winner of the DATEV Challenge Roth 2025. Will it be Sam Laidlow? We know that Jonas Schomburg will fight the entire way. Vincent Luis breathing heavily but still looking good. Jan Stratman behind him. Frederick Funk also there.
And I mean, the men's race is heating up, but we also have an interesting development in the women's race because Alanis Siffert and Grace Tech, they are really fighting for this last podium spot. Grace Tech, as we anticipated, is about to close down on the run at 18.3 kilometers. Yeah, it's just a 15 seconds gap.
Wow. And we know Grace Tech, very, very accomplished runner. Just the only question mark we had on her is, would she be okay for this distance?
So far,
So
yes.
far, so good.
And another development we have in the men's race, you talked about it earlier, having Patrick sitting here. Yeah, I mean, Matt Hansen is still on course to run a 2:26 marathon.
No way. Look, I know it was his goal coming here this weekend to break 2:30. He has been given a bonus if he should do so, so I know that's a little bit of a carrot dangling as well.
It's professional racing, you know, and I mean, I love that, you know. I mean,
Me too.
Back then there were preams on the bike, just like we have in the Tour de France, and I kind of like that because that gives the race a little bit of an extra layer and some more, some really interesting stories to tell for us.
No, definitely. And while we talk about Matt Hansen and the possibility of breaking 2:30, we know that Laura Philipp went through the half marathon in 1:21.10. So maybe around 10 or 11 seconds slower than she did so last year. But of course, last year she had Annie Haug here to contend with. Right now, she has only herself to contend with. So she looks like she's in absolute cruise control.
And Jonas is now 1 minute and 5 back at 36.2 kilometers, and then 7 minutes Vince Lewis in third.
I'm sure right now that our athletes making their way back from Buchenbach, while our male athletes making their way back from Buchenbach, while our women are making their way off the canal, and then they'll be on their way towards Buchenbach. It's all happening here. Our age group athletes are now making their way onto the run. It is starting to heat up here behind us with the music.
I love it.
Me too. It's just, I raced this race 10 times starting in 2004. This is now my 10th year working the event on the other side. 20 years, and I honestly, I'm not just saying this, it feels like it's my first. I get just as excited. I know you're the same.
Absolutely.
You know, Sebi, it's funny, when I said I needed a partner in crime here for the live commentary, and they gave me free rein. I could have chosen anyone, and I said, you know what, there's only one person that I know loves the sport like I do, has the passion for the athletes like I do, and is just really good at what he does, and it had to be you. So
I thought it's Michael Jordan, but then you had a little chat with him about triathlon, but
he didn't know. He didn't know. He doesn't know anything.
Throwing some hoops, but
I couldn't ask for a better partner in crime, Sebi. It's just you've always had such passion for this sport, both on and off the race field. And you know, last year when you came here as a volunteer, it made me realize just how much you wanted to give back to a sport that has given you so much.
And it made me realize how tough it is to work here as a volunteer, because to be honest, I mean, working at the Expo this year, I think next year I have to take at least 2 days off, because also your job, and it's definitely not easy to talk for 8.5 hours and try to keep the BS level as low as possible.
Well, I think we've only dropped 1 or 2. It's been all right. Over 8-9 hours, it's acceptable. Don't worry.
Yep, the bike course record wasn't broke today.
Yes. There you go. No. I made them.
But I mixed up Daniel Beckegaard and Sam Laidlaw on the bike.
I always say I'm allowed 1 mistake per commentary. So that was it, no more allowed. But you can see now Laura Phillips splits 58.15 for the swim. A lot slower this year due to the fact that it was non-wetsuits for both our professional athletes and our age group athletes. First time ever in the history of this race for our age group athletes, with the canal sitting at a balmy 25.3 degrees Celsius.
It's just crazy to see. I mean, I'm really sorry that we repeat ourselves over and over again, but it's just so cool to see all the spectators out there. That's really the only time where I wish I would not sit here and be out on the course, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's amazing. As Laura Philipp now, she's leaving the Lande, making her way back here towards us here in Roth, and then out the other side to Buchenbach.
And Sam is just back in Roth, and we expect him not too far away from the finish line now.
So we know that both Sam Laidlow and Jonas Schomburg have made their way over that 38.2 kilometer timing, Matt.
1 minute and 22 now for Jonas Schomburg, so it looks good for Sam.
He must
a little mini comeback.
Yeah, and he must almost be feeling right now, because I'm sure he has got people out there that have told him the splits. He must be feeling that inner confidence that, you know, I think. When do you let yourself do it? I mean, he's still got a few kilometers to go, and things can still go wrong. But
at the finish line.
At the finish line, yeah.
But I mean, that momentum is building, and that's really. I mean, the deeper the valley, the higher the mountain, right?
Yes,
and I think
absolutely,
for him, that
that's
was
right.
a very deep valley he went through after Kona, and so therefore it must feel so special for him.
Yeah. And you know, the interesting thing with Sam is he said because of the way his body has been reacting, he really only has been able to average around 11 to 12 hours of training for a good chunk of the build for this.
That's a confidence builder for most age group athletes.
It is. You know, when we're used to comparing to someone like Frederick Funk, who's up around that 20 to 25 hour, like double. And then some.
And then you look at the Norwegians, and they're usually more at the 30-hour mark.
It's a
which
massive
would
difference.
Be normal. Yeah,
massive
sure.
difference. So,
but I mean, that's also the thing, you know. I mean, he raced his first long course race when he was 18 years old, so his body absorbed
so
10,000 hours of training at least. So therefore, sometimes something like this is not even that bad for you, you know.
It's just about convincing up here that you're okay. That's the hardest thing.
Absolutely.
And I think he needs to walk away once the dust settles after this race and sit down with his father and say, well, you know what? Maybe where I am right now with my immune system not being quite where it needs to be, maybe these limited hours training is actually doing me some good. And you can see right now he's making his way back through town over those cobbles. This is really quite tough because you are tired, your legs are screaming at you, and you've got to contend with these cobbles which are off camber. You know, really got to be careful not to roll your ankles, but yeah, so far he's doing everything right. He just needs to get through this cobbled section, and then
now at 39.7K.
And he'll be able to hear us from here right now.
Oh yeah. He is.
So
he is.
It's incredible. Oh, it's a wonderful thing. Sam Laidlow, he came and stayed with us in Noosa towards the end of last year, and you could see that he just he was down. His spirits were down. He wasn't fit, he wasn't healthy, and it was just a big question mark of why. Why is this happening to me? And getting to the bottom. We all get injured, we all get sick, but we all want answers. We want to know, okay, this is the reason. That's all I need to do to get back to where I was. And they just couldn't find the answers for Sam. And so to see this, to see him back.
And sometimes there is no easy answer. You know, sometimes it's just your brain telling your body, I need a break, I need a break, we need to stop here, you know. And then I mean, it's almost like, okay, what's the reason? Maybe there is no real reason. It's just like this downward spiral where your body just tells you, please give me a break. And your mind then reacts to it. And I think that was the case
I agree.
With Sam, you know. And I think if you decide to listen to your body and actually give your body a break, and that's what he did, right? I mean,
and this is the result. This is the result.
Absolutely. To all the people out there watching, I think that's really the thing, is sometimes you just have to listen to your body, and if your body tells you a no, then you have to accept the no.
Wow.
A no is always a no, doesn't matter where it is.
And I love the new bucket hat. That's a first for Sam Laidlow. Never seen him rocking the bucket hat before.
Actually, because I was involved in a lot of his planning with nutrition and things, they put a lot of thought into all of that, into cooling strategies,
cool.
which comes more and more important. You know, I mean, none of those races will be cold races anymore. It will just get hotter, and so therefore it's really, really important to put a lot of thought into that.
So, while we've got Jonas Schomburg making his way through town.
I still like Jonas here, absolutely. I mean, he still looks great. I mean, it's easy to fall apart.
That's what I was going to say. It's so easy for him to fall apart, but he certainly hasn't. He knows that Vincent Louis is behind him quite a ways. I don't think it's possible at all for Vincent, obviously, to get him this late stage in the game, but
Sam
Jonas
just crossed the 40K mark, and Jonas just crossed the 39.7K mark with 140 back. So, yeah, like you said, I mean, now, I mean, it's always easy because I was in the exact same situation to tell Sam, yeah, now you can enjoy.
Now you can enjoy it.
You're not
Lap it all
like
up.
You're suffering like a dog out there, but you know, now you suffer because you're winning the race, and this is the best suffering you can get in your whole life.
It's the only sort of suffering that you should have to deal with. It's an amazing feeling, and I just know exactly what this young man is thinking right now, because he had so many doubts, so many dark spots. You know, calling Felix one weekend saying, I don't think it's going to happen. Then the next weekend saying, you know what, I feel better. And talking to his partner, his girlfriend, Milan Agnew, she'd speak to me. Training went really well this week, Belinda. I think we're good. And then the next week, oh, no, he had a really bad day. He's down in the dumps. And it was just this roller coaster, week in, week out, not just physically, but emotionally. So to see him come back right now.
And you know what? I mean, this now you can say, wow, the bluff of the century, right? But
I know it's not.
His manager is my former manager and good friend, Ronny Schildknecht, and I talked with him quite a lot, and he actually said,
no,
like,
this has been
you
legit.
know what? I don't even. At one point, like you said, he told me, like, I don't think Sam is making the start line, you know.
No.
And he told me, yeah, I don't think Sam will be, maybe for Nice, but for sure not for Roth. And then, yeah, but that's it, you know. Sometimes you need the freedom in your mind to don't have the pressure to just go in the race with no burden of being the favorite. And well, he definitely goes into the race, not being the favorite probably, but I mean, this is definitely a sign towards everybody else. Hey,
Sam Laidlow is back, baby. That's what it is.
Don't write me off here.
No way.
And I mean, also, now you look down the result list and you think like, yeah, but those are not the best guys. That's bullshit, right? That's bullshit, because Jonas Schomburg, I mean, everybody, you know, took notice after the numbers came on the surface. Was he pushed in Frankfurt for the first 80 minutes, which was crazy, and again today. So therefore, this is legit a legit opponent Sam had to face today.
Absolutely, and look at that. He is almost here, folks. It is only a matter of minutes before we see Sam Laidlow make his way onto the green carpet, onto the DATEV carpet here in the stadium. He will make one loop around the stadium.
And it's still going to be a time around 7 hours and 30 minutes, which is really fast considering that it was a non-wetsuit
swim. And we know that swim was a little slower than what it would have been. Oh, it's oh so close. He's made his way over the train track. So right now, he's about to make that last turn to make his way into Triathlon Park and onto that DATEV green carpet. We can hear the crowds behind us here getting pumped up, ready to bring him home. You can see the stadium right now. You can see the finish line. He will enter from that right-hand far corner, make a lap round, finish under the DATEV Challenge Roth arch. His mum, Michelle, his dad, Richard, will be here. His partner, Milan, will be here. The three of them, they know what he's been through. They've lived it. And I think it will be so incredibly emotional for this family. His younger brother, Jake, will be absolutely over the moon for his older brother. Very close-knit family. As we see Jonas Schomburg also make his way towards us here in the stadium. Not long to go for these two.
He is definitely running on fumes.
Yeah. But still composed. I'm
strong. I mean that's really super tough.
And here we go, guys. Here we go. Oh my gosh. He is here. He has arrived. Listen to that crowd go. Sam Laidlow right now will be the happiest man on this planet. Through all those dark days, look, there he goes. And he is flying. Oh, he is one happy man. Yes, number one. Yeah, you are, Sam Laidlow.
Sub 7 hours 30.
Wow, brilliant. And I know that Felix Volsurfer will be over the moon for him. He has so much respect for Sam. The mutual respect for these two, truly incredible. But Sam Laidlow, our DATEV Challenge Roth 2025 champion. 2:37.19 for the marathon in the end. Doesn't matter what the time is. All that matters is he crossed the line in first place. There's Alice Volsurfer, the queen of Roth, Catherine Volsurfer, Felix's sister. Brilliant racing.
And the stadium is getting ready for the best German athlete of the day, Jonas Schomburg, who really left the mark here in Challenge Roth, leading the race for a long time, never hesitated, stood up to his words that he wanted to take the race from the front, and yep, he did.
And truly, these two took the race by the horns today.
Absolutely.
They were in a class of their own. And just to let you know, Sam Laidlow, the first French winner ever in Roth.
Really?
Yeah. So
that's incredible.
First Frenchman ever, as we've got Jonas Schomburg from Germany. He raced earlier this year in his very first long-distance race in South Africa. Attempted Frankfurt last week, was pulled out because of a mechanical, and now today, second place here in Roth. I have a sneaky suspicion that this man has a humongous future in this distance moving forward. He's given it absolutely everything here today. He should be incredibly proud of his performance. And look at him, he looks fresh as a daisy. What's going on here? Yep. I thought he was down and out, but look at him, he's just straight back.
That's what I saw too. I mean, he should have probably ran a little bit faster. No, but to be honest, I mean, that's also, we talked about nutrition all the time, and that's really what better nutrition does to you. It's
absolutely,
like you're not like
you're not dead at the end. I remember
at the end, and I think that's great. You know, it just shows that it's not just an aspect of, you know, being able to celebrate. It's also a health aspect.
Just so impressive, these two. And now we wait to see who will be third. It should be Vincent Louis. He looked like he was taking control of that final spot on the podium.
Actually,
we're going to change. Oh my gosh. Oh, see,
Jan
I knew this would happen.
Actually went into third place.
Stop it.
No, he's just leading 1 second in front of Vince Louis at kilometer 40. We're going to have a sprint
well, you know
for
what?
the third place in the stadium.
I always have a little pray before bed the night before saying, please give us another sprint. I still remember the sprint finish between Daniela Bleimel
I don't know if those
and Lucy
two
Charles Barkley
are looking for a sprint, but I mean, for Jan, I mean, those two guys, they will die. They will die for the podium. Trust me. They better get the stadium ready.
This is insane. And you know what's crazy is, you know, Jan had already caught and overtaken Vincent Louis, but then he didn't quite get there. He closed the gap. Sure. He was right there. And I thought that's it, because, you know, usually when you do that once, that's it. There's no more. You try your luck, it doesn't work, you say, okay, I'm out. But to do it again and maybe pull it off.
Utmost respect, because usually, just like you said, it's so easy to give up because you're in such a big, you're just in such a big amount of pain. If you don't have a reason anymore, like, oh, okay, now I'm fourth, there's no reason to suffer even more. And you know, for Jan to still believe and to still push And now he's running in third. This is going to be an awesome battle for the last podium spot.
He did not want fourth place again.
Yeah.
He missed third place last year.
And here we have him on the screen.
25 seconds last year, separated third and fourth.
Yep.
He's not going to let that happen again this year. So this is truly phenomenal. What a comeback from this man.
This is awesome. An awesome race from Jan Stratmann. He has 1.8 kilometers to go.
Oh, it's like, I need to see how far back from he is. Is he going to fight? Because you know, if there's one person you don't want right on your hammer, it's Vincent Louis in a sprint finish.
He's for sure the fastest sprinter in the sport. The only question is if he's still in the position to sprint, or if he already cracked, if he played his cards, and yeah, he's looking back. I think he's not on his heels, so but never count wins out, because just like you said, those two guys fighting it out for third place. We couldn't imagine a better finish. Yeah, he's 30 seconds back, so...
Oh, wow. So this is looking fairly safe now.
Yeah, I think... but Jan can't enjoy the stage, I would say.
He's not going to. He's going to be pushing it all the way through. But, you know, how satisfying. How satisfying for this guy.
Absolutely amazing. I mean...
Coached by Bjorn Giesman. Bjorn, a true character of the sport himself. Great coach. He will be over the moon to see his athlete doing so well.
I mean, just looking at him, he is running with sheer willpower.
Yes.
He's not running with his legs anymore. He's just running with his heart.
Purely with heart. But you know what? That's what makes these guys champions. He's having one last look. He doesn't quite trust it. And it's such a long drag to the finish from here.
Great that we have this perspective now. I mean, it looks comfortable for Jan with the podium.
It does. Oh, it's only a matter of time, matter of seconds before we see.
Yeah, it's now 800 meters to go. Now he's about to turn left, and then he's entering. And this last section, Billy, it's so tough on you because it's a little bit uneven. You know,
a bit of undulation. That's right.
If your legs are already shaking,
which I'd imagine he's for sure.
I mean, his whole body is shaking, and the stadium is shaking.
I just can't believe that we've had that change in the dying kilometers, literally the dying kilometers of this run. Jan Stratmann able to catch and overtake Vincent Louis for that final spot on the podium. He is going to be extremely happy with this race. Here we go.
Here he comes. Oh, gosh,
look at that.
Best feeling in the world.
Here we go. After that little mishap on the second lap of Solaraberg where he dropped his chain, had to get off the bike to fix it. He lost contact with that group that he was riding with, but it's done him no harm.
Close the gap to Wins, and then we saw it. No, Wins fought back, and now...
And I thought that was it, Sebi. I thought that was done and dusted, but...
Me too.
The third and final place on the podium goes to Jan Stratmann of Germany. So Germany going second and third here today.
Belinda, I hope it's fine if I leave you here for a second. I just need to get some sweaty hugs down there. I want to hug some mates.
Absolutely you can, Sebi. I totally understand. Oh, so our first French winner, then two Germans, and now most likely our fourth place finisher, another Frenchman. So Sam Laidler, here he comes. Oh my gosh, my hat's off to Vincent Louis. He gave it absolutely everything. He should be so proud of this race. Fourth place in what is his first ever full distance race. Exactly 20 years ago to the day that he watched his father race here. Gone much faster than what his father went, of course. But I'm sure he will be very happy. So our top four professional men across the line. With got a French, German, French. And we will definitely be going down on ground to get some interviews shortly. But look at that stadium. It is absolutely packed solid. Over 10,000 people here right now. Here we go. The man we've been waiting for. He's had so much pressure on his shoulders. He came here as a 5-year-old back in 2023, raced his very first ever triathlon. He watched his parents race here in 2023. His mum finished in 2nd place, and now Frederick Funk of Germany, one of the nicest guys you will ever meet in the sport, home in 5th place. What a day for the Germans here today. His best mate, one of his best mates down on ground, he was a groomsman at his wedding, Jan Stratman. And we've got the 3 Germans, Jonas Schomburg, Jan Stratman and Frederick Funk. Of course, in tradition, the Erdinger. Freddie's going to keep going till he's drunk the whole lot. But great racing. That was fantastic to see Frederick Funk in 5th. Wow. Woo!
Champagne hug from our winner, Sam Laidlaw. And I can tell you a story. He didn't even knew he was in the lead.
What?
No, he thought he was in 3rd place the whole time. He thought...
So when he overtook Jonas, he thought he was in 2nd?
He thought he was in 2nd.
Oh my gosh.
He only realized, like, with 10-15K to go, that he's actually leading the race.
Well, maybe that's a good thing. Naivety, you know, they always often say naivety is gold.
And now you might think, like, how could that happen? That's impossible, right? I mean, this must be a fairy tale, but it's not, because sometimes you're so focused. And I mean, people are getting you splits, but sometimes you don't know split to who, you know? I mean,
exactly.
It's crazy to think about that he didn't know that he was actually about to win the race.
And of course, we've got Finn Grosse Friese also across the finish line, so in 6th place. So this is a mighty fine day for the German athletes here today in Roth.
I'm also happy for Daniel Beckegaard in 7th place. This is, it's a great result for Daniel for sure. I mean, you know, coming back after Frankfurt with the stomach issues, for some of those guys, it's, you know, it's all about the confidence, you know, progressing in the career.
Absolutely, and just overcoming the demons, Sebi. And sometimes, you know, you just need a win. You need to be competitive. Daniel was competitive today. And you can see Frederick Funk there, just taking a little bit more out of them than he probably anticipated. But I'm sure, give it another 30 minutes and Frederick Funk will be feeling human again. But so wonderful for me to see these 2 really good friends doing so well.
Yeah, they are talking about, they're just doing an interview in the stadium with Jonas and you know, backing up his big words on the press conference, racing from the front and giving it a go.
Well, he definitely did that.
So this race brings up a lot of emotion for everyone, and especially with the year, or the beginning of the year that you've had. So just explain the emotions of how you're feeling right now.
Yeah, I'm just so happy for me and my team. I think that want to dedicate this one to the people around me. I was going to pull out of this race about 4 weeks ago, and my team kept believing. And yeah, I think I'm not necessarily the best athlete, but I have the best team.
And that definitely showed today with your performance. Was there a pivotal moment in the race where you thought, okay, this is me, I've got this in the bag?
It was actually a really, really confusing race, because the whole day on the bike I actually thought that I was first. And people were giving me splits to Jonas, and they were getting smaller and smaller. And I was like, oh, well, Jonas is catching me. And so I was slowing down, thinking that I would work with Jonas. And the more I'd slow down, obviously, the more I wouldn't catch him. So then I set off onto the run with a 2-minute deficit. And I saw him at a turnaround, and I was like, did he just cut the course or something? Like, I didn't understand. I thought he had 2 minutes behind. Anyway, so it's super confusing. And then, yeah, I just had to do my own race. I didn't feel great at the start of the run, but yeah, I just focused on my own performance and doing everything I can, and it was just enough, but I really had to dig very, very deep. Yeah.
And I think that emotion, that deepness is just a dedication to the year that you've gone through. So can you sum up this atmosphere, this race in just a couple of words for me?
It just leaves you speechless here, you know. It's like, it's nothing you get anywhere else in the world, I don't think, or even in any other sport, to be fair. So yeah, it's amazing.
But congratulations, Sam. It was such a good race and so good to see. Amazing.
And wow.
0-3 of the men we just saw in the picture.
That is insane. We were waiting for it. We were told that he was on track to go sub 2:30. It was his only. He has done that, Matt Hansen. Matthias Pedersen finishing in 8th place, followed by Matt Hansen in 9th place. But what an incredible run. Finally, for the first time ever here in Roth, a sub 2:30.
Like Aaron Royal is probably round up the top 10.
So waiting for Aaron Royal to make his way here, and then of course Zach Cooper, as we are out back with our professional women and our leader Laura Philipp from Germany, absolutely crushing this race here today as expected. There are no surprises here, with Nikki Bartlett in 2nd, Grace Tech in 3rd, and Alana Siffert still fighting in 4th place.
Yeah, as we expected, Grace actually overtook Alanis Siffert during we were concentrating on the finish of the men's race.
But 2:28.03 for Matt Hansen after running a 2:30.21 in Cairns.
And I mean, he still finished in the top 10. I think that's also something something important, because that doesn't mean he just warmed up on the bike for the marathon.
So Sam Laidlow from France in 1st, Jonas Schomburg from Germany in 2nd, Jan Stratman from Germany in 3rd, Vincent Louis from France in 4th, Frederick Funk from Germany in 5th, Finn Grosser Friese from Germany in 6th, Daniel Bakkegaard from Denmark in 7th, in 8th, Matthias Pedersen also from Denmark in 8th.
And I'm turning around because we just have the 10th place crossing the finish line. One of the most loved athletes amongst all the triathletes, Aaron Royal.
Aaron Royal, and you know, he moved continents, and not just, I'm talking one side of the world to the other, in May, while training for this race. You know, he moved his entire life from the UK back home to Australia on the Gold Coast. So it's been hectic, to say the least.
Yep.
So to see him finishing in the top 10.
7:47.
Brilliant.
Not a bad debut.
No, not at all.
Grace Tech doing the turnaround in 3rd place on the podium.
And that is Zach Cooper down on ground now, finishing in 11th place. Zach Cooper, who gets the award for the greatest race announcement ever. Very, very clever.
And I mean, you know, looking at Grace here, I think 27K, what do you reckon? Do you think she has a chance to catch Nikki, or you think we have a podium?
Oh, let me see. You know what? If it was anyone else, I'd say no, but I just know the fight that this little pocket rocket has. And while she's in uncharted, well, not quite yet, but she will be in uncharted territory in the next few kilometres, I just think this woman knows how to fight. So it's going to be very interesting to see if she's able to catch Nikki. I think she'll hold on to 3rd. Although in saying that, Alana Siffert is a fighter as well. I mean, we've got 2 women here that know how to fight to the death. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting.
during we talking, she just actually made up another almost a minute.
Wow, on Nikki Bartlett.
Yep.
Yeah, this is going to get. This is going to
be interesting between those two.
And again, Nikki Bartlett, the more experienced, obviously, of the two, particularly over this distance. Grace Tech racing over the distance for the very first time. But sometimes not knowing, having that naivety about it, it can be a blessing.
I mean, quite often your first long course race is the best long course
because
race. I mean,
you've got no expectation. And
for me, it took quite long till I would have said, yeah, this one was better than my debut. It almost took 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah. And I mean, I want to talk about Laura a little bit here because it's almost that's almost a downside when you're a clear favorite and leading the race by almost 15 minutes. You don't get a lot of screen time because it's not that exciting. I just want to give some credit to Laura because I know the situation you are in a race like that, and it's not easy to go into a race like that being the absolutely clear favorite and everybody is telling you, this is going to be boring, you know, you're going to win the race by a mile. Yeah, actually not just by a mile, right? I mean, it's actually by miles, you're right. And so it's not easy, and I just want to give a shout out here to Laura.
It's incredible, and you know she's showing all the grace and poise of a world champion. Didn't expect anything less from such an absolute superstar.
And you know that's also a thing. She is the best advertisement for women in triathlon. And here we have our man podium. Jan Stratman in third. What a race we had towards the end.
You think that's a happy bloke? I think that's a happy man right there.
It's a really tired man, but a really happy man. A really happy man, yeah, for sure.
I mean, to be able to show fight so late in the game when you probably thought, you know what, I'm getting fourth again, whatever.
We have so many great stories in this race. Another great story is definitely Jonas Schomburg.
And what a future he's got ahead of him now.
Oh, absolutely. Woo. I mean, I like a big mouse that backs up.
So do I. And it makes it interesting. I mean, too many athletes want to play it safe these days. And, you know, you don't get a long time in this sport. You might as well make the most of it when you can.
He raced here for the very first time in Roth. We instantly fell in love with him. He fell in love with Roth. Your champion, your former Ironman world champion, and now your DATEV Challenge Roth champion 2025 from France, Sam Ladle.
So, incredible racing from our professional men. The DATEV Challenge Roth 2025, Sam Laidlow.
Best feeling in the world.
Oh, the best feeling. The youngest ever Ironman world champion. He is now can add a Roth champion to his resume.
You can't be the GOAT if you have not won this race, and he is on a good way.
And of course now, the infamous champagne showers. And you saw then...
Don't spray it in the eyes, guys.
You saw then, though, the lion of Bavaria. It's still, to this day,
I'm happy that we have Laura in the picture again, because she she deserves some screen time as well.
So, Laura now on her way back home, and will be her first time to also get that Bavarian lion. It's so prestigious. Only the winners get this lion. You've got one of the lions, don't you, at home?
Yeah, I still have it.
Yes, I still do too.
It's not somewhere down in the basement.
No, same with me.
It has a good place.
And this, will, of course, will be the first time that Laura will cross the finish line here. Her third attempt and she will finally take the win. She got third back in 2023. She was second here last year in 2024, and now she will be the winner here today.
And it's gonna be very, very exciting because Nikki Bartlett is struggling a little bit, and Grace is making up ground to her.
This is incredible.
Yeah, it's just even under a minute now. We have a super exciting race, both on the men's and the women's side. Not for the win. Laura is leading with a comfortable margin by more than 16 minutes.
But if Grace Tech is able to pull off second, here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. Gee, the cameramen have done a good job today.
I mean, at this moment, I like to give a shout out to the whole production team
Absolutely.
and everybody.
Amazing job.
Who was delivering these pictures to you. It's super, super tough to have a men's and a women's race at the same time. And I think was pretty good.
And look at this, Grace Tech, first time ever in Roth, first time ever over this distance. She splits her time between Australia and the US. She has her husband, Zach, here down on ground cheering her on. She's got her parents who have come all the way over from Australia to cheer her on. They will be over the moon with the way that she is racing right now. Currently in third place, but chasing down Nikki Bartlett, who is currently in second. Both women having a great race here. Alana Siffert in fourth place. And of course, Amelie Brunet, as anticipated, running very, very well in fifth. Nina Deron in sixth. So that's our top 6 women out on course right now.
Yeah, Nina's sister, Julia, is probably watching. She's currently training in St. Moritz and preparing for her first long course race, and that's gonna be super interesting because we talked about women who potentially be able to break the 8-hour barrier, and I would like to throw Julie in there because I mean what she did in the T100 coming from short course is absolutely amazing. Also a Brad Sutton athlete, and I'm looking forward to see her next week racing in Victoria Gasteiz, doing her first long course race.
And I have to, well, I didn't actually make this mistake. Torsten Ratters made this mistake.
Torsten is never making a mistake.
Torsten's made a mistake today, and I'm happy to admit it. He told me that Sam Laidlaw was the first Frenchman to win here, but actually I've just got Patrick Varney.
Yeah, I saw.
And you know what? I should know because it was back in my day, and I didn't think about it when I said it. But yeah, Patrick Varney was the first French winner here in Roth. So to all the French men and women out there, don't blame me, blame Torsten.
He's rarely to blame for
very rarely. No, he is the stats man extraordinaire, but it's good to know that he's human just like the rest of us, and he does make mistakes. But Patrick
Sometimes
Varney,
I really think he's not human.
Yes, exactly. Patrick Varney was the first. Sam Laidlaw, now the second Frenchman to win here in Roth. And a big shout out to Pierre Mulierac for letting me know that. I love it when people write in and let us know. So,
and we have a little bit more overcast here now. I mean, those clouds, they even look like they want to probably give the amateurs a little bit of a refreshment later today.
Stadium. He was second place here last year. He hasn't quite had the race that he anticipated, but while we're on screen with Laura, I just want to let you know, coming into the stadium now is Tom Bishop. Laura Phillip, though, out on the run course at around the 36-kilometre mark right now, making her way back towards us here in Roth. But hats off to Tommy Bishop for holding strong. As you can see on screen now, Aaron Royal rounded out our top 10. In 11th, Zach Cooper. In 12th, Tristan Ole. In 13th, Mathieu Bolza. 14th for Joe Skipper, so big shout out to Joe. Great to see him racing here today. Finishing in 14th. In 15th, Sebastian Norberg. In 16th, Jack Moody, all the way from New Zealand. And in 17th, Tommy Bishop. We had such a deep pro men's field racing You've got Nikki Bartlett and now Grace Tech. You can see this is going to be the make or break. We know that once Grace Tech gets to that 35-kilometre mark, she is in uncharted territory. Completely different run styles between these two athletes. Nikki Bartlett is all strength. And you can see just starting to get a little bit of heavy on her feet. Not looking as bouncy as she did when we saw her up on the canal, but this is the latter stages of the run. Nikki's just, it's going to be all mental from here for Nikki.
And I mean, that's what you're telling yourself. You have done 1,000,010. Oh, Grace is about to stop.
Oh, yep. Hopefully that was just something wrong with it. You can.
No. That.
Yeah, no. Oh, come on, Grace.
Cramp. Oh, we have all the drama today.
Absolutely. Well, we wouldn't want it any other way, would we? This is what this racing is all about, and this is why we often say it's not over until it's over. And we know that Nikki Bartlett right here, currently in second, is by far the most experienced in the field. Oh, you can see Laura. That's the first time I've seen her do a little bit of a shake out of the arms.
But still smiling.
Oh, cruising. Come on, look, laughing. I mean, just ridiculous.
And I always recommend smile. You know, I mean, it's so. I always found it completely ridiculous if somebody tells me from the outside smile. I was like, you know what? How I feel? I'm not about to smile anytime soon. But the thing really is, it helps if you smile. You're gonna feel better instantly from the inside. It definitely helps. So yep, smile helps.
Absolutely, I could not agree with you more.
I almost feel a little bit sorry about all the drama that is going on because Laura has a race without any drama, just perfectly executed race, and that sometimes takes away the screen time a little bit for her. And now we have the drama between Nikki Bartlett and Grace Tech. The wind here in the stadium is picking up again a little bit. And as I mentioned before, it looks like we probably get a little shower later.
Beautiful conditions now for all of our 3,500 individual athletes, age group athletes, plus our 700 teams.
Grace just makes a shower. Another round of ice to cool down for the final fight for the second place.
So right now, great aerial shot there as they run back from Buchenbach into Roth. You can see more downhill now than uphill for Laura Philipp as she makes her way back here towards us. She'll have to go through town, across the cobbles.
And that's the best support you can get. You know, if the age groupers are cheering you on during they are in the race, that's just absolutely amazing. I'm happy that we have this nice split screen again. Not that we want to be on the screen, but yeah, seeing Grace Tech run smooth again, that's a good sign. And
looking much better, better.
Absolutely.
And you know, I don't know whether it was just something with the shoe or whether she was cramping, but
yeah, now
best news, looks back to normal.
A lot better. But normal.
Normal.
Snafu normal.
So.
Second now.
Oh, so maybe she's made the pass?
Yep.
Thank you to our spotters out there.
We have the next split at... I'm not sure about that, to be honest.
No.
I don't think so, to be honest.
It's still around 30.
But we have...
Oh, now we know. Yep, look at this. She's walking.
Yep.
Come on, Nikki.
We have Nikki walking in the other screen. You can't see it on your screen, but on the other screen...
There we go. She was walking. She's back running again, but you can see just starting to struggle. We could see that she was just a little bit heavy.
We have two of the heroes here. We just get them ready. And then, Belinda, please take care about the women's race. I don't want to miss anything.
No, we won't. And so right now, we have had a situation where Nikki Bartlett from Great Britain Spent some time walking. That allowed Grace Tech from Australia to overtake her. You can see just up the road there where Grace Tech is. So Grace Tech from Australia now currently in second place with Nikki Bartlett in third. She needs to really rally right now. It's been an incredible... Come on, here we go again. Oh, I wish I was out there on course. Oop, we've got a craziness here in... Oh, it's very cold. It's... Oh, no, look at this. It looks like Nikki's just suffering from some cramps, lower back problems. She needs to really concentrate now. It's always very difficult. She's on the home straight. Come on, we all need to put a big cheer out for Nikki Bartlett. We don't want her race to end like this. I want her to hold on to that podium position. She's worked hard all day for this. She's had a pretty nasty time of it, particularly this week with the death of her beautiful dog, Titch. You can see on her kit there, she's wearing Titch on her kit. Come on, Nikki, you just need to concentrate. You need to believe. She just needs to focus now. One foot in front of the other. It is starting to cool down and we might get that chance of rain. I can feel a few drops now here in the studio. But definitely much nicer conditions for the race for our age groupers, for this marathon, for this Hoka 42.2 kilometre marathon than it was for our professional men, who I'm sure felt the heat out there on the run. Completely different conditions right now. The wind has really started to pick up and it is cold. And while we are focusing now on the final 8 to 10 kilometres of the women's run, we've got Laura Philippe in first, Grace Tech in second, and Nikki Bartlett in third. Laura Philippe absolutely dominating this race, as we knew she would. Making her way back here towards Roth. Not long to go. But in studio right now, joining me, two incredible German men. I don't know where these Germans keep coming from, but you just keep producing absolute champions. Jonas Schomburg and Jan Stratman. First up, incredible racing today, boys. Incredible.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, obviously, fastest German, oh so close. But I think for you, Jan, and I'll start with you, fourth last year by 25 seconds. I could see written all over your face, fourth was not going to cut the mustard here today.
To be honest, running up Bischenbach, I was thinking fourth is a good place and fifth is bad, and I wanted to keep Freddie away. But then turning into at Bischenbach and running downhill, I somehow got like a second energy kick or something like that, and yeah, I saw it like 38K, Vince in front of me. I said, no, I'm not gonna finish fourth again.
We saw earlier on in that out and back dogleg that you have to do before you make your way back into town, that you bridged the gap across to Vinny, and we thought this is it, this is the change. But then the next split we got, it had gone back out again.
He is mental.
Yes.
He saw me coming. I was like 10 meters behind him for like 2K, and then he opened the gap up again. But I had a pretty hard time from like 28 to 34K. I was done basically. But I knew that marathon is long and you can come back every time. And I think I ran the 38 9K in 3:35. So
wow.
That was the second.
But brilliant racing, and you know, it must have been so cool. I mean, to have, first of all, so many amazing German athletes out on course, but having one of your best mates right behind you. I mean, you were groomsman at Freddie's wedding last November.
Yeah, he put the pressure on me, to be honest. And I had a little crash on Solar Hill on the bike, and then we rode basically together into T2. So that was kind of a nice moment.
Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine. And Jonas, I mean, after the disaster of last week where you were absolutely crucifying that bike course in Frankfurt, you know, I've never seen a mechanical like it in a race. You wanted to continue, you were told you couldn't, and then I was telling the story before, I was working the race at Walsee, and Felix Walshofer got on the phone and said, you need to contact Jonas immediately, I said, okay. And of course, you know, the rest is history, and it's so good to have you here. I'm sure you do not regret taking that phone call message and saying, yep, I'm coming.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for
all the support this week was incredible. Like Felix, my homestay, Johnny and Rezi, and also like Lasse Ebert with the cockpit, new position. In like just 3 days, I got a basically new setup and just amazing few past days. And I think I did everything right coming here. I really enjoyed the race. First time here, second long distance race for me. I knew it's not gonna be like a walk in the park with Sam. He's never giving up, and I wanted to try to do the same, like going from the front. It dictated the pace after the swim, and I didn't have the same legs as last week, but I tried to keep it steady and hard.
Well, that's a scary thought then, my friend, because we thought you were incredible today. And one of the things that Sebi and I were talking about all day about you is just we love that you are not scared to lay it on the line. I think sometimes athletes play it too safe. You're not one of those athletes. You walk the walk, you talk the talk and walk the walk, and you did that today, and you made those men chase you. And I think that, you should be incredibly proud of that, because not many people have got the gumption to do it.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, that's my kind of style. Also, already in the TU with the short distance, I like to do a fast transition. I also did it today, I think, in the T1. Immediately put the pressure on the guys and going from the first K on the bike and pushing the pedals. And
Sebi came back to me after the finish line and said that you won't believe this, but Sam Laidlow didn't realise he was in the lead. Until
he didn't know that you were second and he was in the lead.
Yeah, he told me.
Yeah, which is crazy to think, but that's what happens, I think, when you're out there so focused on the job at hand, and it happens time and time again. Sometimes you don't realize what's going on around you.
Yeah.
Did you ever feel like that today, or you knew exactly where you were and what you needed to do?
I had a great support on the course. Like I knew every time with the gaps between me and Sam. It was always around like 2 minutes pretty quickly, and then it's steady. And then on the run, I opened the gap even to 3 minutes. But then he closed the gap pretty quickly.
Belinda, I think we let those guys go.
I can see they're shivering. I mean,
it's crazy to think about that, but I mean, it definitely got a little bit fresher, and they need to recover.
Absolutely.
Get some warm soup.
But I'm sure they weren't saying this at about the 20-kilometre mark of the run when it was boiling hot on that canal.
But that's actually what makes you shiver later.
Exactly. But two incredible German athletes with humongous futures ahead of them. Jan Stratmann and Jonas Schomburg. Jonas second, Jan in third. But now we concentrate on this young woman on screen. She makes her way through Roth. You can see the smile on her face says everything. With only a couple of kilometres left to run now for Laura Philipp. She took the lead of this race towards the latter stages of the bike, and she has not looked back. After her incredible race at Ironman Hamburg, where she set the new Ironman world record. Now coming back here to Roth. She was second here last year, third the year before. And look, already fist pumping because she knows for the first time she will take the win here today. This woman is an absolute perfectionist. And here we have Grace Tech in second position now after Nikki Bartlett suffering just a few issues on that run. We really hope that Nikki is able to rally and hold on to that final position. So Laura Philipp, second to Anne Haug here last year. She will be our champion here today. As a professional athlete, long course athlete, obviously you want to become world champion. She's done that. She is our current world champion. But here in Roth, you really want this title. It's a prestigious title. And I know, being German, the importance of winning here in Roth is huge. So great to see that Laura Philipp will end the day in first place, and she will be your 2025 DATEV Challenge Roth champion. You can see the crowds now clapping her in. She does not have far to go. Literally less than 2 kilometers. And just to give you some perspective on the lead that she has, it's upward of 18, 19 minutes. So humongous lead for Laura. Big smiles on her face. Amazing footage on the screen right now with our winner on the left, second place on the right. And then, of course, that great shot of Buchenbach where they make that lap around the lake before making their way back here to us. In the background of me, the infamous finish line. It's what everyone dreams of. Everyone out there right now is dreaming of crossing this finish line. The stadium, as you can see, is absolutely packed. Over 10,000 people here right now. It will stay like this all night long until the final finisher is through. And then, of course, we have the incredible laser show right at the end. Absolutely worth coming back for. So while our professional men's race is done and dusted right now, great to see Bada Nutz in 19th. That is his final race here. He will be retiring at the end of the year. Of course, Bada Nutz has won here before. But one final time here for Bart. He's had a great career. And look at this. Here she comes on the left of screen. She is on her way in. Wonderful scenes out there with all of the spectators. They will be over the moon for Laura. She's a crowd favorite, of course. So it's around 20 minutes between Grace Tech and Laura Philipp. Times are irrelevant today. It's all about placing. And I don't even think Grace, in her wildest dreams, would have imagined that she would be finishing in second place here. As you can see, lots of high fives for Laura Philipp out on course. Her husband Philip's been out there all day long. They have such an incredible working relationship as coach and athlete. Right now, the crowd is going crazy. They are ready to welcome Laura here to the finish line. I love this aerial shot as they make their way in and onto the DATEV green carpet. That enormous white tent, the VIP area. As she makes her way into the stadium proper. Here we go. And here she is. What an incredible feeling for Laura now. She's done just about everything that can be done in long course triathlon. What a wonderful, wonderful race from this young woman. And she will be your 2025 DATEV Challenge Roth winner here today. Felix Bolsurfer giving her the biggest of hugs. He couldn't have asked for anything more. 2:43.17 run to finish it off. I had a feeling she was going to run that today. She didn't need to do anything silly. It was all about the win.
Race here in Roth, and after third place, a second place, now the first place. It's just amazing how this woman progressed in the last 5 years. I'm looking forward to a lot more battles and fights with her.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, you know, the rivalry we're going to see between herself and Haug, Kat Matthews, it's going to be one for the history books. Lucy Charles Barclay.
Julie Deron, there will be a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just going to keep adding to that list.
Yeah.
But what a great time in women's sport, Sebi. I mean, we talk about the men,
absolutely,
but it is the women. It is the women that are stepping it up. It is the women that are looking likely to break 8 hours any time now.
And I mean also, you know, just like from looking at the sport as a business, it's so that the growth comes from the women side of the sport, not from the men's side of sport. And she is the best ambassador of the sport. Yeah. So also from that perspective, I'm really happy for her today to win the race.
And I would imagine her coach and her husband, Philip, will be over the moon. He'll be saying, you know what, job well done.
Absolutely. I mean, he will be very, very happy. Also that she actually didn't empty the tank, because
was very sensible all day long.
Yeah, sometimes that's really important. But as I said, we don't really know. I mean, probably she looks at it in a complete different way and now tells Fenella that she actually completely emptied the tank.
And proves us wrong.
Yeah,
no, hopefully not.
I don't think so, but you just never know. You know, but sometimes you're comfortably in the lead and we say like, oh yeah, this looks comfortable, but it's not comfortable on her side. Of course, it's never comfortable to win a long course race, that's for sure. But yeah, I think she absolutely executed perfectly, and it's not an easy position to be in. Everything else than a win would have been a huge disappointment today. And yeah, to race with that pressure on your shoulders is not easy, but that tells me also something that she can handle the pressure.
And of course, this young woman on screen right now
the pressure.
She is putting the pressure on, and definitely putting the pressure on the women behind her. She is well and truly in uncharted territory right now. She's past that 35-kilometre mark, so never run this far before, but still looking the goods.
And that downhill is brutal. I mean, it looks really, really hard.
Yes. Grace Tech also making her way back here into Roth as we go down pretty soon.
And we have another interesting battle shaping up, because I think Alanis is about to challenge Nikki Bartlett for the podium.
Yeah, we had a feeling this was going to happen when you were down on ground, Sebi. You know, there's some of the videos we were getting of Nikki. She was really struggling. She kept stopping, walking a bit
up the hill. Yeah.
Just going, and look, maybe it is just a bad patch, and I would like to see her again, because maybe she's been able to pull herself through and rally. She's very experienced over this distance, and you know, sometimes you just go through that 1 or 2 kilometres of a bad patch, and you're able to then bring yourself out the other side. I hope that is the case for Nikki. But the problem with someone like Alanis, you know, she's young and she's a fighter and she loves to race, and she will not give up. But yeah, this race for the women, well, first place is done and dusted. Second place looking very secure. I think that final spot on the podium is looking very shaky.
And I think we have an interview with our winner, Laura Philipp. anytime
Laura
soon.
Phillip, what a professional as always. Roth brings the emotion every time. You've been third, you've been second, and today the win. How are your emotions right now?
Yeah, well, to be honest, it was as good as I dreamed of. Like running into the stadium leading is, I think, the best feeling you can have. The atmosphere is electric, and I think I never smiled so much during a run. Like, the people were just crazy the entire race course, and that helped me so much to, just keep on pushing until the end. And I'm so thankful that I could finally win here.
It was such an amazing performance, and you're getting me emotional right now. But what was the point in the race where you knew that you were gonna win today?
I wasn't really sure until the end. You know, I didn't feel amazing, so I really had to work for it. And you know, it was pretty close on the bike. And when I started my run and I felt okay, I was starting to build a little bit of confidence. But I mean, you know it yourself. Like, I think you can only be sure until the last kilometers.
It was amazing. So the atmosphere definitely helped you to the finish. Sum up in just one word quickly what Roth means to you.
Yeah, today it's just absolute goosebumps.
Absolute goosebumps, yeah, I think we'll leave that right there. Thank you. These are amazing. Thank you.
I don't know if you could hear that interview. We have a little bit of a sound issue here. It's really loud in the stadium.
Which is not a bad thing.
No, absolutely not.
But there, of course, Laura Philippe, our winner here today, just incredible racing. You can see she's extremely happy. Now, of course, it will all be about recovery.
Yep.
And getting ready for the second half of the year.
Absolutely, and she just confirmed what I said, is that until the very end she didn't really, was 100%.
Oh, and look at this! Oh my gosh! Oh, and this is what you were anticipating was going to happen, Sebi. But look at the running speed! Look at the running speed of Alana Siffert. This is insane! Oh my gosh! And you know,
I mean, I feel so happy for Alanis. At the same time, I feel so sorry for Nikki Bartlett.
And just look at the determination on this young girl's face. It's just incredible. And, you know, they've nicknamed her the Duck because she has that little flick out of her legs. But I did not anticipate Alanis running past
funny,
this
you know what?
quickly.
It reminds me a lot of about my wife running.
Your wife was a brilliant runner.
She was a pretty fast steeplechaser, so it doesn't mean that it's slow.
Well, we can see right now that it certainly doesn't, and she has that little flick, but you know, like with her riding, which is unconventional, her run style is slightly unconventional.
Happy, you know, we saw her for a long time today, leading the swim, leading the bike for a long time, and now we have her again in the picture, which is a great sign. Usually, with a young athlete like that, they just vanish, you know, after let's say the half marathon mark. And
this is incredible that she's come back.
Really strong.
I did not expect us to see her again. I thought that was it, 4th place for Alanis, which is still brilliant. But
and in case you're wondering what she's holding in her hands, most of the Brett Sutton athletes, they use this kind of sticks or something in your hand. You know, sometimes it's just gels or something. It often just helps to relax your hands. Back in the day, Peter Robertson, can you still remember Peter?
Of course I can, of course.
And those were named after him, right? The Robo Sticks.
Robo Sticks, yep.
So it's still something.
Julie Deron uses them herself in every single race.
Like I said, a lot of Brett Sutton athletes just want to hold something in the hand, and I understand it. Sometimes it really helps. It's almost like in a club, right? If you're not holding a bottle, you don't know what you do with your hands.
That's right. That's a great comparison, Sebi. Oh, I love it. But, I just cannot believe
Not
the
that
speed.
I've been in the club in the last 20 years.
No, you and I both. Those days are long gone, I think. But Alana Siffert, I still am gobsmacked by the speed that she ran past Nikki. And I know Nikki's not setting any land records right now, but that was impressive.
I mean, that's where momentum is deadly, right? I mean, if you come from behind and you feel that, wow, I'm actually about to run for the podium here, that is a lot of reasons to run faster. And also, I mean, we're talking about professional sport, you know, it means a lot for such a young and coming athlete because sponsors, prize money, 3rd place and 4th place, I would reckon
usually for me it was maybe a difference of 90,000 euros between third and fourth place in a race like Roth. It's gonna be a little bit less for her for sure.
Yes.
It's the start of her career, but it makes a huge difference. I mean, it definitely pays a couple of bills.
Unbelievable. And look, we've got Grace Tech now. Great overhead shot as she makes her way in towards us. Brilliant race.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's you know why German athletes are usually dominating here. Of course, the race for us, for the Germans, it means a lot. It's almost like the small world championships. But it's also the travel, you know. It's easy for us to come here.
Yes,
it's easy to adapt. Most of the people have pre-ridden the course. They know the course. It's easy, you know. We know what we get at the bakery. It's always a little bit easier. And so really hats off to Grace. You know, it's not the shortest way to come here to Roth. And so, yeah, respect absolutely, because it's a lot harder, especially for a young athlete, to travel a far distance. And you're also gambling with a lot more on the table since you invest so much, not just money, but also time in the travel.
Yep.
And it takes a lot out of you know, with the jet lag going back and forth. And then if you don't have the day you're hoping for, oh, it can be devastating.
And still running so incredibly well. Alana Siffert, the youngest in the field at only 23 years of age. And look at that look of determination on her face. She is fully focused right now. Look at those skies in the background. You can see it's starting to get very, very dark there. We have the chance of some rain. It hasn't rained yet, but it's looking a little ominous out there as Grace Tech makes her way through Roth. Not long to go now before we will be welcoming her into this Finnish stadium. I remember speaking to Grace quite some time ago when she said, I asked her the question, will you do a full distance race? She ummed and ahed, and I said, look, if you're going to do one, please make sure it is Roth, because you will not regret it. And I'm so happy that she decided to come here and race. And what a race she is having. She was a little unsure, a little uncertain how it was going to go towards the end. She said that last 7 kilometres, I'm going to be running purely on heart and emotion.
She's gone past the market here in Rhodes and is in the final steps towards the finish line.
She has her mother and father and her husband Zach here. She has her sponsors Luke and Beth McKenzie from Win here as well. They will all be absolutely ecstatic with the way that she has raced here today. Hard to believe that it is her very first time over the distance.
Nikki Bartlett, but Nikki Bartlett trying to fight back a mere 3 seconds behind the duel for third.
And right now, while it looks like Grace Tech has second sewn up, we are still waiting to see what is happening behind her with Alana Siffert from Switzerland, Nikki Bartlett from Germany, from Great Britain, and Merle Brunet from Germany, I should say. So Merle Brunet in 5th. Has Nikki Bartlett been able to rally and get herself back in the game? We saw her walking. She was starting to really struggle. But we also know that Nikki Bartlett, what she may have lacked in run speed back then, she more than makes up for in experience, and she knows how to get herself back into the game. So it does look like Nikki Bartlett is able to rally. She hasn't caught Alana's back yet, but it's looking ever so close. Thirty or 40 seconds in it, so hats off to Nikki. Obviously just went through a little bit of a bad patch. There is literally 30 seconds between Alana Siffert in third and Nikki Bartlett in fourth. Right now on screen, it is Grace Tech safely in second with less than 1.5 kilometres left to run here. So great to see another Aussie make the podium here. The last Aussie on the podium here was Sarah Crowley. We've had Marinda Carfrae. I won this race way back in 2005. Marinda Carfrae has won this race. Sarah Crowley has finished on the podium. And now Grace Tech also on the podium. So Grace Tech in second, Alana Siffert in third, but Nikki Bartlett only 30 seconds behind her. Are we going to see a similar thing that we saw in the men's race between Vincent Louis and Jan Stratman? Is Nikki Bartlett able to claw herself back? Come on, says Grace, let's go. Cheer me in. She is literally 800 meters away from the finish here today. Her first ever time over the distance. Her first ever marathon period, having never run longer than 35 kilometers.
Ey, krasse Scheiße, Lauri.
Here she comes, folks, making her way through the triathlon park and onto the green carpet. Incredible race from Grace Tech. She's one of the smallest athletes on the circuit. An absolute pocket rocket she is. I always say she may be short, but she is mighty. And you can hear the crowd now as she makes her way into the stadium. High fives all around for Grace, and she will take second place here today. Wonderful race from this youngster from almost a trip on the finish line, but well done to Grace Tech. Second place today here. Big hug from Felix.
And during Grace Tech crossed the finish line in second place, we have the winner of the Challenge Roth 2025 sitting here, Laura Philipp. Laura, what do you think? I mean, this is a huge gap between you and second place, and you look totally relaxed. But I always, commented during our broadcast. Sometimes it looks like really relaxed and composed from the outside, but how did it feel from the inside?
I definitely enjoyed it a lot. I think I never smiled so much during a marathon. That was really special today. Like the people on course, they really made it a super special experience for me today. And yeah, but it wasn't a super easy race for me. Like I didn't felt like flying. I really had to work for it, but yeah.
I'm just going to cut you off there because we have got Maurice Clavel in his last ever race. He is retiring now, so I think definitely worth mentioning. Maurice Clavel, he's been second here before.
Of Laura's and my favorites as well.
Me too, yes. So amazing. I mean, to have you here, Laura, you are the future of the sport. You are the world champion. But then to cross it down here and see the end of an illustrious career for Maurice Clavel, I mean, it's emotional for me. I mean, Maurice was around when I was racing, so it's
and
incredible.
I overtook him on the run course, and he even cheered me on.
I bet he did.
That was a special moment.
Oh,
I think Maurice is one of the people who know him. Like, it's a super nice guy, and like if you see him racing, he's racing with the full body, and the full person is racing. And yeah, it's sad that he's quitting, but I think he chose the right place to give it a last shot.
Absolutely.
He was absolutely great advertisement for the sport, as is Laura. I mean, it's a new era in women's triathlon. That's for sure. So, I mean, I just keep continuing. Talk us through your day. Like I said, it looked easy from the outside, but how did it feel from the inside?
Well, I have no idea how slow or fast we swam. I guess slow because the gap was quite big starting the bike. So I knew, okay, this is all about chasing. And I tried to execute a plan that I was setting up beforehand with Philip. And it mostly worked, but the wind picked up pretty strongly, and it was also pretty warm on the bike. So I spent more time cooling my suit and focusing on just fueling than I anticipated beforehand, I guess. But I made the best out of it, and it was motivating to see that I could catch Alanis, who really, I think, had a really strong race and really went for it. I think that was really brave of her. And it took me quite some while to actually catch her, but once I did, that was a great feeling, of course. Then to go into the lead, and I mean, starting the marathon here leading is definitely a special experience because you get all the cheers, and that really helped me to.
And we wanna focus on the
Who
other
you were talking
woman.
about right now? Here she comes.
Here she comes, and she fought her way back up to third place. Incredible. She was leading the race for a long time, and I thought, oh no, now it's over. Now it's just going backwards for her. She fought back, and gets rewarded with the last spot on the podium.
And you know, the thing is, when she went past, when we got that footage of her going past Nikki Bartlett, I thought that was it. But then Nikki Bartlett came back at her again, and so I think we'll be seeing Nikki Bartlett very, very shortly. But Alana Siffert, third place here today. Incredible racing from this youngster, 23 years of age, and just races with her heart. I mean, to see her. I mean, you saw the footage of her passing Nikki Bartlett. It was like she's running a 10-kilometer race.
Sheer determination. It was great to see.
And it was really brilliant to see how she fought back, and to see that like she gave it all on the run, and like I heard her breathing once in a while, and super impressive. She's training with like she's at the same place in the Engadin where Laura and me prepared this race, and so it seems to be a good spot, and Alanis is the future of racing.
Yeah, very well deserved. I'm happy to see her on the podium.
Absolutely, and right now, as we say that, we know, I can see in the background there Nikki Bartlett, who was in third for so long. Great rally.
I didn't really know, but that was an exciting.
It was a very exciting
podium.
We had a couple of exciting.
If we can remove you from the equation, it was very, very close. But you know, honestly, to have someone of your caliber here in Roth, Laura, you are the absolute benchmark of the sport right now. And we were talking earlier that women's racing is right now the most exciting, long course racing is the most exciting we've ever seen. It's you women are just, every time you step on a start line, you are raising the bar. And for me personally, I mean, I think that says everything. I get so excited because I think anything's possible for you girls.
So, I mean, I know you walk the walk. Now you have to talk the talk. But I want to give you one last question. And I mean, I've experienced the Laura that is racing on her own from the front, and I thought, Laura is struggling a little bit with the heat from the other women, and that you're probably, I mean, not joking, but you know, when you have more competition around you, I thought you probably have more difficulties. And now it's the opposite. Like with your fourth place in Hawaii, you proved me that you can, you know, go in the fight head to head with the other women for the victory. And then you had the race in Nice, you know, battling out with Cass, and now again in Hamburg. So what do you like more? Actually leading the race by 15 minutes or 20 minutes and enjoying everything?
I think Laura's telling us she can do it each and every way. It doesn't matter. Just lay it.
No. I'm talking about enjoying it.
Yeah,
more.
True.
Because sometimes you say like, oh yeah, I'm looking forward to a sprint in the stadium, but when the time comes and you have to sprint for it, then you're not really
so nice.
like it that much anymore.
I think for today, it was great to be able to enjoy, especially the last kilometers. That was what I dreamed of. really to come into the stadium here and to be able to enjoy it and not have to sprint for the win. But honestly, those close fights, they're also pretty cool because the race goes by way quicker because you're so focused on the effort. And I think that is also something that is really cool and special, but I'm not sure if you can actually pull it off in every race,
No.
you know? It's like something special and you probably only have a few shots. So for today, I was really happy and grateful that I could enjoy it.
And I think you deserved a day like today. You really did.
and it's not easy. I mean, we talked about it a couple of times. I mean, if you go into a race like this and everything else than a victory would be complete failure, right? I mean, it's not easy to approach a race like that because what do you have to win? I mean, the only thing magical you could have done would have been breaking 8 hours, which was pretty clear that's not going to happen today with the non-wetsuit swim. So it is actually quite a lot of pressure, and sometimes it doesn't feel as rewarding to win a race where you already are the winner for in everybody's mind, you know. But I could, like you said, I mean, you smiled a lot on the run, and yeah, like Belinda said, definitely deserved that. I think smiles are the best painkillers in the world.
Absolutely. Yes, they are. Oh, look, it was incredible racing. And while we've got our top 4, Laura Philipp in first, Grace Teck second, Alana Sifford in a very close third, Nikki Bartlett fought her way back into fourth. Oh, we've still got a few more of our women to make their way across the finish line, but right now...
And I want to say goodbye to Laura. Congrats again. You know, I mean, it's also crazy what those women go through when it comes to heat, and cold again. Now everybody starts to shiver. I see a little bit of a blue lip, so get a warm soup or something to celebrate the win. Congrats to you, both of you. Yeah, just awesome execution on
Thank you very much, and thanks for talking for a long time today and
you should know
entertaining everyone.
You should know for Sebi and I, that's what we're world champions at.
and in this moment, number 5 from our tri club came Merle Brunet.
Yes, she did, Merle Brunet. We've been talking about her a lot because I got to experience
She's from
just how good she is in Savannah Yass. I didn't know anything about her.
Quite some time.
So she was home in 5th, and then I did see there in 6th Justine Mathieu as well from France. So great racing from these women. But Merle, I knew it would be a little bit of time before she worked. And we know that swimming's not her strength. She worked away steadily through the bike, and then we knew she'd come home with a strong marathon, and she did exactly what we'd anticipated. Works full-time or part-time as a physician, but amazing,
as far as I know.
Amazing. Really great effort from her. So our top
I'm
6
still
women.
thinking with an athlete brain, so get Laura out of the shade and into something more.
So they are now doing the flower ceremony for our top 3 professional women. Laura Philipp from Germany in first, Grace Teck from Australia in second, and Alana Sifford from Switzerland in third. So our top 5 women are across the line. Big time gaps today amongst our women. That tends to happen when you have the Ironman world champion
but just
racing.
like you said, right? I mean, that's also I mean, it's just like in the old days with Chrissy Wellington. She makes everybody else look slow, but that's not the case. It's just because we have one absolutely outstanding woman here today. That's Laura Philipp. She dominated the race, but behind her it was actually quite exciting, to be honest.
I agree. So we're still waiting for Nina Deron. Justine, we've got told out there, Justine Mathieu is also up there. Nina Deron should be next. We'll wait until they make their way through. Katharina Wolf also still out there on course. Our spotters must be taking a little break right now because we haven't had any updates for a little while, but
it's a long day for everybody.
It's a long day for everyone. So we are waiting for these women. Very shortly, we will be back down on ground for that flower ceremony and champagne showers for our professional women.
We're getting ready to celebrate our 3 fastest women of the day. A spectacular race we've seen here in 2025 at the DATEV Challenge Roth. Wir freuen uns natürlich auch wieder, dass Herr Hermann, bayerischer Staatsminister des Inneren für Sport und Integration, wieder da ist, um den bayerischen Löwen zu übergeben. Genauso wie Herr Dr. Robert Meyer, Vorstandsvorsitzender der DATEV AG. Unsere Top
Beautiful here now for our remaining professional women still out on course, and of course all of our age group athletes, our relay athletes, our handicapped athletes. We know we've got Sam Holness out there for the second year. Love having Sam here racing. As we go to our third place here today, Alanis Siffert from Switzerland, 23 years of age.
Very well deserved.
What a comeback, what a fight.
Triathlon debut straight onto the second.
But for me personally, this is the most impressive race of the day.
Congratulations from Australia, Grace Tang.
That is the #1 race. I mean, incredible race for a debut race. She raced really well all day. Oh, and you can see she's paying the price for it as well, but wowee, I mean, just incredible. 2:53.32 for a debut marathon.
There's no better pain than the pain of stepping onto the podium, that's for sure.
But there is no doubt in anyone's mind that it is this woman right now, our current Ironman world champion. She now has and can add DATEV Challenge Roth champion to her long list of achievements. I have a sneaky suspicion there's going to be quite a few more.
Absolutely, and just like I said, you can't be the greatest in triathlon if you've not won the race in Roth, and now she did. And I think we make a perfume, the Order of Victory, and it's gonna be a mix of Erdinger, smell of Erdinger, champagne.
Is that what it is down on ground right now?
Sweat. Yeah, that's how everybody's smelling we had up here.
I'm not sure I want to smell.
I love the smell. You know,
I'm not sold on it yet.
You know, honestly, like getting my race suit 2 days after the race.
Oh my gosh. No, thank you very much.
No, there is no better smell in the world.
A mix of Erdinger and sweat. No. Well, incredible racing from these women here. Laura Philipp from Germany, absolutely dominating long-distance triathlon right now. I'm so excited to see what she is capable of at the end of the year. Felix Volshofer handing out the champagne. This champagne bottle's almost as big as Grace Tech. I tell you what, though, as I said,
I mean, that's a strong performance just to lift up this.
I know.
She knows how to crack a bottle.
Hey, she's Aussie. What do you expect? Come on. Oh, I love it.
She knows the things or to just don't look directly into the bottle.
Oh, she's doing it again. Come on, Dwayne.
Good
Come
job.
on. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Now she's got it going.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I love it.
She wins the award for best spray today, that's for sure.
That's some good pictures here.
Oh, some great pictures. What a great podium. 3 incredible women. Different phases of their career. Alana Siffert, what a future, 23 years of age. Grace Tech at her first ever full distance race. And of course, the queen herself, Laura Philipp. Wonderful racing. So our final results right now, of course, we had Mele Brune in 5th. We've got Nina Deron. She's just come home while we were doing the flower ceremony in 6th. So well done to Nina. Just faded a little bit on that marathon. Still plenty more racing to go here in Roth. And while we are waiting for the rest of our professional women to finish, and it started here this morning at 6:30. Hard to believe. It doesn't actually feel that long ago. We had Lucas Voigt leading the way. Of course, Henry Skuman took over. And in the women's race, it was Alana Siffert who took control of this swim very early on.
Yeah, and thanks for staying with us for such a exciting and long day.
It is a long day, but it didn't feel long. It just seems to go so quickly. I think when you have such exciting racing on such a dynamic course with, as I said, 300,000 spectators, it just goes so quickly. And honestly, when the racing's this quality, it's incredible, and it's an absolute honour to call. But Laura Philipp and Sam Laidlow, 2 incredibly deserving champions. I'm so happy for both, for different reasons. But yeah, incredible race from them, from all of our professional athletes today. But Sebi, same place, same channel next year?
From my side, for sure.
Deal. All right.
No better place than here to celebrate my birthday.
Absolutely. And of course, everyone, I'd like you to wish Sebi a very happy birthday. It is his birthday today. He's worked a very long day, 9+ hours. So I'm sure he'll have a chance to celebrate this afternoon. But what a race. I'd like to thank you all for joining in. Absolutely loved having you and loved your questions, and cannot wait for this time next year. But until then, thanks a lot, and I'll see you again.